The spring of Konoha's 54th year arrived earlier than in any year before. The cherry trees at the village entrance were already laden with pale pink and white buds. Whenever the wind brushed past, petals rustled down, settling lightly upon the shoulders of passing shinobi, and upon the bluestone steel carved with the 4 characters for Konoha, tinting it with a gentle blush of rose. 2 chunin on gate duty leaned idly against the door pillars chatting. One let out a long yawn and grumbled the weather is strange. Spring has only just begun, and it's already so warm it makes you drowsy. His words suddenly caught in his throat. At the end of the road, a solitary figure was walking toward them at an unhurried pace. It was a young girl. She wore a plain white kimono, its sleeves and hem embroidered with faint pink Fugaku ball patterns, elegant, yet serene and austere. Her hair fell to her waist, a pure, immaculate white, without a trace of any other color, catching the sunlight with a gentle, lustrous sheen. At the tips, a faint wash of cherry pink spread as though dyed by falling blossoms. Yet what the eye could least bear to part from was her face. Though no more than 13 or 14, her features still youthful, possessed skin so pale it verged on translucent and delicate, finely carved features like those of a crafted doll. Her silver-gray eyes were as calm as an unruffled lake, like a bottomless, frigid pool. Yet deep within them lay a weariness no child should possess, a detachment bordering on numbness, tempered by lives of joy and sorrow, by countless brushes with life and death. The gate guards jolted upright, hands instinctively moving to the kunai at their waists. "Stop, please, present." The words froze once more. The girl halted before them and lifted her gaze to meet theirs. In that instant, the shinobi felt as if they had been laid utterly bare. It was not scrutiny nor killing intent, but complete comprehension. As though from birth to death, from past to future, every hidden secret had nowhere left to hide. In the span of a heartbeat, the pressure vanished without a trace. The girl drew a slightly creased document from her sleeve, her voice clear and light as a mountain stream. Uchiha Shigure, special advisor to the police force, returning to the village upon completion of a long-term confidential mission. This is a pass personally signed by the 3rd Hokage. The ninja took the document, his fingertips trembling slightly. The name Uchiha Shigure thundered in his mind. The so-called cursed child of the Uchiha, the ageless one whose appearance had not changed in over a decade, who looked younger than his own little daughter, yet was old enough to be his elder. A monster. "Please wait a moment." His voice caught the hand holding the paper, still unsteady. The other guard suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" A butterfly. Behind the girl, at some unknown moment, a butterfly had begun to dance. Its wings were as thin as a cicada's, its entire body transparent, nearly invisible in the sunlight save for the fine shimmer along the edges. It drifted in slow circles around the girl, as though pursuing something only it could perceive. "Don't touch it." The girl spoke faintly, and the ninja's outstretched hand froze in midair. "You cannot touch it," she said, her tone utterly calm. "It does not belong to this world." With that, she retrieved the document, stepped past the 2 stupefied gatekeepers, and walked straight into the village. The transparent butterfly followed close behind, and at the instant she crossed the threshold, it dissipated like smoke in the wind, as if it had never existed. Konoha's streets and alleys were almost unchanged from how they had been 5 years before when she left. The main road leading toward the Hokage Rock was as lively as ever. The signs for Ichiraka Ramen, Yamanaka Flower Shop, and Barbecue Q still stood out brightly. Hawkers' cries, children's laughter, and the hurried footsteps of shinobi exchanging missions wove together into the everyday clamor of ordinary life. She walked amid the crowd, and no one spared her a second glance. This was what she cherished most about Konoha. Everyone's steps were hurried, no one had time to notice a seemingly ordinary white-haired girl. So long as she did not deliberately reveal who she was, she could merge into this noisy world like a drop of water into a river, vanishing without a sound. Yet she knew all too well that this was only the surface. From the moment she stepped through the gate, 3 gazes had fixed upon her and not let go. One came from the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage's mild and restrained telescope technique, as though confirming that she was safe. Another came from underground outside the village, from root, a cold and patient chakra laced with calculation and prying intent. And the last, Shigure suddenly halted and turned her head slightly to the side. Through a gap in the crowd, an ANBU figure stood in the shadow of an alley mouth, a cat-faced mask turned directly toward her. The fluctuation of that chakra overlapped subtly with her own aura like an echo of time itself. She did not pause, but walked on, having already engraved the frequency of that chakra in her memory, along with the single character etched at the rim of the mask, Odo sound. The Uchiha compound lay on the eastern side of the village, separated from the outside world by a low wall, its own secluded realm. Shigure stood outside the wall, gazing at the familiar clan gate, her mood sinking slightly. When she left 5 years ago, the place had still been full of life, children chasing and playing, women sitting together in conversation, clansmen coming and going from the police force, building brimming with high spirits. Even if undercurrents were already surging into shadows on the surface, it remained the glorious domain of Konoha's strongest clan. But now though the gates and streets were unchanged, the air was saturated with an oppression that would not disperse. Clansmen walked quickly with heads lowered. When their eyes met, they hastily looked away. There was no laughter, no clamor. Even their conversations were pressed down to a murmur like the deathly stillness before a gale descends. Shiyu withdrew her gaze and headed toward an old house on the edge of the compound, close to the surrounding wall. It was a time-worn wooden dwelling. In the courtyard stood a sturdy Fugaku tree her mother had planted in her youth, its age nearly equal to that of Konoha itself. At the moment she pushed open the courtyard gate, Shiyu paused in mild surprise. The yard was clean and orderly. Dead leaves had been swept into tidy piles leaning against the wall. On the stone bench beneath the old tree lay a brand new leaf flute. The house windows were open, sunlight pouring in and spilling across the spotless tatami. Someone had been tending this place for years. She approached the old tree. On the stone bench rested a bouquet of Fugaku blossoms beaded with morning dew, their pale pink petals the exact same hue as the tips of her hair. Beneath the flowers lay a scrap of paper bearing only 2 words, "Welcome back." Shiyu gazed at the note in silence for a long time. Her mother had died long ago. Her father had vanished without a trace. She had neither kin nor close ties among the Uchiha, who then had watched over this old home for her sake. She thought of the Anbu with the codename Odo of that chakra, so similar, yet so different from her own. That person's aura had been cold and deliberate, an imitation of facsimile. But the one who tended this yard had left behind a warmth that was pure, brimming with kindness. Who could it be? Shiyu carefully put away the bouquet and pushed open the door. The interior was cleaner than she had expected. The tatami was fresh and flat, the clothes in the cupboards folded neatly. The stuffed toy she had loved most as a child still sat in its original place. In the vase on the windowsill were the Fugaku blossoms her mother had once dried by hand, preserving a fragment of bygone tenderness. Shiyu walked to the window and pushed it open. Warm sunlight fell across her pale cheeks. She closed her eyes and quietly savored this long-lost peace. At that moment, a faint yet well-concealed gaze came from the crown of the old tree outside, filled with curiosity and caution. Without her perception far surpassing the norm, she would never have noticed it. Without opening her eyes, Shiyu spoke softly. "Come out." Rustling drifted down from the canopy, and a figure leapt lightly to the ground. It was a boy of about 13 or 14, dressed in a short black robe with the Uchiha fan crest embroidered on the back. Dark blue hair, jet black eyes. Yet Shiyu knew well that beneath those eyes lay the Uchiha's famed Kekei Genkai. He stood in the courtyard looking at her through the window, his gaze full of weariness. "Who are you? Why is it that I've never seen you before?" Shiyu regarded him, the corners of her lips curving in the faintest hint of a smile. How could she not know who he was? Uchiha Shisui, the clan's unseen century prodigy, the boy who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13. Within her senses behind the boy stood a transparent afterimage identical to him, eyes hollow, expression rigid like the spirit of someone long dead. Shiyu did not answer his question, but asked in return, "What are you doing here?" Shisui pressed his lips together and remained silent. She looked at him, then at the phantom behind him, and sudden understanding dawned. For the past 5 years it had been this boy who swept the courtyard and tended the old house for her. "Why?" she asked softly. Shisui was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "I heard the elders in the clan talk about you. They say you're a cursed child, forever trapped at 13, unable to grow up, a disgrace to the clan, who ought to be forgotten." He lifted his head and met Shiyu's silver-gray eyes, a light kindling in his own. "But I don't see it that way. To have lived so long, you must be very lonely," he said with grave seriousness. "I just thought that if you ever came back, there should at least be a clean, warm place waiting for you." Shiyu looked at the clear features of the boy before her and at the trembling phantom behind him and could not speak for a time. With the clumsiest of kindness, this boy had offered her a warmth that had arrived far too late. And that phantom seemed to be silently declaring, "You will watch me die, as you have watched all those you care for leave you one by one." Shiyu looked away, her voice soft to the point of vanishing. "Thank you." Shisui blinked in surprise, then broke into a brilliant smile. "You're welcome." In that instant, the phantom behind him quivered as though something that had lain dormant for years had been quietly stirred. After Shisui left, Shiyu sat alone beneath the old tree. She picked up the new leaf flute, pressed it to her lips, and blew a note. The sound was shrill and grating, utterly off-key. She frowned slightly and lowered the flute. She had never learned to play. Shisui had left a note saying he would come teach her. Shiyu lifted her eyes to the sky. The sun was sinking westward, staining the horizon with warm orange. At some unknown moment, transparent butterflies had returned, a few at first, then more, fluttering around the old tree and stone bench, circling slowly about her. They were butterflies only; she could see embodiments of the echoes of time. Each one bore a fragment of forgotten history, a person erased, a moment that should have been remembered, yet was cherished by no one. Shiryu extended a fingertip and one butterfly alighted gently upon it. It was light as nothing at all. Through its transparent wings, she could see the sunset behind her. After 3 seconds, the butterfly beat its wings and rose, dissolving into the dusk. Shiryu watched the direction in which it vanished and whispered, "I'm back." She did not know to whom she was speaking. To this old house, to this ancient tree, to the boy who had kept watch for her, or to those souls buried by time, remembered by no one. As the evening deepened, more and more transparent butterflies gathered, swirling in a dance around the white-haired girl, as if welcoming her home. And in a rift of space-time invisible to her eyes, a door was slowly opening, a narrow crack. On the other side of the door, 6 figures identical to her own stood waiting in silence. Early the next morning, Shiryu once again stepped into the police department building. Today's task was to familiarize herself with recent work processes. Daohua brought a thick stack of documents stating that she needed to make up for the records from her 5-year absence. Shiryu sat in the windowless office, quietly flipping through the pages. Most of the files documented trivial matters such as neighborhood disputes, petty thefts, and minor conflicts within families. However, amid these seemingly mundane words, she detected a hint of something unusual. Each page concealed an extremely small mark. So faint it was almost invisible, resembling the gentle pressure of a fingernail, yet the shape vaguely resembled an eye. She finished flipping through the stack of documents, and each page had one. Was someone secretly monitoring all the records of the police department? Or was someone trying to convey some sort of hint to her? Shiryu set the documents down, closed her eyes, and spread out her perception. Soon that familiar chakra fluctuation emerged. It was in this building, and very close. She opened her eyes and stood up to leave the office. The corridor was quiet, and occasionally passing clansmen wore curious, yet evasive expressions, glancing quickly before hurrying away. Shiryu followed her perception to the deepest part of the corridor. A door without any number or identification stood before her, with a faint light seeping through the crack. Just as she raised her hand to knock, the door unexpectedly opened inward. Inside stood a woman clad in dark attire with a cat-faced mask covering her face, the edges engraved with the character she had long memorized. The other party stood silently, her gaze from beneath the mask fixed directly on Shiryu. After a prolonged silence, the woman spoke first, her voice hoarse and ethereal, perfectly mirroring the voice from that night outside the wall. "Are you looking for me?" Shiryu met her gaze directly. "Who are you? Don't you know?" The woman's tone carried a hint of faint amusement. "I am you. Or rather, I am Echo," the woman continued slowly. "I am the resonance you left on the other side of the door. I was sent to retrieve you. Retrieve me. Those 6," the woman slightly tilted her head, "the 6 versions of you that perished during the experiment. They have waited for you for many years." Shiryu fell silent for a moment. "What do you want?" "I want nothing," the woman gently shook her head. "I just want you to know we have always existed. One day you will need our power. When that time comes, the door will open for you." As she finished speaking, she took a step back, and the door slowly closed. Shiryu stood outside the door, gazing at the tightly shut entrance. She did not knock again, for she knew that behind that door could be nothing at all, or perhaps everything. In the afternoon, Shiryu left the police department early. She needed a moment to breathe. Walking along the streets of Konoha, the hurried footsteps of passers-by, their smiles, conversations, and the scent of street food blended into the fabric of daily life. It was as if there were no shadows beneath this land. Yet Shiryu could see. Behind the old woman selling vegetables stood the ethereal figure of her deceased daughter. Behind the patrolling ninja was the image of himself, destined to die in battle in the future. Behind the playful children by the roadside stood their future elderly selves. Only she could see these things. Only she must witness these moments drowned by time. This was her ability, and also the curse she was born with. "Sister Shiryu." A call broke her reverie. Turning around, she saw Shisui running towards her, followed by the child who needed to take small steps to keep up, Uchiha Itachi. "Aren't you supposed to be on a mission?" Shiryu looked at Itachi. Itachi nodded lightly. "It's over, I finished early." "Early?" Shisui was momentarily taken aback. "But that was a brank mission, you did it alone." Itachi's tone was calm. "The target has been eliminated. I will submit the mission report tomorrow." Shisui looked at him, his expression complex and hard to describe. Shiryu quietly observed Itachi watching the 2 ethereal figures behind him. The adult figure with bleeding eyes standing in the rain, and Shisui, shrouded in darkness, his face obscured. She softly asked, "Did you kill someone?" Itachi paused for a moment before nodding. "The first time? No." Shiryu fell silent. She looked at the 80-year-old child, at his overly calm eyes, and suddenly remembered her own past self. At the age of 10, she had first truly used her power. Not out of sadness, not out of anger, but because she had seen too much. The shadows, the echoes, those versions of herself that had died, almost tearing her consciousness apart. It was also that year that she had indirectly taken a life for the first time. From that day on, she understood some powers once acquired can never be taken back. Just as she was destined to see everything. just as Itachi was destined to bear everything. Let's go, Shisui broke the silence, a smile. Returning to your yard, I'll teach you how to play the leaf flute. Can I learn too? Itachi raised his eyes towards him, his voice barely audible. Of course. Shisui patted his shoulder firmly. As long as you want to learn, I will teach you. A faint glimmer shone in Itachi's eyes for a brief moment. Shiryu looked at that flicker of light and recalled what her mother once told her. Shiryu, remember, the most precious things in this world are not power, not immortality, but those weak, fleeting, yet truly existing lights. That is hope. She did not know if the light in Itachi's eyes could be considered hope, but she was willing to believe it was. In the old courtyard beneath the old tree, Shisui took out 2 leaf flutes, handing one to Shiryu and the other to Itachi. Watch closely like this. He brought the flute to his lips and gently blew. The sound was clear like a bird soaring through the forest. You guys try? Shiryu mimicked him, bringing the flute to her lips and blowing hard. A sharp, piercing sound erupted. Shisui hurriedly covered his ears, and Itachi instinctively frowned. I give up, Shiryu said expressionlessly. Shisui laughed so hard he could hardly stand. Sister Shiryu, you're incredible. It's the first time I've heard someone blow a leaf flute into an alarm. Shiryu stared at him quietly, her eyes filled with try saying that again. Shisui immediately suppressed his laughter, adopting a serious expression. It's okay, just practice more. Itachi, your turn. Itachi brought the leaf flute close to his lips and gently exhaled. The sound was unrefined, but there was already a melody. Shisui's eyes lit up. You have talent. Again. Itachi tried again and again, each time becoming more fluid. Shiryu sat on the side watching Shisui's earnest demeanor, Itachi's focused profile, and the sunset filtering through the leaves, casting mottled warm shadows on the two. At that moment it was quiet, stable, and warm. Yet Shiryu knew well that such moments would not last long. Because she saw, the shadow behind Shisui had grown fainter. That shadow representing death was gradually dissipating. In the evening after Shisui and Itachi left, Shiryu sat alone under the tree. She picked up the leaf flute and tried to blow a note again. Still out of tune. She sighed softly, placing the flute on her knee. At that moment, that familiar chakra appeared once more. This time, Een did not stop outside the wall, but directly stepped into the yard. In the darkness, that figure slowly revealed itself, still clad in dark clothing and a cat-faced mask. She stood motionless in front of Shiryu. What are you here for again? Shiryu asked flatly. I came to tell you something, the woman began. Do you know what that shadow you saw, the one following Shisui and about to disappear, is? That is the version of him that has died, the woman said softly. It is a possibility of his future. When the shadow completely vanishes, that will be the moment he truly steps into death. Do you want to save him? The woman's voice carried a hint of seduction. If you do step through the door. On the other side of the door lies power that can change everything. Power that can reverse time. Shiryu raised her gaze, staring directly at her. You are lying. The woman was slightly taken aback. Shiryu stood up, speaking clearly and firmly. Time cannot be reversed. If it could, my mother would have saved my father long ago. If it could, then the 6 versions of myself that died would have returned long ago. What you call the door is not redemption. It is a trap. The woman was silent for a long time. Then she laughed. The laughter was hoarse and ethereal, echoing coldly in the night. You truly are the 7th one, she said softly. Only a true gatekeeper would speak such words. She retreated, her figure disappearing into the darkness. Only a single phrase lingered in the evening breeze on the night of the full moon. Do not look into the mirror. That night it was once again a full moon. Shiryu sat inside the house without lighting a lamp. She did not look at the mirror, but she knew that there must be another version of herself in the reflection, quietly gazing back at her. Outside the window, transparent butterflies densely covered the glass, filling the entire pane. Their thin wings shimmered slightly in the moonlight, as if waiting, or perhaps watching. Shiryu closed her eyes, picked up the leaf flute, and gently blew a note. Still harsh, still out of tune. Yet in the stillness of this night, that clumsy sound lingered on. Chapter 3, the end. For the following month, Shiyu's life fell into a routine and tranquil cycle. Every morning, she would go to the police department, sifting through documents marked with secret eye-shaped seals, dealing with trivial clan matters. In the afternoon, she strolled slowly through the streets of Konoha, quietly observing the phantoms that only she could see. In the evening, she returned to the old house where Shizuki and Itachi would always arrive as promised, and the 3 of them would gather under the old tree, surrounding the leaf flute, spending a brief moment of tender time together. Shiyu's flute playing remained unpleasant, sharp like a delicate sound slicing through the air. Shizuki would laugh heartily every time, yet patiently teach her over and over. Itachi, on the other hand, made astonishing progress. Within a month, he could already play complete and smooth melodies. Shiny, look at Itachi, he has already learned 2 songs. Shizuki purposely raised his voice to tease her. If you don't work harder, an 80-year-old will surpass you. Shiyu raised her eyes expressionlessly, saying, I have already given up. Don't. Shizuki leaned forward, reaching out to adjust her grip on the flute. Let me teach you a trick. Just as his fingertips touched the back of Shiyu's hand, Shiyu suddenly saw. The phantom behind Shizuki also stretched out its hand toward her. The hollow dead silence of the illusion slightly parted its lips, silently conveying something. Shiyu could not hear the sound, yet she clearly understood the shapes of the lips. It was saying save me. Shiyu abruptly withdrew her hand, taking a half-step back, her expression turning cold. Shizuki froze in place, his face filled with astonishment. Shayuni, what's wrong? She took a deep breath, suppressing the strange turmoil within her, and gently shook her head. It's nothing. Let's leave it at that for today. A trace of worry crossed Shizuki's eyes, yet he did not press further, only nodding obediently. Okay, let's come back tomorrow. He turned to leave with Itachi. As they reached the door, Itachi suddenly turned back and looked at Shiyu deeply. In his gaze was a sharpness and insight not belonging to an 80-year-old. Shiyu stood alone beneath the old tree, looking down at her fingertips. In that fleeting moment, she had not only touched Shizuki, but also made contact with that phantom. This was the first time she could intersect with those phantoms that should have been nothingness. What does this mean? It means that Shizuki's death was shifting from possible to inevitable. It meant that the phantom was drawing ever closer to reality. She looked up at the night sky where a full moon hung high, its cold light piercing. She recalled the warning from Ian. On the night of the full moon, do not look in the mirror. But tonight she had to. Shiyu stepped inside the house, standing in front of the ancient mirror. She closed her eyes, inhaled, then slowly raised her gaze. The mirror reflected her image: white hair, silver eyes, a face forever 13. But the figure in the mirror did not smile, instead it was crying. Tears silently streamed down from those silver-gray eyes, flowing down her pale cheeks. The reflection of her looked at Shiyu, its lips moving gently. Shiyu understood every word. Why? Don't you come in? Why? Make us wait so long? Shiyu stared at her weeping reflection, her voice calm, yet firm. Because I am the one who is alive. I am the only one who is alive. The tears in the mirror suddenly stopped. The next moment she smiled. That smile was so sorrowful, it was almost despairing. Alive. The voice from the figure in the mirror floated in lightly, as if penetrating from a distant place. Do you think being alive is everything? Being alive means watching everyone die. Being alive means remembering everyone. Being alive means bearing everything. Are you sure? This isn't a more cruel curse. Shiyu fell silent. The figure in the mirror continued coaxingly. Come in. If you come in, you won't have to bear it anymore. If you come in, you won't have to remember anymore. Come in, and you can rest. Quietly like us. Shiyu looked at the face in the mirror that was identical to her own, yet filled with anguish, and softly countered. If I go in, who will remember them? The figure in the mirror did not answer again. Shiyu took a step back and turned to leave. Behind her, the figure in the mirror continued to gaze at her quietly, its eyes harboring an unexplainable emotion. Was it understanding or a deeper despair? The next day, Shiyu did not go to the police department. She set out alone for the South He River. That was where the Uchiha Shrine was located, and also a place where Shizuki often went to meditate. She had to find Shizuki and tell him everything. But as soon as she reached the riverbank, she saw an unexpected figure. Itachi sat alone by the river, staring blankly at the flowing water. His small figure looked particularly lonely. Shiyu walked over and quietly sat down beside him. The two remained silent for a long time, long enough for the water to seem to slow its pace. Finally, Itachi spoke first, his voice soft and calm. Shia-senpai, you can see things that others can't write. Shiyu turned her head to look at him. How do you know? Because the way you look at Shizuki. Itachi gazed at the river, his tone flat. Sometimes when you look at him, it's like you're looking at someone who is no longer here. Shiyu did not deny it. Itachi fell silent for a moment, and then asked, what about me? What do you see when you look at me? Shiyu looked at the two clear phantoms behind him. One was him as an adult, blood streaming from his eyes, standing in the rain. The other was Shizuki, completely wrapped in darkness, his features indistinct. She slowly spoke, telling the truth. I see two shadows behind you. One is you when you grow up, bleeding, standing in the rain. The other is Shizuki. Itachi's body stiffened suddenly. Shizuki, he repeated softly. Yes, Shiyu nodded. It's not the present him. It's another Shizuki wrapped in darkness, always watching you. Itachi was silent for a long time, as if he had sunk to the bottom of the water. After a while, he gently spoke, his voice barely audible against the sound of the river. I know. Shiyu was slightly taken aback. I've known for a long time that Shizuki would die. Itachi's voice was soft, but exceptionally clear. I also know that his death will change me. Senpai, Itachi asked quietly. Do you have someone you want to protect? Shiyu remained silent for a moment, then answered seriously, yes. You, Shizuki, and some people I haven't found yet. Itachi nodded gently, a fleeting softness passing through his eyes. I do too. I want to protect Sasuke, my younger brother. When he mentioned Sasuke, the coldness that had long been on his face finally faded away, revealing a hint of warmth that belonged to a child. To protect him, Itachi continued, his gaze growing resolute again. I would do anything. Shiyu looked at him at the two phantoms behind him destined for tragedy and suddenly understood. That adult Itachi with blood streaming from his eyes was not just a possibility for the future. It was the end he had already chosen. From the very beginning he knew what kind of path he was destined to take. Yet he still chose it. Shiyu asked softly, "Is it worth it?" Itachi did not answer. He simply gazed at the slowly flowing river softly uttering, "There is no worth. Only necessity." That evening Shiyu found him at Shizuki's home. The boy was practicing his sword in the courtyard, swinging it decisively and powerfully, yet his gaze was distracted and unfocused. Seeing Shiyu, he sheathed his sword and raised his usual smile. "Shiuni, what brings you here?" Shiyu stepped up to him, looking directly into his eyes. "Shizuki, I have a question for you, and you must answer me honestly." Shizuki reined in his smile, nodding seriously. "Okay. Have you recently felt anything unusual?" Shizuki lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment, then gently nodded yes. "What kind of feeling?" "Sometimes I feel like there's another me watching me." Shizuki's voice was low. "That me is very sad, very troubled, wanting to tell me something, but I can't hear." Shiyu's heart tightened suddenly. That was the phantom trying to resonate with the original. "Is there more?" she pressed. Shizuki hesitated for a moment, then quietly said, "I have dreams. I dream of myself dying, dream of someone digging out my eyes, dream of Itachi standing in front of me crying with my eyes." He chuckled bitterly. "Isn't it ridiculous? I'm only 13, yet I think about these things all the time." Shiyu did not laugh. She stepped forward, her gaze incredibly serious. "Shizuki, those are not dreams. They are realities that could happen." Shizuki was taken aback. "I can see the phantoms behind people. Those are different fates they might have." Shiyu clearly told him, "You have a phantom behind you. It is the you that has died. It is fading more and more, almost to the point of disappearing. The moment it completely vanishes is when death truly arrives." Shizuki's face paled slightly, yet he did not show excessive panic. After a long time, he gently uttered, "I see." "Aren't you afraid?" Shiyu asked. Shizuki looked up at the sky, his gaze gentle yet sorrowful. "I am. But I am more saddened. If I really leave, what will happen to Itachi? That child is too lonely. He needs someone to be with him." Shiyu looked at him, at the phantom behind him that was also gently trembling, and suddenly understood. That deceased phantom had been staring at her, not seeking help, but entrusting her to protect this child he could not leave behind. Taking a deep breath, Shiyu spoke firmly, "I will not let that future happen." Shizuki looked at her, revealing a faint yet warm smile, filled with gratitude and helplessness. "Thank you. But Shiuni, some futures cannot be avoided." He spoke softly, "Just like you cannot avoid those phantoms, just like I cannot avoid that dead version of myself." Shiyu had no words to respond, because she knew he was right. That night, upon returning to the old house, Shiyu discovered a unique transparent butterfly resting in the yard. It was larger than an ordinary time butterfly, with patterns resembling Sharingan faintly appearing on its wings. The butterfly circled around her 3 times before flying towards the old tree, quietly landing on the trunk. As Shiyu approached, she noticed several crooked markings carved into the trunk with fingernails. "On the night of the full moon, beware of mirrors." Echo. Was Ian warning her or reminding her? Shiyu looked up at the night sky. The moonlight was getting fuller. The next night of the full moon was already drawing near. Chapter 4 End. In the year 54 of the wood leaf, on the 15th of April. On the night of the full moon, Shiyu sensed something unusual within her body since the afternoon. Chakra fluttered like a swarm of butterflies, stirring restlessly within her meridians. The golden patterns in her right eye became increasingly vivid, and in the mirror one could see a layer of fragmented light floating deep within her gaze. She sat beneath the old tree, her fingertips lightly resting on the leaf flute on her knee, attempting to calm her mind and breathe deeply, yet she could not suppress the unease rising from the depths of her soul. The transparent butterflies in the yard were 100-fold more than usual. They swarmed and spiraled around the old tree, covering half the roof, and even gathered in the moonlight, forming a flowing mist of light, beautiful, yet eerie, heavy with oppression. Shiyu knew. The crack of the door was widening. Those echoes were breaking free from their constraints, surging into the present world. The last rays of the setting sun faded away. The moon rose on time. Large and round, its cold light was like frost, brighter than any full moon night. When the first beam of moonlight penetrated the window and fell on the floor of the old house, all the transparent butterflies suddenly froze. Thousands of butterflies hung motionless in the air, their transparent wings glimmering with a cold light, all turning towards Shiyu in the center of the yard. Countless pairs of invisible eyes fixated solely on her. Shiyu slowly rose, taking a half step back. The butterflies did not move, but began to glow in unison. Each butterfly emitted a faint white light, and millions of rays converged, forming a halo in the center of the yard, illuminating the entire world as bright as day. At the center of the halo, a figure slowly emerged. It was Ian. She did not know when she appeared there, having removed her cat-faced mask, revealing a face identical to Shiyu's. Yet it was not entirely the same. That face appeared slightly more mature than Shiyu's, resembling someone around 20 years old. Her white hair flowed down the tips a deeper cherry pink than Shiyu's, and in her silver-gray eyes the right one was pure gold like molten sunlight. She looked at Shiyu, a faint smile gracing her lips, her voice distinctly gentle, contrasting with the hoarse and ethereal tone from that night outside the wall. On a full moon night, do not look in the mirror. Shiyu met her gaze, her tone calm. You are the echo. Yes, the woman nodded. I am the echo of you at 20. If the experiment had not failed back, then you would have grown to look like me. Shiyu remained silent. I know you have many questions, Echo continued, raising her hand to point at the window of the old house, but today is not the time for answers. Today you must do one thing. Her fingertip touched the glass, reflecting the outline of the mirror. You must look in the mirror. Not to see yourself, but to see us. Shiyu frowned slightly. Us. 6, Echo said softly. 6 of you who died in the experiment. They will all appear in the mirror today. You must remember what they look like. One day you will need to recognize them. Did you not warn me not to look in the mirror before? That was the past me. Echo smiled briefly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes, a mix of sorrow and apology. The present me has changed her mind. She stepped back and the halo around her slowly dissipated. The transparent butterflies began to flutter again, no longer fixating on Shiyu, but flying toward the window of the old house, spiraling around the glass like a group of guiding messengers. Shiyu took a deep breath and walked step by step toward the house. The moment she opened the door, 6 clear gazes fell upon her simultaneously. She approached the mirror and slowly raised her gaze. In the mirror stood 6 versions of her. The smallest one, merely 2 or 3 years old, was an infant in swaddling. Sitting in the mirror with round, glistening eyes, she stared at Shiyu, babbling and exhaling, her little hands gently tapping the surface. The second one was 5 or 6 years old, her hair styled in 2 buns, wearing a pink kimono, tilting her head to look at Shiyu, her eyes filled with innocent curiosity. The third one was 8 or 9 years old, small and timid, her lips pressed together as if she might cry at any moment, like she was afraid of something. The fourth one, 13 or 14 years old, was exactly like the current Shiyu. Dressed in a plain white kimono, her silver eyes were deep and tranquil, yet concealed a sharpness that seemed to see through everything. This one resembled Shiyu the most. The fifth one, 17 or 18 years old, was already a graceful young woman. In her eyes lingered a fatigue that Shiyu was all too familiar with, that which comes after witnessing too many lives and deaths burdened by too many secrets. The sixth one was the echo in front of her, 20 years old, standing in the center, a faint smile gracing her lips, quietly gazing at her. 6 Shiyus. 6 who perished in the experiment, forever frozen at their respective ages. They all were watching her. The smallest infant spoke first, her soft and fragile voice calling out, "Sister, come in. Play with me. Is it cold outside?" The third timid girl had red-rimmed eyes, her voice thick with tears. "Sister, I miss you so much. You finally came to see us." The fourth one, who looked exactly like her, remained silent, but there was a hint of complex empathy in her gaze. The fifth young girl said gently, her tone tender yet tinged with sadness, "Shiyu, are you doing well? We miss you very much. Welcome home, Shiyu." The sixth echo finally spoke, her voice soft and slow. 6 hands reached out simultaneously towards the mirror. Small, tender, mature, hollow. They were waiting. Waiting for her to reach out her hand. Waiting for her to cross through the mirror. Waiting for her to become the 7th. Shiyu looked at them, at the 6 lives that originated from her, observing the expectation, longing, and uncontainable despair in their eyes. After a long, long silence, she finally spoke, her voice calm, yet unwaveringly resolute. "I'm sorry." All 6 Shiyus froze in their movements simultaneously. "I cannot go in." Shiyu raised her gaze, staring at the reflection that resembled her most closely, "not because I fear death or becoming like you, but because there are still people outside who need me to remember." Her gaze passed over them, landing on the world beyond the mirror, on those lives she must protect. "If I go in, who will remember their stories? Who will witness those moments buried by time?" The one who looked exactly like her remained silent for a long time. Then she slowly nodded. She retracted her hand, reaching for the mirror, and took a step back. "I understand." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of relief and a deep sense of resignation, "because I have also seen. Before I died, I too saw those phantoms, those futures, those destined to leave. But Shiyu, you must know, there will come a day when you will tire. There will come a day when you will wish to stop and rest. When that day comes, we will still be here. The door will still be here." "I know," Shiyu replied softly. The 6 figures simultaneously retreated, their forms becoming transparent and gradually blurring. The smallest infant began to cry, her tiny hands pounding on the mirror, her voice growing fainter. "Sister, don't go." The second little girl also reddened her eyes, softly sobbing, "Sister, hug me." The third girl covered her face, her shoulders trembling violently. The fourth one, the one most like her, looked at her one last time, her lips moving slightly, as if silently saying 2 words. Shiyu understood. Take care. Remember us." With those words, the six figures completely vanished from the mirror. In the mirror, only Shiyu's own reflection remained. White hair, silver eyes, and a 13-year-old face. Nothing seemed different from usual. It was as if everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. But Shiyu knew it was real. She reached out her hand, her fingertips gently touching the mirror's surface. A cold sensation enveloped her. In that instant, she seemed to feel the warmth of 6 hands, small, soft, warm, and trembling. Exiting the old house, the yard returned to its former tranquility. The transparent butterflies had dwindled to half, with only a few remaining slowly fluttering in the moonlight like the last watchers. In still stood beneath the old tree. She looked at Shiyu and softly asked, "Do you really not regret it?" Shiyu gently shook her head. Echo was silent for a moment, a hint of wistfulness in her tone. "Then perhaps you may never see them again." "Why?" "Because they have given up," Echo explained. "They thought that if they could let you see them, you would soften your heart and step through the door. But you did not. So they have given up waiting. From now on, they will no longer appear in the mirror." Shiyu said nothing. Echo looked at her suddenly, asking a serious question: "Is it worth it? To give up the chance to meet them for those who need to be remembered?" Shiyu was silent for a moment, and then slowly replied, "Whether it is worth it, I cannot conclude. But I know. If I go in at this moment, I will definitely regret it." Echo looked at her for a long time, then sighed softly. "You truly are the 7th one," she said gently, "the most stubborn among us." "Wait," Shiyu suddenly called out to her, "will you come again in the future?" Echo paused, turned to look at her, and the smile on her lips carried an indescribable meaning. "I will. But not as Echo." "What identity?" "When you need me, you will naturally know." With that, her figure slowly dissipated in the moonlight, as if melding into the night, as if she had never existed. Shiyu stood alone beneath the old tree, looking up at the starry sky. Her hair seemed to have grown an inch. Not because of the passage of time, but because of witnessing. She witnessed the birth and demise of 6 versions of herself. She witnessed their expectations, their disappointments, their surrender. She bore witness to this unrecognizable kinship. And this witnessing would eventually leave a deep mark on her, blending with all her abilities and curses. The next morning, Shizuki and Itachi appeared as promised at the old house's door. Upon seeing Shiyu, Shizuki paused for a moment, and then smiled, saying, "Shiyu, your hair seems to have grown a little." "Recently, I have been a bit tired," Shiyu replied softly, brushing her fingertips through her hair. Shizuki did not press further, instead changing the topic with consideration. "Then let's not practice the flute today. We can just sit and chat with you, shall we?" The 3 sat beneath the old tree. Itachi looked at Shiyu and suddenly spoke, his voice light and calm. "Senpai, did you see anything last night?" "What did you see?" "I saw some people whom I may never meet again." Itachi was silent for a moment and then gently said, "That must be very sad." Shiyu gently nodded, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her lips. "It is indeed quite sad." Shizuki, eager to lighten the mood, smiled brightly. "What is there to be sad about? Come on, Itachi, play a tune for Shiyu. I guarantee it will make her happy." Itachi nodded, took out the leaf flute, and began to play softly. It was a lively and cheerful tune reminiscent of spring birdsong, mountain streams, and all warm and vibrant daily life. Shiyu closed her eyes to listen, her smile deepening. Shizuki watched her smile, also breaking into laughter, his eyes crescent-shaped, as if holding the light of an entire spring. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the old tree, casting mottled shadows on the 3 of them. Transparent butterflies fluttered slowly around them, not many, just a few, like quiet witnesses. They gazed upon this scene. A girl forever frozen at 13, a genius boy followed by the dead versions of himself, and a precocious child burdened with 2 shades of fate. They sat beneath the old tree like a simple, yet warm painting. Shiyu opened her eyes and looked up at the sky. The sunlight was just right, and the breeze was gentle. She suddenly understood. The meaning of being alive was never about how much power one possessed or how many years one had lived, but rather in certain moments being able to sit here peacefully listening to a friend's flute, feeling the warmth of the sunlight upon her skin. Even if these moments would eventually fade away, even if these futures were destined to be sorrowful, but at least they once existed. And she, as the sole witness, would remember them all. Chapter 5 in Volume 1, The Returning Observer, Complete, Volume 2, Prelude of Undercurrents. October 10th, Year 54 of the Woodleaf. From the very beginning, this day felt ominous. When Shiyu woke up in the morning and opened the door, a heavy weight sank in her heart. In the courtyard, the transparent butterflies were more than 3 times their usual number. They clustered densely on the old trees, eaves, and window frames, nearly wrapping the entire old house in a cocoon that shimmered faintly. She reached out to lightly touch the nearest one. The butterfly's wings were cold and hard, the feeling solid. In the past, the butterflies were as light as air, scattering at a mere touch. But today the butterflies were tangible. Shiyu furrowed her brows tightly. Time echoed, violently churning within her. The presence behind the door was desperately trying to break into the present world. Something monumental enough to overturn everything was about to descend. She raised her eyes to the sky. The clouds were heavy as lead the daylight firmly suppressed, and the air was thick with a sense of suffocation as if a storm was imminent. Shiyu turned around to change her clothes, just about to step towards the police force when, boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the center of the village. The ground trembled violently, and the butterflies in the courtyard were sent swirling through the air. She steadied herself and looked towards the source of the deafening sound. Her pupils suddenly constricted. A gigantic fox demon stood in the center of the village, its 9 crimson tails thrashing wildly, each sweep shattering houses into pieces. Its eyes were blood-red, and within its pupils spun, Sharingan. Shiyu's mind turned icy in an instant. 9 tails. Sharingan. These 2 terms tied together were enough to forever nail the Uchiha clan to the pillar of traitor's shame. She hesitated no longer and activated bubble. Time around her was infinitely accelerated, and the world abruptly slowed to a standstill. She burst forth from the old house like a beam of white light heading straight for the center of the disaster. The scenes along the way were shocking. A mother sprinted with her child in her arms, houses collapsing behind them. Ninja were swept away by the tail of the beast, blood streaking through the air. An old man knelt, bowing his head, his hoarse prayers swallowed by the roar. Hands reached out toward her. Save me. Save my child. Help. Shiyu paused in her tracks. She gazed at those desperate faces, at the lives about to be extinguished, remembering her mother's words. Shiyu, your ability is not meant for killing. It is meant for remembering. But at this moment, she did not want to merely remember. She wanted to save. She reached out and pulled the nearest child toward safety. The second, the third, the fourth. Time continued to accelerate, and she dashed through the chaotic streets, dragging one villager after another away from death. But she could save so very few. The 9 tails was too immense, its destruction too swift. No matter how fast she could not keep up with the speed of disaster spreading. Shiyu's white hair was growing at a visible rate. With each person she saved, it grew an inch. With each life she saw extinguished, it grew an inch. By the time she reached the Hokage rock, her hair had grown from her waist down to her hips. The scene before her etched itself deep into her soul. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, stood alongside his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, facing the 9 tails. Minato's golden hair shone brightly in the flames, his gaze calm as a deep pool. Kushina's face was pale, yet she did not retreat an inch. Shiyu knew what was about to happen. Reaper Death Seal. A sealing technique that demanded a life as sacrifice. She wanted to rush forward to do something, but her feet felt as if they were nailed to the spot. Because she saw. Behind Minato stood a massive shadow. With a green face and sharp fangs holding prayer beads, its white robe stained with silence. That was the Shinigami. It was the only being Shiyu had seen that the butterflies could not approach. It was an absolute end, impervious to even the echoes of time. Minato seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head. His gaze collided with Shiyu's in the air. In that moment, there was no shock, no fear, only a silent entrustment. Please, remember all this. Remember us. He turned back, forming hand seals. Golden light intertwined with the white silence of the Shinigami, slowly dragging the 9 tails into the seal. Shiyu stood frozen in place, quietly watching. She did not know when, but the butterflies had gathered around her layer upon layer like a silent witness. At the moment the 9 tails was completely sealed, Minato and Kushina's figures vanished into the light. A faint cry of a newborn pierced through the silence. It was Naruto. The newborn child, placed in a safe spot by Minato with his last strength still connected by the uncut umbilical cord covered in blood, cried loudly, completely unaware that his parents had said their eternal goodbyes. Shiyu stepped forward and gently touched his cheek with her fingertips. In an instant she saw clearly. Behind Naruto stood 2 ethereal figures. A golden-haired man and a red-haired woman stood side by side, looking down at their child, their eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. Minato. Kushina. In this way they remained forever by Naruto's side. Tears silently slipped down Shiyu's face. Not out of sadness, only to witness. She bore witness to a pair of parents' final love. This witness would be etched in her bones and blood until the end of time. Dawn finally arrived. The 9 tails vanished, but the Leaf Village had already become ruins. Shiyu stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing down at the ravaged village. Her white hair had grown another length, almost reaching her knees. The butterflies gradually dispersed, leaving only a few fluttering slowly in the morning light. She turned to leave, but suddenly felt a gaze pinning her from behind. Looking back, she saw a shadow of an Umbu standing on the rooftop. It was Ine. She removed her mask, revealing a face identical to Shiyu's, her expression complex and hard to decipher. You saved many people. Shiyu remained silent. But you also witnessed too many deaths, Ine said softly. Your hair has grown again. This is the price, Ine said, the price of witnessing. Shiyu raised her eyes. What do you want to say? Ine was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I just want to tell you. Someday you will be tired. When that day comes, the door will still be there. 3 days after the nine-tailed beast's rampage, Konoha began its reconstruction. Yet what required rebuilding extended far beyond bricks, tiles, and streets. It was the fragile trust between people. Shigure walked the streets. The shift in atmosphere pierced her like frost. Before, villagers had kept a respectful distance from the Uchiha, cool yet courteous on the surface. Now, move aside, Uchiha. A lumber carrier roughly shoved an Uchiha clansman aside. The man staggered several steps, raised his head to protest, then met only cold, hostile gazes all around. He lowered his head and retreated in silence. Shigure watched quietly. Behind the man, she saw a spectral figure, fists clenched, hand gripping a sword hilt, poised on the brink of violent eruption. That was a future taking shape. Once hatred accumulated, all would become irrevocable. She continued walking. Passing a ramen shop, hushed whispers sliced through the air. Did you see it? The nine-tails' eyes, they were Sharingan. It must have been the Uchiha. Who else could control a tailed beast? They've always been monsters. Shigure halted. Behind the 3 figures inside the window, 3 more spectral forms emerged, clad in shinobi garb, swords drawn against the Uchiha, locked in brutal combat upon a battlefield. Another future quietly taking root in suspicion. Shigure withdrew her gaze and walked on in silence. She knew this was only the beginning. Once seeds of doubt were sown, they would fester in darkness, growing wild into towering trees of hatred. And she could stop none of it. She could only bear witness. Inside the police force headquarters, the air hung heavier than on the streets. Shigure entered her office, the desk already piled high with new documents. She picked up the topmost file, the casualty report from the nine-tailed beast's night. 17 Uchiha dead, 53 wounded. They had fought just as fiercely to save lives. They had lost loved ones just as deeply. They bore pain just as excruciating. Yet no one would remember that. All people would recall were those Sharingan eyes. Shigure set down the report and closed her eyes, letting her perception expand outward. She heard countless stifled voices. The third ordered us to increase patrols, but villagers flee at the sight of us. Someone threw stones at my doorstep yesterday. The clan head told us to endure, but how much longer must we bear it? Inside the clan head's office, Fugaku's voice was weary and heavy. Danzo's men came today. They demanded our full cooperation in the investigation, and demanded all records related to the Sharingan. On what grounds? An elder thundered. We are victims too. Because the nine-tails' eyes were Sharingan. Another elder gave a hollow laugh. That alone is reason enough. Silence pressed down, suffocating. Uchiha Yashiro's voice brimmed with barely restrained fervor. Clan head, unless we act now, we shall be slaughtered without resistance. We must do something. Fugaku remained silent for a long while, then spoke, each word deliberate. Wait a little longer. Wait, until they exterminate us to the last soul, eh? I said wait. His authority brooked no dissent. Yashiro said nothing more, but Shigure clearly sensed his chakra as he left fury, resentment, and a chilling resolve. Shigure opened her eyes. Another path toward annihilation was slowly coalescing. At dusk, she left the police force and headed toward the ancestral Uchiha residence. Near the edge of the clan district, she found Inohi. She knelt before a household entrance, comforting a weeping woman who cradled a sleeping infant, blissfully unaware of the world's suffering. Inohi. Shigure approached. Inohi looked up, her eyes rimmed with red. Shigure, you saw it too. Shigure nodded. This is Minako, Inohi whispered hoarsely. Her husband. During the nine-tailed beast's night, he was crushed beneath collapsing beams while saving their child. Shigure gazed at the sobbing woman, and at the infant in her arms. Behind the child stood a young man, spectral form, gazing down at wife and child, his eyes filled with tenderness so profound it could not dissolve. He had not yet departed. Or rather, he could not bring himself to leave. Shigure knelt beside them and murmured softly. He will always watch over you. What did you say? The woman lifted her tear-blurred face. Shigure offered no further explanation, only gently brushed her fingertip across the infant's cheek. In that instant, the child opened his eyes, gazed directly at Shigure, and smiled. A smile pure and unblemished, as though he truly beheld something warm, something real. The woman froze. Tears spilled anew, but this time not only despair flowed within them. Thank you, she choked out. Thank you. Shigure rose, gave Inohi a slight nod, and turned to leave. After only a few steps, Inohi hurried after her and grasped her sleeve. Shigure. Her voice trembled. What did you just do? Shigure shook her head gently. Nothing. Impossible. Inohi held her gaze. What was he looking at just now? Shigure paused, then answered softly. He was looking at his father. Inohi recoiled, stunned. His father remains, Shigure whispered. We simply cannot see him. Inohi stared, awe, unease, and something deeper warring in her eyes. Shigure, what exactly can you see? Shigure looked at her, and passed her to the still vibrant spectral figure behind her, and replied calm and quiet. I see what you cannot. Inoue stood speechless for a long moment, then released her grip and stepped back. You really are strange, she sighed, not unkindly. Shigure nodded. I know. She walked on. From behind came Inoue's voice. Shigure. Thank you for comforting her. Shigure did not turn back, but the faintest curve touched her lips. Night fell. She sat beneath the ancient tree, gazing up at the stars. A few tiny butterflies fluttered near her, shimmering with delicate light beneath the moon. She drew out her leaf flute and brought it to her lips. One note, still tuneless. A second note, still grating. A third, still chaotic. Shigure sighed softly and set the flute aside. A soft chuckle drifted over the wall. You play terribly. She turned. Mizuki vaulted over the fence and sat beside her. So late, why come? Shigure asked. Mizuki was silent for a moment, then murmured, I couldn't sleep. Moonlight washed over his face, pale, his eyes shadowed with rare exhaustion. Because of the nine-tailed beast's night. Mizuki nodded. I saw so many die, he said, voice thick. I wanted to save them, but I couldn't. I could only watch. Shigure said nothing. She understood that helplessness all too well. Shigure ni. Mizuki suddenly looked up. You can see the dead, can't you? Inoue told me today, Mizuki said, holding her gaze. She said you see things no one else can. I want to ask, can you truly see those who've already passed? Shigure hesitated, then gave a quiet nod. Yes. Mizuki's eyes lit faint but unmistakable. Then, can you see my father? Shigure looked at him, and at the fading specter of Mizuki the deceased, standing just behind him, then spoke gently. I never met him, so I cannot see him. But I can tell you one thing. What is it? The dead do not truly depart, Shigure said slowly. They remain, somehow somewhere, beside you. Perhaps in memory, perhaps in the wind, perhaps in a dream. As long as you remember them, they are not truly gone. Mizuki repeated, dazed. As long as I remember, they're not gone. Yes. He sat in silence for a long while, then smiled. A smile laced with quiet release and gentle sorrow. Thank you, Shigure ni. I understand now. He rose to leave. At the wall he glanced back with a grin. Oh, and tomorrow afternoon I'll teach you flute again. This time I'll make sure you learn. Shigure watched him, then gave a soft, quiet nod. Mizuki leapt over the wall and vanished. Alone beneath the tree, Shigure gazed in the direction he'd disappeared. His spectral form remained behind him, yet it had grown fainter, by just a fraction. She lifted her eyes to the night sky. The full moon had passed, but the next would rise soon. A month after the Nine-Tails night, the reconstruction of Konoha was nearing its end, and the streets had returned to their former liveliness. Yet beneath the surface of prosperity, dark currents surged stronger than during the time of ruins. Shiyu traveled daily between the old house and the police force, quietly observing everything that transpired. She witnessed the Uchiha clan members being pelted with stones. She saw patrol requests being repeatedly denied. She saw children in the clan isolated and insulted at school. She saw Fugaku being confronted by the radicals during meetings. She saw too much. Her white hair had grown another inch. That afternoon Shiyu was handling paperwork when the door was suddenly pushed open. In walked Inoue, her face pale, eyes red, clearly having just cried. Inoue. Shiyu stood up. What's wrong? Inoue approached her, biting her lip, speechless. Shiyu looked at her and noticed that the bright shadow behind her also furrowed its brow, as if sharing in her sorrow. Speak, Shiyu said calmly. Inoue took a deep breath and the tears she had been holding back finally flowed. I was on patrol today, passing by a store I often go to. The owner had always treated me well, always giving me extra things. Her voice trembled today when I greeted him. He looked at me and spat at my feet. He said, get lost, Uchiha traitor. Inoue's tears flowed down. Shiyu, what did I do wrong? I was also saving people that day. I almost died too. Why? Why do they treat me like this? Shiyu looked at her, gazing at the weeping shadow behind her, and softly said, you did nothing wrong. Then why? Because they need someone to hate. Shiyu's tone was calm and insightful. Hate is easier than understanding. Hate is simpler than forgiveness. Fear can make people cruel. Inoue stared at her, bewildered. On the night of the Nine-Tails, they were terrified to the utmost. Now that the disaster has passed, the fear remains. They need an outlet, Shiyu said quietly, and Uchiha is the most convenient target. Inoue's tears continued to slide down her cheeks. Then, what should we do? Live on. Remember who you are. Do not become like them, Shiyu said clearly, word by word. Inoue gazed at the girl before her, forever frozen at 13, looking into those silver eyes that seemed to see through everything, and suddenly felt her heart take lesson. Shiyu, she sniffled, you are really strange. Shiyu nodded, I know. Inoue smiled through her tears, I'll get back to work now. Thank you. She turned to leave. Shiyu watched her back, noticing that the shadow behind her gently nodded, as if in gratitude. She withdrew her gaze and continued with her paperwork. Yet deep in her heart a weight had been added. Inoue was merely one of countless victims. Many more were enduring the same pain. And all of this had only just begun. In the evening, Shiyu left the police force and encountered Shisui and Itachi on the way. The two seemed to be waiting specifically for her. Sister Shiyu. Shisui waved, "Are we practicing the flute again today?" Shiyu looked at him and noticed the shadow behind him had faded a little more. Yes. The three of them walked toward the old house together. Along the way, Itachi remained silent. Shiyu noticed that the two shadows behind him, an adult Itachi bleeding in the rain and Shisui enveloped in darkness, were clearer than before. This meant that those destined futures were drawing closer. She gently asked Itachi, "How have you been lately?" Itachi raised his gaze and replied calmly, "Not bad." "Not bad?" Shisui interjected, "Is that what you call it?" "He's been madly taking on missions in the Umbu 5 in 3 days. I'm afraid he'll wear himself out." "Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" Shiyu asked Itachi. Itachi was silent for a moment before replying quietly, "When I'm busy, I don't think too much." Shiyu nodded gently. She understood. The three returned to the old house and sat beneath the old tree. Shisui took out 3 leaf flutes and distributed them. "Today we'll learn a new tune. It's very simple. You'll learn it in no time." He began to play a cheerful little melody. After finishing, he smiled. "Give it a try." Shiyu brought the flute to her lips, took a deep breath, and blew. A sharp jarring sound erupted. Shisui clutched his ears with glee, while Itachi frowned slightly. "I give up," Shiyu said expressionlessly. Shisui laughed so hard he could hardly stand. "Sister Shiyu, your talent is simply extraordinary. It's hard for an average person to play that badly." Shiyu shot him a cold glance. Shisui immediately stopped laughing and said seriously, "It's okay, take your time. Itachi, you go first." Itachi raised his flute and played. The notes flowed smoothly and steadily, showing no signs of being a beginner. Shisui nodded repeatedly, impressive. "Itachi, why don't you just switch to being a musician?" Itachi put down the flute and calmly shook his head. "I won't retire." Shisui was taken aback. "In the Umbu, there are only 2 outcomes," Itachi stated flatly, "retirement or death. I will not retire." The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Shisui opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Shiyu looked at Itachi, at the 2 shadows behind him destined for tragedy, and softly asked, "Do you know what you are doing?" Yes, Itachi nodded. "No regrets." He was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "There's no such thing as worth it or not. Only necessity." Again this phrase. Shiyu felt a slight bitterness in her heart and turned to ask, "How's your brother Sasuke doing lately?" Itachi's eyes flickered with a faint warmth. "He's doing well. Very happy." When he spoke the word happy, his tone carried an indescribable envy and relief. Shiyu nodded gently. "That's good." Shisui watched the 2 of them, his expression complex. He vaguely understood that these 2 individuals guarded through witnessing and bearing. As for himself, he still did not know his path. He only knew he did not want to let them walk alone. "All right, let's stop talking about this." Shisui forced himself to lighten the mood. "Let's continue practicing the flute." The sound of the flute resonated once more, gently drifting in the sunset. The 3 sat under the tree, each with their own thoughts. Butterflies danced around, seemingly listening silently. As night fell after Shisui and Itachi left, Shiyu sat alone beneath the old tree. She picked up the leaf flute and brought it to her lips. She blew a note. It still sounded off-key, but she did not stop. Again. Another note. One after another. Suddenly, a clear, crisp, and true flute sound gently resonated. Shiyu was stunned. She looked at the flute and then at her hands. Was that note really produced by her? She tried again. Another clear note. Shiyu stared blankly at the flute at her fingertips and then suddenly smiled softly. It was faint but real. She had finally played the leaf flute. Though it wasn't a song, it had produced sound. She blew again and again. It may not be in tune, but it was earnest. The butterflies danced joyfully around her. Under the moonlight, the white-haired girl sat beneath the old tree, clumsily yet persistently playing a tune that was out of tune. Ordinary yet warm. Chapter 8 End. Spring of year 55 in Konoha. 6 months had passed since the Night of the 9 Tails. On the surface, the village had regained its prosperity, but beneath lay ceaseless undercurrents of tension. That day, Toki received a notice. A full clan assembly of the Uchiha would be held that evening, mandatory for all jonin and above. She stared at the slip of paper in silence for a long while. She knew this gathering would not end quietly. At dusk, Toki arrived at the shrine at the heart of the Uchiha compound. Nearly 100 clansmen had already gathered in the courtyard, conversing in hushed clusters. The air hung thick and heavy, nearly solid with dread. As she stepped into the crowd, countless eyes instantly turned toward her. Curiosity, fear, rejection, distance, as always. Unfazed, she moved to a corner and stood still. Ino quickly squeezed beside her and whispered, "The atmosphere tonight is off." Yashiro and the others seemed ready to provoke a confrontation. Toki gave a slight nod. "I know." She extended her perception. The entire plaza's murmurs flowed into her awareness. "We can't endure this any longer. To wait is to invite slaughter. Fugaku is too weak. Perhaps another leader could still save us." Tonight we must force the clan head to declare his stance. Upon the raised dais, Fugaku stood with his back to the assembly, gazing silently at the shrine's engraved plaque. The hollow void behind him, empty, featureless, stood out starkly against the night. Beside him the elders' faces were grim as forged iron. The assembly officially began. Fugaku turned to face the crowd, his gaze sweeping across every face. I have called you here today to deliberate upon our clan's future. No sooner had the words left his lips than the crowd erupted. Deliberate. They treat us as traitors. Then let us truly become one. Better to strike first than wait to die. Fugaku raised a hand to quell the unrest, his voice calm but unyielding. I know your grievances. I know your fury. Yet rash action plays directly into their hands. War would brand us traitors, not heroes. Yashiro stepped forward from the crowd and sneered. So you ask us to keep enduring? Endure until they slaughter us all. Fugaku met his gaze. War would not claim only enemies. It would devour our parents, our spouses, our children. Then tell us, what better path do you offer? Fugaku fell silent. The crowd stirred again, restless and volatile. Then, clear, cold, and cutting, a voice rang out. Enough. Every head turned as one. Toki emerged from the shadows of the corner and walked calmly toward the dais. Her silver hair gleamed like frost under the moonlight. Her pale eyes remained serene, untroubled, as if she had witnessed this very scene unfold 1,000 times before. You wish to act? She asked softly. Do you truly understand the consequences? Yashiro frowned. Who are you? What right do you have to speak? Toki ignored him, continuing evenly. I have lived longer than any among you. I have seen wars. I have seen ruin. I have watched countless souls hurl themselves, and their families, into the abyss, all for a single moment of rage. Her voice was quiet, but each word landed with crystalline clarity. Do you believe resistance will earn you respect? No. Victory brands you traitors. Defeat leaves only corpses. Either way, you walk no path of life. A voice tore through the silence. Then are we simply to wait for death? Toki looked at him, and beyond him at the spectral silhouette of his own fallen self, then replied calm and steady. Live, remember who you are. Do not become the very thing you hate most. Silence swallowed the courtyard whole. Fugaku watched Toki, his eyes shimmering with something unreadable, layered and deep. Yashiro opened his mouth to retort, but was forcibly restrained by those beside him. The assembly dissolved hastily. Afterward, Fugaku detained Toki as she departed. They stood together in the shrine's deep shadow, saying nothing for a long time. Fugaku spoke first. Tonight? Thank you. Toki shook her head. I did not do it for you. I spoke only truth. Fugaku gave a wry, hollow smile. I know. He paused, then asked quietly, Toki, you see things I cannot, don't you? Toki met his gaze, neither confirming nor denying. You once asked me why there is nothing behind me. Fugaku said, his gaze distant. Today I give you the answer. He looked at her, his eyes bearing the weight of an entire clan. Because I have no future left. Toki faltered just slightly. From the moment I assumed the title of clan head, I knew it. His voice dropped to a whisper. Every choice leads only to death. Every path ends only in the abyss. He offered a bitter, self-mocking smile. That is why, behind me, there is nothing. Toki gazed upon this man, cornered by fate itself, and found no words. Fugaku turned away, his back now to her. Toki, if the worst day truly comes, will you protect Mikoto and Sasuke for me? Toki remained silent for a long while, then answered with a single soft word. Yes. Fugaku did not turn, but his shoulders eased, just a fraction. Toki left the shrine and walked home beneath the luminous moon. Its light bathed the long street in silvery brilliance, bright as day. She reached the gate of her ancestral home and reached for the door, when suddenly she sensed that familiar chakra signature. Odo. She stood outside the wall, refusing to enter. Toki approached. Why have you come again? Odo looked at her, her expression layered with sorrow and conflict. Tonight, you aided Fugaku. Do you know what fate awaits him? Odo asked. Do you know how he will die? I do, Toki replied, calm and certain. I see the emptiness behind him. I see the path on which his death is already written. Then why help him at all? Toki answered simply, because right now, he needs someone to reach out. Odo studied her for a long, silent moment, then sighed soft and resigned. You truly are the seventh, the most foolish among us. She turned to leave, then paused, glancing back over her shoulder. Oh, and one thing. I should warn you. That boy named Shisui, the phantom behind him, is fading fast. Toki went utterly still. 1 year, no more. He will be dead within 12 months. The words faded, and so did she, vanishing into the moonlight. Toki remained frozen where she stood, unmoving, unblinking. The moon stretched her shadow long, longer than ever before. So lonely it seemed the entire world had emptied, leaving only her. Early the next morning, Shiryu went directly to find Shisui. She needed to confirm. When Shiryu arrived, he was practicing his sword in the courtyard. Seeing Shiryu, he sheathed his sword and smiled. Shiryu, so early. Shiryu walked up to him and looked him in the eyes. Shisui, I have something to ask you. Jishu's smile faded. Go ahead. Shiryu stared at him, gazing at the almost transparent phantom behind him, and softly asked, have you had any very vivid dreams lately? Shisui was taken aback and nodded yes. What kind of dream? He fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, I dreamed I was standing at the edge of a cliff. There was a person on the opposite side, their face obscured, reaching out to me, as if calling me over. I wanted to walk, but my feet couldn't move. When I looked down, I was standing in a pool of blood. In the blood, a pair of eyes was watching me. Shiryu's heart sank little by little. Is there more? There is Itachi. Jishu's voice became much softer. I dreamed he was standing in front of me, crying with my eyes. It seemed he had something to say, but I couldn't hear it. Shiryu took a deep breath. She understood what these dreams meant. That deceased Jisui was constantly resonating with the present him. That ending was getting closer. Jisui. Her tone was serious. From today onwards, you must be very careful. Jisui looked at her. Why? Someone wants to kill you. Jisui showed no shock or panic, just silence. After a moment, he softly asked, it's Danzo, isn't it? Shiryu nodded. Jisui gave a self-deprecating smile as expected. He walked to a tree, leaned against the trunk, and sat down. Shiryu sat beside him. The two remained silent for a long time. Jisui spoke first, his voice as light as the wind. Shiryu, actually, I have known this day would come for a long time. Since I realized how special the other heavenly gods are. Jisui looked into the distance. I knew someone would definitely target these eyes. Danzo Root, and those hidden in the dark. They wouldn't let go of such power. He smiled, a calm born from seeing too much. I have always thought about what I should do when that day truly arrives. Should I fight to survive, or use these eyes to do one last thing? Shiryu asked, what do you want to do? I want to prevent a war. Jisui said softly, the war between the clan and the village. You feel it too, right? The clan wants to rebel, the village wants to suppress. If no one stops it, it will definitely break out. He turned to Shiryu, his gaze serious. How many people will die then? Clan members, friends, those innocent children. I don't want to see that day. Shiryu looked at him, at the fading phantom behind him, and suddenly understood completely. This boy was already prepared for sacrifice. He wasn't unaware of the danger. He simply chose a path that he believed was the most correct. Jisui. Shiryu softly asked, have you thought about any other way? Jisui gently shook his head. I don't know. But this is the path I can think of with the least cost. Shiryu fell silent. She couldn't persuade him, because she herself was also in her own way protecting what must be protected. I'll ask you one last time. Shiryu's voice was very soft. If that day really comes, what do you want me to do? Jisui thought for a moment, and said seriously, help me protect Itachi. And what else? He smiled, a hint of reluctance in his eyes also. Help me remember me. Don't let me be completely forgotten. Shiryu looked at him and nodded seriously. All right. That afternoon, Jisui continued to teach the flute as usual. Itachi also came. The three sat under the old tree, just like before. Jisui played the flute, Itachi learned, and Shiryu quietly watched from the side. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled warm shadows on the three. A few butterflies danced gently, quietly, and tenderly. Everything was as usual, but Shiryu knew that everything was different now. She clearly saw the phantom behind Jisui was reaching out to him. That deceased Jisui was waiting for that destined moment to arrive. Shiryu averted her gaze and looked at the blue sky. It was a clean blue, a cruel blue. She gently thought in her heart, this is probably the cost of being alive. Watching an important person step by step approach the end, and herself unable to change anything. Only witnessing, only remembering. In the evening, Jisui and Itachi left. Shiryu sat alone under the old tree, took out the leaf flute. She placed it to her lips and blew gently. A clear, crisp sound of the flute echoed. She could already play it, but in her heart, she couldn't be happy at all, because the person who taught her to play the flute might be gone soon. She blew again and again. The notes were out of tune, yet she was incredibly earnest. The butterflies circled around her, as if silently comforting her. Under the moonlight, the silver-haired girl sat under the old tree, stubbornly playing a dissonant tune. She was playing for someone who was about to leave, in the only way she could, remembering him. Chapter 10, the end. In the spring of the 56th year of the Leaf Village. A year and a half has passed since the Night of the Nine Tails. The village is wrapped in a facade of calmness, yet beneath the surface the undercurrents have never ceased to surge. The rift between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha widens day by day, and the conflicts between the radical and moderate factions within the clan become increasingly acute. Everyone is waiting, fully aware that something is about to happen, yet no one knows what it will be. Shiyu's life appears to be as usual on the surface. Every day she goes to work in the police department, handling documents marked with the eye symbol. In the afternoons, she occasionally walks around the village quietly observing the changes in the phantoms. In the evenings, she returns to the old house, where Shisui and Itachi often come, and the three sit together under the old tree, practicing the leaf flute. Shiyu's flute playing can now produce simple melodies. However, every time Shisui comes he still smiles, and says, "Sister Shiyu, you need to practice more." Shiyu understands that he is trying to maintain the facade of normalcy by this means. But she knows better than anyone that everything is no longer normal. Because the phantom behind Shisui has become nearly invisible. The Shisui who should have died has almost completely merged with reality. This means that future is already close at hand. That evening Shisui came alone. He did not bring Itachi. Shiyu was sitting under the old tree watching him walk in without saying a word. Shisui walked to her side and quietly sat down. The two remained silent for a long time. Finally Shisui spoke softly, "Sister Shiyu, I have something I want to tell you." Shiyu looked at him. The moonlight fell on his face, appearing somewhat pale, yet his gaze was exceptionally calm. This was not numbness but a peace achieved after making a decision. "Go ahead." Shisui took a deep breath and slowly said, "I might be dying soon." Shiyu's fingers tightened slightly, but she did not speak. Shisui continued, "It's not just a feeling, I really know. My dreams have been becoming clearer lately. I see myself standing by the Nange River having my eyes gouged out. I see my corpse sinking to the riverbed. I see Itachi standing before my grave weeping." He smiled gently, a smile mixed with sadness and resolution. "So I know that day is coming soon." Shiyu looked at him at the nearly transparent phantom and softly asked, "Are you afraid?" Shisui pondered for a moment and seriously replied, "Yes. But more than that, I'm unwilling." "Unwilling about what?" "Unwilling that I haven't seen Itachi grow up." Shisui said softly, "Unwilling that I haven't seen Sasuke learn the Sharingan. Unwilling that I haven't taught you to play the leaf flute well." At the end he intentionally added a hint of lightheartedness. Shiyu did not smile. She just looked at him and said word by word, "I can stop it. With my abilities." Shisui gently shook his head, "No, Sister Shiyu, you can't." "Why?" "Because that is my choice." Shisui looked at her, his gaze serious, unlike that of a 14-year-old boy. "I choose to protect what I want to protect in this way. If you stop it, all my preparations and arrangements will be in vain." Shiyu fell silent. She knew that Shisui was right. She could forcibly change the future, slowing down time, speeding it up, using all her strength. But the cost of that might be even greater chaos. Moreover, it was Shisui's choice. She had no right to decide for him. "Sister Shiyu," Shisui continued, "I came to find you today to ask you for a few things. First, if I die, please take care of Itachi for me." Shisui's voice was gentle yet earnest. "That child is too lonely and too stubborn, always thinking of shouldering everything on his own. I hope there is someone who can watch over him to pull him back when he goes astray." "Okay." "Second, this Shisui pointed to his left, "I hides my kodoe at Tsukumi. If Danzo and the others come to steal it, I hope you can protect it and not let those people use it for evil." "Okay." Third, Shisui paused and softly said, "If possible, please watch over Sasuke for me. That child is Itachi's hope for survival. As long as Sasuke is there, Itachi will not completely lose himself." Shiyu looked at him and nodded seriously. "Okay." Shisui smiled. That smile was as pure as the sunlight in early spring. "Thank you, Sister Shiyu," he said. "Thank you for being willing to listen to me and for being willing to help me." Shiyu looked at him and suddenly asked, "What about you? What do you want me to do for you?" Shisui was taken aback. Shiyu softly said, "You keep talking about Itachi, about Sasuke, about the eyes. But what about yourself? Is there anything you want me to do?" Shisui remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke in a very soft, almost inaudible voice, "If possible, after I die, come and see me occasionally." Shiyu quietly looked at him. Shisui continued, "You don't have to do anything, don't have to say anything. Just sit in front of my grave for a while. Let me know that someone still remembers me." A wave of bitterness surged in Shiyu's heart. This boy who had exhausted all his efforts to protect everyone ultimately only sought to be remembered. "Okay," she said, "I will go frequently." Shisui smiled again. This time his smile held a touch of genuine satisfaction. They sat under the old tree for a long time. The moon rose to its zenith, casting its clear light upon the earth. A few transparent butterflies fluttered gently around them, shining faintly in the moonlight, as if silently witnessing this moment. Shisui suddenly spoke, "Sister Shiyu, do you know? I actually envy you." "Envy me for what?" "I envy you for being able to live for so long." Shisui said, "To see so many things, to remember so many people." Shiyu gently shook her head. "Living long is not necessarily a good thing. Watching those around you leave one by one is painful." Shisui thought for a moment and softly said, "But at least you can remember them. And if I die, I will probably be forgotten quickly." Shiyu looked at him, her tone extremely serious. "You will not be forgotten. I promise." Shisui looked at her, his eyes trembling slightly. "Really? Really?" Shisui smiled this time. It was a heartfelt, carefree smile. "That's good," he softly repeated. "That's good." He stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "I have to go now. Oh, I still have to report to the Umbu tomorrow." Shiyu also stood up and watched him leave. Shisui walked to the door and suddenly turned back. "Sister Shiyu, one last thing." "What?" Play that piece I taught you one more time for me. Shiyu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. She picked up the leaf flute, placed it to her lips, and gently played. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It still sounds out of tune, but it has improved a lot from before. Shisui listened quietly, the corners of his mouth slowly curving up. Not bad, he said, there's still room for improvement. He turned and disappeared into the night. Shiyu played again and again, until a transparent butterfly landed on her flute, gently flapping its wings. Only then did she stop. Under the moonlight, she stood alone beneath the old tree, watching the direction Shisui had left. She clearly knew that this was the last time she would see him smiling as he departed. 3 days later, the 20th of May, year 56 of Konoha. As usual, the day dawned bright and clear, bathed in gentle sunlight and a tranquil breeze. Yet from dawn, Tokiyame sensed something amiss. The translucent butterflies grew agitated, swarming restlessly around the old estate, no longer perching quietly on branches, but circling incessantly, as if desperately foretelling an imminent fate. She stood in the courtyard gazing at them. She knew what would unfold today, but she had promised Shisui she would honor his choice. She could only wait for that moment to arrive as ordained. At dusk, the sun sank behind the hills. Tokiyame sat beneath the ancient tree, utterly still. The translucent butterflies multiplied, blanketing the entire courtyard. Their wings shimmered faintly in the twilight, like countless eyes watching over destiny itself. Tokiyame closed her eyes and extended her perception. She saw, by the banks of the Naha River, Shisui stood motionless, his back turned to the water. Before him stood several masked umbu, agents of the root. Their leader wore bandages across his face, his gaze sharp and sinister. Danzo Shimura. Tokiyame's fingers clenched fiercely, her nails biting deep into her palms. Yet she did not move. She had promised Shisui she would not interfere. By the Naha River, Shisui regarded Danzo with calm composure. Lord Danzo, you have come in person. Danzo sneered. Uchiha Shisui, your eyes are now mine. With a curt gesture, his umbu surged forward. Shisui did not flee. He drew his kunai and met them heat in. But the odds were overwhelming. His foes too numerous, too formidable. Within moments, he was pinned to the ground, immobilized. Danzo approached, crouched beside him, and reached out. Tsukuyami, such power has no place in the hands of a mere boy. His fingers pierced Shisui's right eye socket. Shisui clenched his teeth, silent, unyielding. Blood traced down his cheeks, dripping onto the earth. Danzo withdrew Shisui's right eye, sealed it in a small vial, and rose. Eliminate him. He turned to leave. In that very instant, Shisui wrenched free from his restraints and hurled himself toward the riverbank with his last breath of strength. Danzo frowned and barked, pursue him. But Shisui had already leapt into the Naha River. The current swallowed him whole. Tokiyame opened her eyes. Tears trembled in her eyes, but she held them back. She rose and walked toward the gate. The translucent butterflies followed in her wake, coalescing into a luminous flowing stream. By the Naha River, when Tokiyame arrived, all was over. Bloodstains and signs of struggle marred the ground, and there abandoned lay an eye. Shisui's left eye. He had preserved it by his own will. Tokiyame knelt and gently lifted it from the earth. It still glowed faintly, as if alive. She cradled it carefully, then walked to the river's edge. The water flowed serenely, moonlight spilled across its surface, scattering silver ripples. She extended her perception, searching the riverbed. Soon she found him. Shisui's body lay motionless upon the silt, still and silent. The phantom behind him, the departed Shisui, had vanished entirely. Only the true self remained. Forever frozen at 15. Tokiyame stood by the river, gazing into its depths. The translucent butterflies circled her, their light dimmed, as if mourning. After a long silence, she spoke softly, her voice nearly lost to the wind. Shisui, I have come. I've come to see you. Her tears finally fell. One drop, then another, plunging into the river, merging with his final trace. After an indeterminate time, Tokiyame sensed someone behind her. She turned. It was Itachi. He stood there, pale as ash hollowed. Blood streamed from his left eye. He had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tokiyame watched him, without a word. Itachi stepped beside her, staring at the river in silence. Side by side, they gazed upon the place where Shisui had vanished, motionless, unblinking. At last, Itachi's voice emerged, hoarse and raw. What did he say at the end? Tokiyame replied gently. He asked me to watch over you. Itachi's frame shuddered faintly. He also said, not to blame yourself. This was his choice alone. Itachi fell silent once more. After a long pause, he whispered, where is his eye? Tokiyame withdrew the left eye from her robe and offered it to him. Itachi stared at it, his eyes reddening again, yet he did not weep. He reached out, took it, and closed his fist tightly around it. Tsukuyami, he murmured almost reverently. This is what he entrusted me with, his final gift. Tokiyame watched the two phantoms behind Itachi, the bleeding adult Itachi and Shisui shrouded in darkness. Now within that shadow Shisui gazed upon the eye in Itachi's hand, as if smiling. Itachi, Tokiyame asked, "What will you do now?" He paused, then lifted his gaze to the moon, his voice steady, resolute. "I will carry forward his will." "What will I?" "To protect the village. To protect our clan. To protect those who must be protected," Itachi said softly, with the eyes he gave me. Tokiyame looked upon this child, only 11 years old, already bearing the weight of fate. Her heart swelled with sorrow and pride. "Shisui, do you see? He has grown. Truly, he has grown." That night Tokiyame and Itachi stood by the river for hours, until the moon dipped westward and the eastern horizon blushed with dawn's first light. Itachi finally turned to leave. Just before departing, he glanced back at Tokiyame. "Senior, may I keep this eye for now? When the right moment comes, I will ensure it fulfills its purpose." Tokiyame nodded. Itachi took a few steps, then halted once more. "Senior, thank you for accompanying him to his final journey." Tokiyame shook her head lightly. "There is no need for thanks. I promised him." Itachi said nothing more. He dissolved into the morning light. Alone, Tokiyame remained by the river, watching the water flow steadily onward. The translucent butterflies gradually dispersed, leaving only a few drifting gently above the water's surface. She whispered, "Shisui, rest in peace. I will remember you. Always." The news of Shisui's death spread swiftly across Konoha. The Uchiha clan erupted in outrage. Nearly all believed the village's upper echelons had orchestrated his assassination. Fugaku urgently summoned Toki. When pressed for the truth, she suppressed the bitter ache in her chest and concealed the full account of Danzo's theft, replying only with quiet detachment. Shisui was attacked by an unknown assailant and perished. She needed time, and she needed to wait for the right moment, the one that arrived sooner than she had anticipated. On the 7th evening after Shisui's death, Itachi appeared silently at the gate of the ancestral Uchiha compound. His face was paler than ever, his eyes sunken, shadowed by profound exhaustion. Standing beyond the threshold, he gazed at Toki, his expression unervingly serene for an 11-year-old boy. "Senior," he murmured softly, "I wish to transplant that eye." Toki studied him. "Are you certain?" He nodded faintly, his voice unwavering. "I need power. Now. I need it now." Toki paused in silence, then stepped aside to let him enter. Itachi walked into the house and sat down quietly. From within her robes, Toki withdrew Shisui's left eye. It glimmered faintly in her palm, like a star refusing to fade. "Do you understand the risks of transplantation?" Toki asked softly. "A single misstep could cost you your sight, or even your life." "I know. You also know the power this eye holds. Tsukuyomi's ultimate variant, Kodoamatsukumi, capable of altering another's will without their awareness. And if wielded wrongly." "I know," Itachi interrupted, his gaze unshakably resolute. "But I will wield it where it belongs." Toki looked upon this boy who bore the weight of destiny far too soon, and finally gave a gentle nod. "Very well. I will help you." The surgery was crude and merciless. No medical means stood by, no sterile chamber existed. Only the rudimentary healing techniques Toki had learned from her mother's scrolls and fragmented memories glimpsed through echoes of time. Yet she possessed a power uniquely her own, temporal deceleration. She slowed time's flow within Itachi's body, rendering every incision, every suture crystalline in clarity and unhurried in execution. When Shisui's left eye was successfully implanted into Itachi's socket, when the wound began to seal itself, when Itachi slowly opened his eyes, Toki saw it unmistakably. His left eye shimmered with Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kodoamatsukumi had been inherited. Yet what truly chilled Toki's heart was the spectral figure behind Itachi. The blood-soaked adult Itachi, whose outline now sharpened with terrifying clarity. And beside him Shisui's shadow, swathed in darkness, reached out slowly toward Itachi, as if welcoming him onto the very same path of fate. Toki turned her gaze away, daring not look again. She understood more deeply than anyone what it signified. After a brief rest, Itachi reopened his eyes. His right eye burned with his own Amaterasu, his left pulsed with Shisui's Kodoamatsukumi. "Senior," he said quietly, "thank you." Toki shook her head gently. "This was Shisui's gift to you, not mine." Itachi fell silent, then lifted his gaze suddenly. "Senior, you can see what lies behind me, can't you?" Toki faltered, just slightly. "Shisui told me once," Itachi whispered, "that you see what others cannot. I want to know, what stands behind me?" Toki gazed at the two phantoms and spoke slowly. "There are two. One is your older self, standing in rain, tears of blood streaming from both eyes." Itachi's expression did not flicker. "And the other is Shisui," Toki murmured. "But not as he is now. He is shrouded in darkness, his face obscured, yet he watches you always." Itachi remained still for a long while. Then in a voice so soft, so still, he asked, "Does that Shisui smile?" Toki looked upon the dark silhouette. Yes, he smiled. Not with warmth, not with tenderness, but with a quiet, fated serenity. as if saying at last, "You have arrived." "He is smiling," Toki said. Itachi nodded faintly, asking no more. He rose, walked to the doorway, and paused, turning back to face Toki. Moonlight spilled across his slender shoulders. "Senior, may I still come to learn the flute?" Toki met his eyes and nodded gently. "Whenever you wish." A faint pure curve touched the corner of Itachi's lips. The first true smile he had offered since Shisui's death. After Itachi departed, Toki sat alone beneath the ancient tree. She lifted the leaf flute and placed it softly against her lips. Sure. Still unmelodic. Yet she played with extraordinary care. Translucent butterflies circled her, listening in silent reverence. "Shisui," she whispered, "I'm still practicing. When I master it, I'll play it for you." Moonlight bathed the earth in silver. Her white hair fell like spun silk. She played again and again, an unfinished melody, for one who would never hear it again. After Shisui's death, Tokiame's days grew ever quieter. Itachi visited occasionally, but grew increasingly preoccupied. The burdens of the ANBU weighed heavily upon him. Each visit lasted only a moment. Sitting in silence, sipping a single cup of tea, listening to her play a tuneless melody on the bamboo flute, before he departed once more in haste. Inoichi also came, but her smile faded with each passing day. The clan's mounting pressure and the village's growing suspicion left her breathless. Every visit ended in sighs, her eyes rimmed with red as she walked away. Fugaku never sought her out again. He merely sent a note through an intermediary, 3 words inscribed upon it. "I beg you." Tokiame knew he spoke of Sasuke. She folded the note carefully and slipped it inside the scroll left by her mother. Another full moon night descended. Tokiame sat beneath the ancient tree, gazing up at the moon. The translucent butterflies stirred with unnatural agitation, swarming the courtyard in dense shimmering layers, their wings catching the moonlight like the herald of an imminent rite. Chakra surged within her, turbulent and urgent, the golden light blazing from her right eye burned brighter than ever before. She knew. The gate was opening. The rift in time widened. Those echoes called to her. Tokiame rose and entered the old house. The instant she pushed open the door, she saw the mirror. Within its surface stood 6 versions of herself. An infant swaddled in cloth, a child of 5 or 6, a girl of 8 or 9, her 13-year-old self, the 17-year-old silhouette, and the 20-year-old echo. 6 pairs of eyes gazed at her in unison. "Tokiame," the echo spoke, her voice tender yet glacial. "Step inside." Tokiame did not move. "That boy named Shisui is dead." The echo continued. "You grieve deeply, don't you? Enter, and the pain will cease." Tokiame remained silent. "Everyone outside will die, one by one. Those you care for, those you strive to protect. They will all leave you. You cannot change a thing. Only watch, remember, and suffer. Aren't you weary?" Her fingers tightened faintly. Then softly she replied, "Yes, I am weary." "Then step inside." But Tokiame lifted her gaze to meet all 6 reflections, speaking each word with crystalline clarity and unwavering resolve. "I do not regret." The echo faltered, weary yet unregretful. Tokiame whispered, "The moment Shisui taught me to play the flute. The moment Inoichi smiled at me. The moment Itachi finally allowed himself a smile. Those moments alone are enough to carry me through every ounce of exhaustion." She stepped forward toward the mirror and raised her hand, not to cross the threshold, but to press it gently against the glass, fingertips meeting the 6 mirrored hands across the barrier. "I know you have been waiting for me," Tokiame said, looking upon them all. "But you are not the true me. You are the selves I might have become had I died. And the true me still lives." The 6 figures in the mirror fell silent as one. The smallest infant began to cry. The girl of 5 or 6 turned her face aside. The 8 or 9-year-old covered her face with trembling hands. The 13-year-old, her exact double, gazed at her, eyes clouded with complexity. "You've changed. I know. The girl you once were would never speak such words. The girl I once was had never met Shisui, had never met Itachi, had never encountered those who made me wish, truly wish, to live." The reflection sighed softly. "You've grown," she said. "Though your body remains frozen at 13, you have truly grown." She withdrew her hand and slowly stepped back. The other 5 echoes receded in unison. "We will not trouble you again. Unless one day you truly wish to return," said the 13-year-old. "But then, it will not be our invitation. It will be your choice to embrace us." Tokiame nodded gently. "All right." The mirrored figures dissolved like mist, leaving only her solitary reflection in the glass. She turned and walked back beneath the ancient tree, sitting down once more. She picked up the leaf flute and played. SSS, SSS, SSS. Still tuneless, yet firmer than ever before. "Shisui," she murmured. "I'm still here. I won't go anywhere." 2 months after Jishu's death, Shiyu's hair had grown a bit longer, now reaching her ankles. Every time she looked in the mirror, she could see her transformation. Her white hair was becoming more abundant, and the cherry blossom pink was spreading from the tips upwards as if some ancient power was slowly awakening within her. She knew what it was. It was the mark of the gatekeeper. It was proof of her connection to the time rift. It was the price she paid for choosing to witness everything. But she didn't care, because there were more important matters awaiting her. That day Shiyu patrolled the village. When she reached a residential area, she suddenly stopped. 3 extremely faint yet exceptionally unique chakras fell into her perception. Within that fluctuation lay a breath that resonated with the echo of time. Shiyu followed the sound and found its source. The first was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old squatting in the corner, softly asking the empty air ahead of her. What happened next? What happened later? Shiyu saw that behind the girl stood the ethereal figure of an elderly woman with white hair, gently gazing at her, softly narrating stories from long, long ago. The second was a boy around 7 or 8 years old sitting at his doorstep, drawing on the ground with a twig. As Shiyu approached, her heart trembled slightly. The drawing depicted a group of people in ancient attire gathered beneath a glowing tree, each face adorned with the patterns of the Sharingan. The boy looked up at her sister. Can you see them too? Shiyu nodded. I dream of them every day. The boy smiled. They talk to me, but I can't hear them clearly, so I can only draw them. Shiyu glanced behind him. An ethereal figure of a Uchiha in Warring States era attire looked on with satisfaction at the drawing. The third was a baby in a swaddling cloth sleeping peacefully in its mother's arms. At first glance it seemed like an ordinary baby, but Shiyu clearly saw. Deep within its eyes the sealed Sharingan gene lay dormant. It was the last bloodline of a Uchiha branch erased by history. Behind the baby stood a faceless female figure quietly guarding him. Shiyu stood in place, suddenly understanding everything. These 3 children were vessels of fragmented history. One could hear the voices of the past. One could dream of the shadows of the past. One bore the forgotten bloodline within. They were the final remnants of that deliberately erased history. Transparent butterflies appeared out of nowhere, gently fluttering around the children, as if witnessing together. Shiyu recalled Jishu's last words. Protect them well. Remembering the message in her mother's scroll. You are the gatekeeper. Your mission is to guard that which should not be forgotten. Recalling the sigh of the echo. As long as you are here, they are still here. Shiyu took a deep breath and made a decision in her heart. She would protect these 3 children. Not letting them be harmed, not letting them be used, not letting the world forget them. She would safeguard these shattered fragments of history in her own way. That night Shiyu returned to the old house and wrote 3 code names on her mother's scroll. Listening sound, drawing dream, sleeping eye. She intended to hide them. Hiding them in the crevices of time until the day fate allowed them to see the light of day again. As the night deepened, the stars filled the sky. Shiyu sat beneath the old tree with transparent butterflies fluttering around her, more numerous and brighter than ever. As if celebrating her resolve, she picked up the leaf flute and placed it to her lips. This time she played a new tune. Without a name, just her own melody. Played for those 3 children. Played for Shisui. Played for all those buried by time. And played for the self who chose not to escape any longer. The moonlight gently fell, her white hair fluttering. Behind her stood 6 transparent, ethereal figures quietly watching. They were 6 departed selves. They did not vanish, but chose to remain, accompanying her, guarding all that she wished to protect, witnessing the path she chose, witnessing this journey that would never cease. The Reign of Time. Chapter 15 End. Volume for the Accumulation of Ruin. In the spring of the 57th year of the Leaf Village, Shisui has passed away, marking a full year of seasons. This year the situation in Konoha has become increasingly delicate, like a tightly strung bowstring. Within the Uchiha clan, the radical faction led by the 8th generation has become increasingly rampant, secretly linking forces and plotting plans, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Although Fugaku still maintains a facade of control, his authority as clan leader is gradually being eroded. On one side of the village, Danzo's actions have grown less concealed. The Root Umbu frequently patrols the vicinity of the Uchiha clan, with surveillance density increasing day by day. The 3rd Hokage strives to maintain a fragile balance, yet his influence is being steadily undermined by Danzo. Caught in the eye of the storm are the innocent, ordinary clansmen. They live in a constant state of anxiety, unaware of whether the next day will bring them safety or disaster. Shiyu quietly observes everything happening around her. Her hair has grown longer, now trailing on the ground, and she must carefully lift it with each step to avoid stepping on it. But she pays it no mind, for she has a more important mission: to protect those 3 children. Ineen, the girl who can hear the voices of the past, has been placed with a regular family at the edge of the village by Shiyu. The couple childless treats this found child as their own. The girl still hears various sounds every day, but has learned to keep silent, only sharing those whispers that traverse time with Shiyu when she comes to visit. Hua Meng, the boy who always sees the past in his dreams, has been entrusted to an old painter. The elder teaches him to hold the brush and mix colors, and he paints everything he sees in his dreams onto paper. Each time Shiyu visits, she can see new paintings: the ancient Uchiha clan, the glowing divine tree, the smoke of battle and death, along with unfamiliar faces never documented in history. Mian Yin, the infant with sealed eyes, has already learned to walk unsteadily. The kind couple has adopted him, providing him with the most ordinary childhood. Yet his eyes have never opened. Each time Shiyu visits, she checks the seal within his body with her perception. The seal is ancient and powerful, and with her current strength, she cannot break it. These three children, who carry fragments of history, are Shiyu's entire concern at this moment. She protects them just as Shisui once protected her with all his might. That evening, just as Shiyu returned from Huameng, she sensed a familiar chakra. It was Itachi. He stood quietly at the entrance of the old residence waiting for her. As Shiyu approached and caught sight of his face, she was momentarily taken aback. In just a year, the 12-year-old boy had grown taller and more upright. But his gaze was deeper and more somber than a year ago, more difficult to fathom. Behind him were two ethereal figures: the battle-scarred adult Itachi, whose features were now discernible, and Shisui, shrouded in darkness, smiling gently at him. "Senpai," Itachi spoke softly. "I have something I wish to discuss with you." Shiyu nodded slightly and pushed open the courtyard gate. "Come in." They sat facing each other under the old tree. Transparent butterflies fluttered around, more numerous than usual, as if sensing the impending storm, quietly waiting for something. After a moment of silence, Itachi finally spoke. "The clan is preparing to take action." Shiyu's fingertips tightened. "When oi?" "Probably this autumn," Itachi said. "The 8th generation has already started contacting various parties, planning to officially propose a motion at the October meeting. What about you? How do you plan to choose?" Shiyu looked at him. Itachi fell silent for a long time, his voice calm to the point of being cold. "I have already spoken with the 3rd Hokage." Shiyu quietly awaited the continuation. "I will stand with the village." Itachi raised his gaze to Shiyu, the weight in his eyes indescribable. "I will become a double agent, passing information to the village. In exchange, the 3rd Hokage promised me that at the final moment, he would protect Sasuke." Shiyu stared at him, at the increasingly clear ethereal figures behind him, at the bloodied adult Itachi, seemingly nodding silently, as if to say, "That's right." "Do you understand what this means?" Shiyu asked. Itachi nodded lightly. "You will be seen as a traitor by your clansmen. I know. You will be reviled by everyone. I know. You will bear this stigma for the rest of your life. I know. You might even die on this path." Itachi was silent for a moment, yet his tone remained resolute. "I know." Shiyu gazed at the 12-year-old boy before her, who had already taken upon himself the fate of the entire clan and village, momentarily at a loss for words. She thought of Shisui, remembered his heart-wrenching words before his death. "That child is too lonely and too stubborn. He always wants to shoulder everything alone." Shisui was absolutely right. Itachi has always been that kind of person. "Senpai," Itachi suddenly raised his eyes. "In the future you can see. How will I die?" Shiyu looked at the bloodied figure behind him and softly said, "You will die at the hands of someone." "Who?" "Someone you love with your life." Itachi fell silent. He did not pursue the question of who. Perhaps he had already guessed. Perhaps from the moment he made his choice he had already understood. "Senpai," Itachi stood up, "if I die, please take care of Sasuke for me. Don't let him go down the wrong path." Shiyu looked at him and solemnly nodded. "All right." Itachi turned and prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused, turning back to look at Shiyu. "Senpai, Shisui's eye. I will use it well and not let him down." Shiyu nodded gently. "I believe in you." Itachi's figure vanished into the twilight. Shiyu sat alone beneath the old tree, gazing at the direction he had departed, remaining motionless for a long time. Transparent butterflies circled around her, fluttering gently, as if providing silent comfort. She took out the leaf flute, placed it to her lips, and played softly. The notes were still out of tune, but she played with utmost seriousness. For this boy who was about to bear everything and plunge into darkness, for this future that was already destined to be sorrowful, she played a solo piece. Chapter 16 complete. In the 57th year of the wood leaf, at the end of summer, the fateful night of the clan's annihilation draws ever closer. Shiyu distinctly senses the oppressive atmosphere growing heavier by the day. The number of transparent butterflies is also increasing, wildly swirling in groups above the old residence, as if mourning the impending calamity. On this day, an unexpected guest stepped into the old residence. Uchiha Makoto, Fugaku's wife, Sasuke's mother. Dressed in a simple kimono, she stands at the door, her gentle smile evoking a sense of heartache. Holding her hand is 7-year-old Sasuke. Lady Shiyu. Makoto slightly bows. "I hope my visit hasn't disturbed you." Shiyu gently shakes her head. "Please come in." Makoto leads Sasuke into the courtyard. Sasuke curiously looks around, gazing at the old tree and the transparent butterflies fluttering throughout the yard. Though he cannot see them, he seems to sense their presence, his eyes filled with innocent curiosity. Sasuke, greet her, Mikoto softly says. Sasuke looks up and cheerfully calls out, hello, sister. Shiyu kneels down looking at the child. Her gaze falls behind him. Two ethereal figures stand quietly. One is an adult Sasuke dressed in black, cold and aloof. The other is a complete family of 4 Fugaku, Mikoto, Itachi, and the younger version of herself. They stand side by side, smiles warm and blindingly happy. That is a past long lost. Shiyu retracts her gaze, looking gently at Sasuke. Hello, Sasuke. Your hair is so long and white, it's beautiful. Sasuke exclaims, tilting his little head. Shiyu smiles slightly. Thank you. Mikoto watches quietly, her eyes filled with a mixture of comfort and sorrow. Lady Shiyu, she softly speaks, I would like to ask you for a favor. Shiyu stands up. Please go on. Mikoto takes out an envelope from her bosom and solemnly hands it to her. If anything were to happen to me or Fugaku, please ensure this letter is given to Sasuke. Not now, but when he grows up. Shiyu accepts the envelope, her fingers brushing over the gentle inscription on the cover. To my son Sasuke, will you agree to this? Mikoto looks at her, her eyes filled with plea. Shiyu remains silent for a moment, then gently nods. Okay. Mikoto's eyes instantly redden, tears rolling down her cheeks. Thank you. Truly thank you. She deeply bows, paying her respects. Shiyu quickly helps her up softly, saying, you need not do this. Sasuke watches from the side, confusion etched on his small face. He does not understand why his mother suddenly seems so upset. Mom, he tugs at Mikoto's sleeve. Why are you crying? Mikoto wipes her tears, forcing a smile. It's nothing, Mom, is just very happy. She crouches down, tightly embracing Sasuke, as if wishing to compress all the tenderness and reluctance of her life into this one hug. Shiyu quietly watches this scene, glancing at the ethereal figures behind Mikoto. It is the future version of Mikoto, long departed, reaching out to Sasuke, wanting to hold her child one last time. This is a farewell that transcends life and death. On that afternoon, Mikoto and Sasuke stayed at the old residence for a long time. Mikoto and Shiyu chatted over tea under the old tree, while Sasuke ran around the courtyard chasing the transparent butterflies he could not see yet sensed. Lady Shiyu, Mikoto suddenly asks softly, you can see the future, can't you? Shiyu looks at her. Mikoto quietly continues, I've heard Fugaku mention that you can see things that others cannot. I want to ask, what does Sasuke's future look like? Shiyu pauses for a moment, then slowly says, I can see some possibilities. What are the possibilities for Sasuke? Shiyu gazes at the small figure running in the courtyard, watching the two distinctly different ethereal figures behind him. There are two. One, he will become a powerful figure who commands respect in the ninja world, but will live a life of solitude. Mikoto's fingers suddenly tighten. In the other possibility, he will find true happiness, Shiyu softly says, but this possibility is very small. Mikoto falls into a long silence. After a while, her voice trembles, yet is filled with earnestness. Then please, help him make this possibility a bit larger. Shiyu looks at her, nodding solemnly. I will do my best. Mikoto smiles, a smile filled with relief and an uncontainable sadness. Thank you. In the evening, Mikoto bids farewell, taking Sasuke with her. Before leaving, Sasuke turns back and waves his small hand energetically. Sister, goodbye. I will come to play again next time. Shiyu slightly nods. All right. The figures of mother and son gradually fade into the depths of twilight. Shiyu stands at the door of the old residence, gazing for a long time. Transparent butterflies swirl around her, as if bidding farewell together. She knows in her heart that this may very well be the last complete reunion for this family. The next time they meet, it may be a separation that lasts for eternity. And she can change nothing. Only witness. Only remember. In the stillness of the night, Shiyu sits under the old tree, taking out the letter addressed to Sasuke. To my son Sasuke. She gazes at these words, almost able to imagine the heart-wrenching feelings Mikoto must have had while writing them. Though she dearly loves her child, she must write her farewell words in advance. Shiyu carefully stores the letter, placing it beside the scroll left by her mother. Then she picks up the leaf flute and gently plays. Screech, screech, screech. It still lacks harmony, yet is played with utmost sincerity. For this child still naive and unaware of his fate. For this mother who has long foreseen the outcome, yet is powerless to change it. The moonlight spills across the ground, her white hair cascading down. The girl sits alone under the tree, playing a tune that no one understands. Behind her, 6 ethereal figures stand quietly. They too are listening. They are also witnessing. Chapter 17 complete. Autumn of year 57 in Konoha. Only 2 months remained until the night of the massacre. Shigure could feel it clearly. The suffocating tension in the air had reached its breaking point. The translucent butterflies had gathered in unprecedented density, nearly enveloping the entire ancestral estate. Their wings shimmered faintly under the moonlight, like countless watchful eyes silently awaiting the cataclysm destined to unfold. That day, Shigure received an invitation from Danzo Shimura. The message was terse, laced with an unyielding authority. Attend me at noon tomorrow at the root headquarters. Regarding the Uchiha, consider carefully. Danzo. Shigure held the letter in silence for a long while. She knew this was a banquet of treachery, yet she chose to go. She would witness for herself what Danzo truly intended. At noon the next day, Shigure arrived precisely at the root headquarters. It was an underground structure hidden on the village's periphery, its entrance concealed, its guards vigilant. After announcing her name, she was escorted by two ENBU through a long, dim corridor until they halted before a tightly sealed door. Enter. A low, gravelly voice issued from behind the door. Shigure pushed it open. The room was small, only a table and two chairs. Danzo sat rigidly on one side, his face swathed in bandages, his gaze sharp and predatory as a hawk's. And behind him, utter emptiness. Like Fugaku, he bore no future shadow. Sit. Danzo gestured toward the chair opposite. Shigure seated herself without hesitation, her eyes steady upon him. Danzo studied her in turn, his gaze piercing, incisive as a blade. They sat in silent confrontation. The air itself seemed to thicken and still. At last Danzo broke the silence. Uchiha Shigure, I have heard your name. A survivor of the Rakuto era experiments. A wielder of temporal power. The Uchiha clan's cursed child. Shigure remained silent. Danzo continued. You understand the Uchiha's current predicament, do you not? I do. Then you also know the consequences should the Uchiha launch their coup. War. Precisely war. Danzo's voice turned cold and hard. When that hour comes, it will not be only the Uchiha who perish, but countless innocent villagers as well. Do you wish to see such an end? Shigure met his gaze directly. What exactly are you asking of me? Danzo leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharpening further. I ask you to stand on the side of what is right. You possess power, vision, and insight unmatched by others. Danzo spoke slowly. Should you lend us your aid, we can safeguard those you seek to protect, such as the three children hidden away. Shigure's fingertips clenched abruptly. She understood. This was a threat. A threat cloaked in the lives of three children who carried fragments of history itself. What do you require of me? Her voice was icy. A chilling, self-satisfied smile flickered across Danzo's lips. It is simple. At the critical moment, use your temporal ability to stabilize the situation. For instance, slow certain individuals down. Shigure gazed at him, and at the hollow void behind him, each word deliberate, unwavering. My power is not meant for slaughter. Its purpose is remembrance. Danzo's smile froze instantly on his face. Those three children. He began preparing another threat. Lay even a single finger upon them, Shigure cut in, her voice colder than glacial ice, and I shall make you experience firsthand what it means to be utterly erased by time. She rose, looking down upon Danzo with quiet, sovereign gravity. The years I have lived stretch far beyond your imagining. I have witnessed countless men like you, convinced they command fate, only to be devoured in time by time itself. You will be no exception. She turned and walked toward the door. Uchiha Shigure, Danzo's voice followed from behind. Venomous glacial, you will regret this. Perhaps, but that choice will be entirely my own. She stepped out and closed the door firmly behind her, sealing that darkness away forever. Emerging from the root headquarters, Shigure drew a deep breath of the open air. The sky was azure, sunlight warm upon her skin. Yet she knew this was but the final fragile hush before the storm. Danzo would not relent. Those three children were already in peril. Shigure quickened her pace, racing swiftly toward Choin's residence. This time she would pay any price, whatever it took, to protect them. Shiyu was the first to arrive at Tinjian's residence. It was a quiet cottage on the village's edge where the elderly couple who had adopted her sat basking in the sun. Upon seeing Shiyu, they warmly welcomed her. Miss Shiyu, you're finally here. Xiaoyin is inside. Shiyu nodded and pushed open the door to enter. Tingyin sat by the window, speaking softly to an empty space before her. And then, what happened to him afterward? Before her stood no one, yet Shiyu saw it clearly. The translucent figure of an aged woman with snow-white hair sat opposite Tinjian, lips parting gently as she continued recounting a distant tale. Shiyu did not interrupt, standing silently beside her to listen. That boy later became the strongest shinobi of the Uchiha clan. Yet he was profoundly lonely, for everyone he loved had departed before him. Tinjian's small face clouded with sorrow. Then what happened to him afterward? Afterward, he too departed. But before leaving, he entrusted his eyes to future generations. Those eyes are the Sharingan we know today. Tingyin nodded gently, then turned and spotted Shiyu. Her eyes lit up. Big sister Shiyu. She leapt forward and flung herself into Shiyu's arms. Shiyu knelt down and held her tenderly, her voice earnest. Xiaoyin, big sister has something important to tell you. What is it? Recently, dangerous people may come looking for you. Shiyu met her gaze steadily. If big sister asks you to hide, you must obey without question. Will you promise me? Tingyin blinked, a flicker of fear crossing her delicate features. Dangerous people. Why are they after me? Because you are extraordinary. Shiyu stroked her hair with gentle warmth. But being extraordinary is no flaw. It is a gift bestowed by heaven. Yet some evil ones seek only to steal that gift. Tingyin tilted her head half comprehending and nodded slowly. Will big sister protect me? I will, Shiyu whispered, holding her tightly. I swear I will protect you. Nearby, the ancient spectral figure watched the scene in silence and gave a subtle, solemn nod, as if saying thank you. Leaving Tingyin's home, Shiyu immediately made her way to Huaming's residence. Huaming was painting in the courtyard. Perched upon a low stool, he faced an easel brush in hand, his expression focused and unwavering, far beyond that of an ordinary child. Shiyu approached and glanced at the canvas. A colossal tree glowed with soft luminescence. Beneath its boughs stood numerous figures clad in ancient attire, their faces adorned with the sacred markings of the Sharingan. Solemn, sorrowful, reverent. Where is this place? Shiyu asked quietly. Huaming looked up, recognized her, and broke into a radiant smile. Big sister Shiyu. This is the place I dreamed of last night. Those figures told me it is the origin land, where the Uchiha first emerged. Shiyu gazed upon the luminous tree and felt a quiet tremor stir within her heart. This tree bore an uncanny resemblance to the echo tree she had glimpsed within the rifts of time. What else did they tell you? They did, Huaming affirmed with quiet gravity. They said one day someone would come to inherit them. To inherit their memories, their eyes, their very essence. Shiyu fell silent. She knew deep in her soul that this heir was likely the unassuming boy before her. Huaming, she murmured gently. Big sister must speak with you too. Dangerous people may soon seek you out. If big sister tells you to hide, you must obey. No running, no wandering. Will you promise me? Huaming paused, then nodded vigorously. Yes. I'll do exactly as big sister says. He bowed his head once more, returning to his painting with unwavering focus. Shiyu glanced behind him. The spectral figure of an Uchiha ancestor clad in Warring States-era armor stood watching her, gaze profound and unblinking. It was neither command nor demand, but a plea, a solemn entrustment. Please protect him. Shiyu inclined her head, silent, resolute, unspoken. Finally, Shiyu arrived at Mianyin's home. Mianyin, over a year old, toddled unsteadily across the courtyard, each step wobbling endearingly. His adoptive parents stood nearby, faces brimming with doting affection. At the sight of Shiyu, the couple rushed forward with warm greetings. Miss Shiyu, you've come to visit Xiao Mian again. Shiyu nodded and moved softly toward Mianyin. Mianyin lifted his head, his jet-black eyes wide with innocent curiosity, indistinguishable from any other child. Yet Shiyu knew beneath those eyes lay a history erased, sealed away. She knelt, fingertips brushing his forehead, and instantly an ancient, immense sealing force surged into her awareness. It was a seal woven by an Uchiha ancestor, forged with life itself, not to imprison, but to safeguard this child, and the slumbering secret coiled within him. Little Mian, grow strong and true, Shiyu murmured softly. Mianyin blinked and offered a smile, pure, unblemished, luminous. Behind him, the faceless female specter trembled faintly, as if smiling too. By the time Shiyu returned from visiting the three children, exhaustion weighed upon both body and spirit. Yet she could not rest. There remained one more person she had to see. Sasuke. That evening, Shiyu arrived at Sasuke's residence, a modest house nestled at the heart of the village. He lived alone, cooking, studying, tending to every detail himself. When Shiyu arrived, he was practicing shuriken in the courtyard. Spotting her, his eyes flared with instant brightness. Big sister Shiyu. He dashed over and clasped her hand tightly. Big sister, you're finally here. Did you come to play with me? Shiyu looked at him and passed him to the two overlapping phantoms behind the cold, solitary adult Sasuke and a radiant whole family of four. Sasuke, she knelt, meeting his gaze levelly. Big sister has something vital to tell you. What is it? If one day your brother does things you cannot understand or speaks words that seem strange, do not hate him. Promise me. Confusion softened Sasuke's young features. Why? Because everything he does is to protect you. Shiyu's voice was soft yet unshakably firm. You may not understand now, but when you grow older you will. Sasuke tilted his head, still puzzled. What strange things might brother do? Shiyu did not answer. She simply gathered the bewildered child into a gentle, lingering embrace. Promise, big sister, no matter what lies ahead you will live. Will you promise me? Sasuke hesitated, then nodded, fierce and certain yes. I promise, big sister. Shiyu released him and rose slowly. Gazing into the 7-year-old's clear, unknowing eyes, a wave of bitter tenderness rose in her chest. Big sister must go now, she whispered. Take care of yourself. Sasuke waved vigorously. Goodbye, big sister. Shiyu turned and walked away, step by measured step. After a few paces, she could not resist glancing back. Bathed in golden dusklight, Sasuke remained rooted in place, waving still. And behind him, the shimmering, blissful phantom of the family of four faded slowly, dissolving into air. a vanished happiness bidding its final farewell. Shiyu turned her gaze forward once more and continued walking. Transparent butterflies gathered in her wake, converging into a luminous river, spilling across the sky. They bore witness, and they mourned. They bore witness, and they mourned. In the year 57 of the Leaf Village, October, only 2 months remained until the night of the clan's annihilation. On this night, Shiyu received a secret letter. It was from Uchiha Fugaku. At midnight tonight at the South Shrine, there is an important matter to discuss. Shiyu held the thin piece of paper, remaining silent for a long time. She knew in her heart that this would be their last meeting. Midnight, South Shrine. The moonlight was cold and the shrine was eerily silent. Transparent butterflies 10 times more than usual swarmed around the entire shrine like a silent vigil. Fugaku stood on the shrine steps, facing away from Shiyu. Behind him, there was still nothing but emptiness devoid of any future specters. "You have come," he said without turning, his voice low and weary. Shiyu walked to his side and stood silently. The two remained silent for a long time, as if they wished to bury all the unspoken words from the past year deep within their hearts. Finally, Fugaku slowly spoke. "Shiyu, I have been thinking if back then I had not taken the position of clan leader, would everything have been different?" Shiyu remained silent. "Probably not," Fugaku chuckled self-deprecatingly. "The fate of the Uchiha has been sealed since my grandfather's generation. We were too strong, too proud, and too intolerable for this village. No matter what, we would eventually arrive at this point." He turned to look at Shiyu. Under the moonlight, his face appeared exceptionally aged. "I called you here because I wish to ask one last thing of you." Shiyu silently gazed at him. "Protect Sasuke," Fugaku said earnestly, "and Itachi." Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. "Itachi? Isn't he already? I know what he intends to do." Fugaku interrupted her, his voice devoid of anger, only deep understanding and paternal love. "I know he has chosen the village. I do not blame him. If it were me, I would make the same choice." His eyes swirled with complex emotions, sadness, helplessness, and a father's final love for his son. "That is precisely why he needs someone to protect him," Fugaku said softly. "The path he walks is too lonely, too dark. He needs someone to watch over him from the shadows, to lend him a hand when he is about to break." Shiyu remained silent for a moment and gently nodded. "All right, I promise you." Fugaku smiled. It was the first time Shiyu saw such a genuine and relieved smile on his face. "Thank you," he said softly. "And please tell Makoto for me." "I'm sorry." Shiyu looked at him. "You can tell her yourself." Fugaku shook his head gently. "I probably no longer have the chance." Shiyu did not speak again, because she knew he spoke the truth. Fugaku turned around and once again gazed at the silent shrine. "Shiyu, you should go back," he said. "The sky is about to brighten." Shiyu did not move. She looked at the emptiness behind him and suddenly asked softly, "Fugaku, do you have regrets?" Fugaku remained silent for a very long time. Then he spoke calmly yet with utmost conviction. "No regrets. In this life I have loved and been loved. I have a wife and children. Even if the ending is like this, it was worth it." Shiyu nodded slightly. She turned around, preparing to leave. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turning back for one last look. Under the moonlight, Fugaku stood alone in front of the shrine, his back solitary, yet remarkably resolute. And behind him, that emptiness began to slowly coalesce into forms. It was a family of 4. Fugaku, Makoto, Itachi, and Sasuke. They stood together, their smiles warm and their happiness complete. That was his final wish in life. Shiyu withdrew her gaze, no longer looking back, and walked step by step into the night. Transparent butterflies gathered behind her, overwhelming her. She knew this was the last time she would see Fugaku alive. When she returned to the old house, the sky was already lightening. Shiyu sat under the old tree, gazing at the sky about to dawn. Transparent butterflies surrounded her, almost drowning her. She took out the leaf flute, placed it to her lips, and gently played. The sound was still out of tune, yet played with utmost sincerity. For this clan that was about to reach its end. For all those she had witnessed and remembered. And for herself. After the song ended, she put down the flute and softly whispered, "Shisui, the matters you entrusted me with I have been doing. Fugaku, the matters you entrusted me with I have also promised. Makoto, I will take good care of your letter and personally hand it to Sasuke. And all of you, my 6 selves. I know you have always been here. Thank you for always being with me." She raised her gaze towards the east. The sun slowly rose. A new day had begun. And she knew that the time left for everyone was running out. But it was all right. Because she was the gatekeeper. She was the witness. She was Uchiha Shigure. The rain of time continues to fall, forever falling at this moment. Chapter 20 complete. Volume 5, The Nightmare of Annihilation. In the 57th year of Konoha deep winter, this year's snow arrived earlier and was colder than in previous years. Shiyu stood silently in the courtyard of the old house, gazing up at the first snowflake drifting down from the sky. That pure white flake lightly fell into her palm, and in an instant it melted into a cool droplet of water, quietly dissipating. In the courtyard, countless transparent butterflies continued to flutter and swirl, appearing even more restless than usual despite the biting cold wind. The wings of the butterflies were covered with tiny snowflakes, yet they still refused to rest, densely spreading across the entire courtyard as if silently waiting for a predetermined moment. They were waiting for the night that would inevitably change everything to arrive. Shiyu's long hair had already draped down to the ground, the gentle cherry pink at the tips flowing all the way to her waist. Combing this floor-length hair took a long time. Every day, a moment's inattention could lead to tangles, but she never minded. Because after tonight, this hair might grow even longer. Shiyuji. A soft call came from behind. Shiyu slowly turned around, and Uchiha Itachi was standing in the corridor. He was dressed in a black high-neck top covered by the standard vest of the Umbu. His face appeared thinner than months ago, with a pair of crimson Sharingan hidden beneath deep-set eyes, emotions so heavy that they seemed unfathomable. Behind him, two shadowy figures became increasingly clear. An adult Itachi covered in blood, his outline nearly solid, indistinguishable from the real person. Shisui, enveloped by darkness, slightly raised his lips, a calm smile, as if saying, "You have finally arrived. Come in." Shiyu spoke softly. The two of them sat side by side under the old tree in the courtyard, snowflakes gently falling onto their shoulders, quickly melting into cold, damp traces. A long silence spread through the wind and snow. After a while, Itachi slowly spoke, his voice so soft it was almost swallowed by the storm tonight. Shiyu's fingertips tightened slightly. "I know." Itachi raised his gaze to meet hers, a turbulent mix of emotions swirling in his eyes. Guilt, sorrow, and a resolute finality that could not be reversed. "Senior, I have one thing to ask." "Speak. Please protect Sasuke for me." Itachi's voice was slightly hoarse, and, "If I fail, please help me tell him that I—" The words caught in his throat, unable to continue. Shiyu quietly looked at him, gazing at this 12-year-old boy who bore the fate of the entire clan, watching the struggle and pain he could not hide in his eyes. She softly replied, "I will." Itachi lowered his head again, falling into silence. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice trembling slightly. "Senior, in the future you foresee, what will Sasuke become?" Shiyu paused for a moment before replying honestly. "He will hate you for a long time, long enough to want to kill you himself, long enough to tread a path filled with darkness. But in the end, he will understand." Itachi suddenly raised his eyes, locking his gaze on her. "Understand what?" "Understand why you did all this." Shiyu looked at him, each word crystal clear. "Understand how much you love him." Itachi's eyes slightly reddened, yet he held back all tears. He had long learned not to shed tears. "Senior." Itachi slowly stood up, bowing solemnly. "Thank you for your care this past year. Thank you for keeping Shisui's eyes safe for me. Thank you for being willing to listen to me say these things." Shiyu also rose, her gaze calm and resolute. "Itachi, remember, no matter what happens in the future, you still have me, you still have Sasuke, and you have all those who remember you." Itachi nodded gently and turned to walk into the depths of the snowstorm. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, looking back at the figure in the courtyard. "Senior, that song. Play it for me once more." Shiyu was slightly taken aback, then gently nodded. She took out the leaf flute she carried with her, placed it to her lips, and played softly. The notes were still disjointed, but much steadier than a year ago. Itachi listened quietly, a faint smile curving his lips. There is still room for improvement. As soon as the words fell, his figure completely vanished into the swirling snow. Shiyu did not stop, continuing to play that off-key melody again and again until a transparent butterfly gently landed on the flute, slowly flapping its wings. Only then did she finally stop. The snow fell heavier and heavier. The entire Konoha hidden village was gradually covered in endless pure white. And she stood alone in the wind and snow, quietly waiting for that night, which she would never forget for all eternity. Chapter 21 complete. In the dead of night, Shiyu sat quietly under the old tree of the ancestral home, unable to sleep through the night. She was waiting. The transparent butterflies in the sky had long ceased their flight, silently hovering in midair, densely covering the courtyard, forming a gentle yet oppressive sea of light. It seemed they had sensed the impending calamity, holding their breath in anticipation, silently gathering energy for a destined moment. The hour had just passed. Shiyu suddenly felt countless cold chakra fluctuations wildly surging towards the Uchiha clan's territory from the outskirts of the village. It was the roots Umbu. Among them was an especially bizarre aura void, distorted and not belonging to this world. It was Abido. Everything had begun. Shiyu abruptly stood up, her figure shooting out of the ancestral home like an arrow. The streets had already turned into a hell on earth. Piercing screams, despairing cries, and the sharp clashing of weapons intertwined into a heart-wrenching wail. Fiery flames illuminated the night, painting the entire sky crimson. Shiyu activated Bubble, accelerating time to its limit. She swiftly navigated through the chaotic streets, scenes of horror crashing into her vision a young mother, shielding her child in her embrace, only to be pierced through the chest by a kunai. An elderly man knelt at the doorway, using his body to block the trembling granddaughter behind him. A young boy tightly gripped a kunai, his fingers trembling as he faced enemies many times his number. As Shiyu passed by each person, she instinctively reached out to touch them. But she could grasp nothing. Her fingertips passed straight through their forms, as if traversing a realm of illusory void. She could not change the predetermined history. She could only be a powerless witness. Tears finally broke their dam, continuously streaming down her cheeks. But she did not stop. She was searching for those 3 children, the residents of Tingyin. When Shiyu burst through the door, the elderly couple who had adopted her lay already lifeless in a pool of blood. Tingyin was curled up in the corner, her small hands tightly covering her ears, her little body trembling uncontrollably. Showing. Shiyu quickly stepped forward and embraced her. Tingyin lifted her tear-stained little face, and upon seeing Shiyu, her cries erupted completely. Sister. Sister. It's so scary. So many people are calling. They are shouting for help, shouting for their mothers. I'm so scared. Shiyu held her tightly, her voice gentle, yet firm. Don't be afraid, I'm here. She picked up Tingyin and turned to dash out of the sea of fire and chaos. At Huaming's residence, when Shiyu arrived, Huaming was standing alone in the yard, gripping a thin tree branch, stubbornly blocking his front against the approaching black-clad ninjas. Behind him stood a blurry phantom draped in Warring States armor. The shadow slightly nodded, seeming to silently encourage, be brave. The black-clad man sneered, raising his kunai to stab down. In that instant, Shiyu activated time slowdown. The black-clad man's movements suddenly became as slow as a snail. Shiyu swiftly approached, picked up Huaming, and without hesitation rushed out of the courtyard. Huaming lay quietly in her arms, neither crying nor fussing. When Shiyu arrived at Mianyan's residence, the entire small courtyard had already been engulfed in raging flames. The couple who had adopted him lay lifeless at the doorway. Meanwhile, just over a year old Mianyan lay peacefully in the cradle at the center of the yard, sleeping soundly. Beside him stood a faceless phantom, firmly protecting the cradle with its body, shielding it from flames and danger. Shiyu dashed through the flames and gently picked up the infant. Mianyan slowly opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils no different from those of ordinary children. But as he looked at Shiyu, he suddenly revealed an extraordinarily pure smile. Shiyu held him tightly and turned to rush out of the sea of fire. All 3 children were safely rescued. Shiyu brought them to a safe house she had prepared in advance, a hidden underground chamber on the edge of the village. Here were the food, clean water, clothing, and medicine she had stored in advance, enough for a stable living. She placed the 3 children down and quietly gazed at them. Tingyin was still trembling, but no longer crying. Huaming was unusually quiet, simply looking down at his hands. Mianyan had already fallen asleep again, a serene smile gracing his little face. Shiyu squatted down softly, reminding them, you all wait here, don't go anywhere. Sister still has things to do, and he'll come back right away. Tingyin reached out, gently tugging at her sleeve, her voice filled with a sob. Sister. Don't go. It's so scary outside. Shiyu's heart tightened. But she had to go. She needed to witness. To remember those lives that were about to vanish forever. Sister will be back soon. She spoke softly, you all take care of each other, okay? Huaming nodded gently. Tingyin slowly let go of her hand. Shiyu stood up and pushed open the door of the safe house. At the moment the door closed, Tingyi's suppressed cries came from behind. But she did not look back. She had to go. Returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, the slaughter was still ongoing. Shiyu stood in the center of the street, surveying her surroundings. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, the sight was blood-red. Burning houses collapsed and crumbled, thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky. Transparent butterflies frantically fluttered around her, their numbers reaching an unprecedented density, swirling around each deceased, as if bidding them farewell. Shiyu advanced step by step. She saw Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the radicals, lying in front of the shrine, still clutching the kunai he had never let go of. She saw Uchiha Ino, the girl who had once smiled at her, lying in front of the police, building her eyes wide open, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. The phantom behind Ino, the young bright girl with a radiant smile, was gently nodding at her, as if saying, thank you for coming to send me off. Shiyu knelt down and gently closed her eyes. Then she continued forward. Familiar faces kept appearing before her. They were all dead. All of them were dead. Tears fell silently, unstoppable. Her long hair was visibly growing at a rapid pace. Every inch of hair carried a life that had passed away. Every inch of extension represented a heavy witness. Finally she arrived at Fugaku's home. The door was wide open and the interior was in utter silence. Shiyu stepped inside. In the living room, Fugaku and Mikoto lay on the floor, their wounds gruesome, but their hands remained tightly clasped, never separating even in death. Behind them appeared a warm phantom. It was a family of 4. Fugaku, Mikoto, Itachi, and Sasuke stood side by side, smiling happily with time at peace. The phantom looked at Shiyu, nodding slightly, as if to say thank you for coming to send us off. Shiyu knelt before them, finally breaking down in tears. Fugaku, Makoto, I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything. Tears dropped onto the bloodstains, spreading a deep red. Transparent butterflies swarmed and encircling them, forming a gentle sea of light. After an unknown amount of time, Shiyu sensed a presence behind her. She slowly turned around. It was Itachi. He stood at the doorway expressionless, but 2 lines of blood tears flowed from his eyes. Behind him were 2 phantoms, a blood-soaked adult Itachi tightly embraced by Shisui, who was surrounded by darkness. The 2 had already merged into one. Shiyu stood up and slowly walked towards him. Their eyes met, silence enveloping them. After a long while, Itachi hoarsely opened his mouth, his voice dry, like sandpaper rubbing together. Senpai, where is Sasuke? Shiyu softly replied, he's not here. He is alive. Itachi nodded slightly, the tension in his eyes easing a bit. That's good. He turned to leave. Itachi, Shiyu gently called out to him. He paused. Shiyu looked at the boy before her who had just personally committed patricide and bore the sins of his entire clan, observing the immense pain and despair hidden in his eyes, and spoke clearly and firmly, remember, you still have me. And Sasuke, and those who remember you. Itachi did not look back, but his shoulders trembled slightly in the night. In the next moment, his figure completely vanished into the depths of darkness. The sky was about to brighten. This tragic massacre was finally coming to an end. Shiyu stood alone in the center of the clan's territory, gazing at the devastated ruins. The myriad transparent butterflies gradually dispersed, leaving only a few fluttering in the dim morning light. Her long hair had grown down to her ankles, messily dragging on the ground. Her appearance still resembled that of a 13-year-old, yet she knew she was no longer the Shiyu of the past. She had witnessed the downfall of a clan, witnessed the withering of countless lives, witnessed the deepest darkness of humanity and the brightest light. She had witnessed everything. The sun slowly rose, golden rays spilling across the earth. A new day had begun. But for the Uchiha clan, there would be no tomorrow. Shiyu turned and began to walk step by step towards the safe house. She still needed to care for those 3 children, still needed to fulfill all the promises she had made, still needed to live and remember all of this, to remember forever. 3 days after the night of the clan's destruction, Shiyu and 3 children temporarily resided in a remote and secluded cave. This place, far from Konoha, was hidden and tranquil, a rare safe haven in these troubled times. Tingyin had long ceased her crying, yet she had become unusually silent, often curling up alone in a corner, softly whispering to the empty air. Huaming picked up a slender twig and spent her days silently drawing on the ground, depicting the scene of the night of destruction. The blazing fires, the blood-red ground, the cold corpses, and the translucent butterflies fluttering in the air. Mianyan remained eerily quiet, like an infant, neither crying nor fussing, merely gazing with her dark, bright eyes, quietly observing everything around her. Shiyu sat at the cave entrance, gazing at the heavy dusk on the horizon. Her long hair had grown to the point where it had to be tied up lest it drag on the ground and gather dust. She found a thick rope and gathered her long hair into a massive braid, coiling it atop her head. Yet deep down she knew this was merely a temporary measure. As long as she was alive, still witnessing the world, her hair would grow infinitely long. This was her curse as well as her inescapable mission in this life. In the evening, Shiyu went out in search of food. On her way back, a familiar chakra fluctuation quietly entered her perception. It was Ine. She stood beneath a withered tree, not wearing a mask, revealing a face identical to Shiyu's. Shiyu paused and looked up at her. What brings you here? Echo approached slowly, her expression complex and inscrutable. I came to see you to see if you can still hold on. Shiyu fell silent. Echo stepped closer, her gaze falling on Shiyu's coiled white hair, looking at the fading cherry blossom hue at the tips, and softly sighed. Your hair is longer than I expected. Shiyu gently shook her head. That's not important. Then what is important? The living ones. Shiyu's voice was calm, yet resolute. Those 3 children, Sasuke, and myself. Echo was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. You know you are the most foolish one among the 7 of us. Shiyu looked at her quietly. The other 6 chose to let go. Echo continued. Only you chose to hold on. Even when the pain cuts to the bone, you still refuse to give up. She reached out her hand, her fingertips gently touching Shiyu's cheek. In that moment, a real warmth came through her skin. It was not a phantom, not a lingering echo, but a true warm sensation of life. Am I real? Shiyu asked softly. Echo smiled, her expression filled with both comfort and an inescapable sadness. You are real. We are all illusions. Only you exist in reality. She withdrew her hand and slowly stepped back. So you must live well. Live for us, live for those who have passed, live for this era. Shiyu's eyes glistened slightly. Will you come again? Echo paused for a moment and gently shook her head. No, this is the last time we meet. Shiyu's heart tightened suddenly. The door has been closed and the rift in time and space will not open again for the time being, Echo said softly. Those 6 companions have found their rest. And I must leave as well. She turned and prepared to step into the depths of dusk. After walking a few steps, she suddenly looked back at Shiyu. Shiyu, remember, you were never alone. We have always been here, only you can no longer see us. With her words, her figure completely faded into the heavy twilight. Shiyu stood in place, gazing at the direction in which she disappeared motionless for a long time. After a while, she softly uttered 2 words, thank you. Returning to the cave, the 3 children were already fast asleep. Tingyin curled up in a corner, tightly holding on to a worn-out doll. Huaming lay on the cold stone surface with unfinished sketches beside her. Mianyan lay on the makeshift bed, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Shiyu quietly watched them, a complex and soft emotion surging in her heart. She had lost so much, yet amidst the ruins, she had found new bonds. These 3 children were her new family. She would do everything in her power to protect them until they grew up, until they could stand on their own, until they found their own paths. As night deepened, the stars filled the sky. Shiyu still sat at the cave entrance, taking out a small leaf flute and gently placing it to her lips. The sound of the flute remained untuned, yet she played with utmost seriousness. She played for the souls that had passed, for the sleeping children beside her, and for her solitary self. When the song ended, she set down the leaf flute and softly spoke to the starry sky. Shirvei, Fing, Meichin, Inahibi, and all the Uchiha clan members. I will remember you all. Forever. The cold moonlight spilled down, illuminating the figure of the silver-haired girl at the cave's entrance. She stood alone, guarding the 3 sleeping children, her back slender, yet resolute. Behind her, countless transparent phantoms stood silently. They were all the lives she had witnessed. They had never left. They had merely changed their form, forever accompanying her by her side. Time's rain continued to fall, forever falling in the present. Chapter 23: The End. In the 57th year of the wood leaf, at the end of December, 3 weeks after the night of annihilation, the cold has yet to dissipate. Shiyu brought 3 children to a secluded village hidden among the mountains at the border of the Land of Fire. This place is far from the conflicts of the wood leaf, avoiding the influence of root, making it the most suitable refuge for now. She found homes for each of the children. Tingyin was adopted by a middle-aged couple without children. They treated her as if she were their own. The shadows of the past gradually faded, and the silent little girl occasionally revealed a faint smile. Huameng became the disciple of an old painter living in seclusion deep in the mountains. The old man immediately recognized his extraordinary talent and was determined to impart all his knowledge. Every day the boy held a charcoal pencil, meticulously sketching the absurd yet real dreams from his mind onto paper. Mianyan was taken in by a widow running a tea house. The woman adored the child's quietness and obedience, giving him a new name, Xiao Mo. His pair of pitch-black eyes remained unchanged, still unawakened by any special powers. Having settled everything, Shiyu embarked on her journey back. She had to return to the wood leaf. There was still a crucial matter waiting for her to complete. The streets of the wood leaf remained bustling, the noise as vibrant as ever. Yet as Shiyu moved through the crowd, she felt like a drifting soul without a place to belong. No one recognized her. No one knew that she had personally witnessed a tragedy of annihilation. She was just a girl with strange white hair, occasionally attracting a few curious glances, only to be quickly submerged by the surging tide of people. Shiyu stopped in front of a familiar house. That was Sasuke's home. She slowly walked to the window, peering inside through the glass. The room was desolate, and Sasuke sat alone at the table, a bowl of cold instant noodles in front of him, his head bowed low, yet his back straight, exuding a stubbornness and solitude that belied his age. And behind him, the cold and aloof adult Sasuke, his shadowy figure was almost solid, as if he would step out of his shadow at any moment. The once warm and harmonious family of 4 had completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. In the vast house, only he remained. Shiyu's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. She longed to push open the door, step inside, and tightly embrace the frail boy, revealing all the truths. But she could not. That was the path paved by Itachi with the blood of their entire clan, at the cost of bearing the eternal infamy. To make Sasuke hate, to make Sasuke grow stronger, to make Sasuke survive. This was Itachi's only choice. She could not, nor did she have the right, to destroy this painstaking effort. Shiyu stood outside the window, gazing at that lonely figure for a long time. Until the afterglow of the setting sun completely faded and night enveloped the earth, she gently turned and quietly disappeared around the corner. In the days that followed, Shiyu became a watcher in the shadows of the wood leaf. Day after day, she came here, hiding in the shadows, quietly observing Sasuke's every move. Watching him carry his backpack to school alone, watching him train alone in the training ground, sweating profusely, watching him eat alone, sleep alone, and spend long nights in the empty house. She watched as the emptiness in his eyes was gradually consumed by cold hatred. She watched as the shadow of the adult Sasuke behind him became clearer day by day, gradually taking a tangible form. Shiyu understood better than anyone what this meant. It meant that he was steadily walking down the dark path named revenge. That was the lonely path chosen for him by Itachi. And she could do nothing. She could only stand still watching helplessly. She could only be a powerless witness. That day Shiyu was once again hiding on the rooftop near Sasuke's home. But at that moment she sensed another unusual presence. Apart from her, there were other eyes watching Sasuke. It was an Umbu ninja wearing a cat face mask. Not from sound. Sound had long since dissipated into the cracks of time and space, no longer existing. But the chakra fluctuations from this person were strangely similar to Shiyu's own. Shiyu's heart tightened, and she quietly approached. The Umbu seemingly sensed her presence, slowly turned his head, and the pair of eyes behind the mask met her gaze directly. "Who are you?" Shiyu asked in a low voice. The other party was silent for a moment, then spoke in a hoarse, low tone. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that there is a pair of eyes watching this child." Shiyu's heart jolted. "Hui. Root," the person said succinctly. "Danzo has long coveted the Uchiha bloodline and has never given up. Especially this child, Uchiha Sasuke. He will sooner or later target this child." Shiyu's fingers tightened suddenly, her nails digging deeply into her palm. "Why are you telling me this?" The person quietly stared at her for a long time, their gaze complex and hard to decipher, before slowly speaking. "Because you are like me. We are both people who should not exist in this world." As the words fell, his figure turned into a shadow, disappearing into the depths of the night. Shiyu stood on the rooftop, her heart surging with turmoil. She suddenly understood something. That person was also another experiment subject. The reincarnation I experiment of the Six Paths era was never limited to just 7 failures. After that, there were more experiment subjects abandoned in various corners of this world. They hid their identities, struggling to survive in the darkness. They were all watching, all waiting for a destined moment to arrive, waiting for the judgment of fate. Shiyu suppressed the chaos in her heart and redirected her gaze towards Sasuke's room. The boy was sitting alone by the window, looking up at the waning moon in the sky. The cold moonlight fell on his youthful profile, casting a deep loneliness that pierced Shiyu's heart. Shiyu gently closed her eyes, murmuring softly to the window in a voice only she could hear. "Sasuke, you must live on. No matter what happens, you must live on. One day you will understand." She opened her eyes and turned, leaping into the darkness. Countless transparent butterflies appeared behind her, shimmering with a faint light under the cold moonlight. They were witnessing and silently guarding. Chapter 24 complete. In the 58th year of the Wood Leaf, spring arrived. For months after the night of the clan's extermination, the harsh winter finally dissipated and warmth flowed into the streets and alleys of Woodleaf with the spring breeze. Shiyu's life gradually returned to a calm hue amidst the remnants of smoke and blood. She still held the empty title of advisor in the police department, yet seldom stepped through that door. Most of her time was spent on the road, traveling between the small village at the border of the Land of Fire and Woodleaf, taking care of the 3 children who were gradually growing up, occasionally returning to the village, quietly glancing at the solitary figure of the boy. Her long hair had grown to the point where it could no longer fall freely. If she was not careful, it would drag on the ground, gathering dust and dew. Thus she learned to style her hair, twisting her mane of silver strands into a tall bun, securing it with several sturdy hairpins, leaving her movements unencumbered but still hiding a weight of silence. Yet every time her fingertips brushed past the hairpin and twisted the strands, she could not help but think of Shisui. She recalled that spring afternoon when she first learned to style her hair, and he had caught her in the act, his smile bright as he teased her with a prolonged tone. "Sister Shiyu, with your hair like that, you look just like an old lady with a cane." Before the words had left his mouth, he turned and laughed, running away, the hem of his skirt sweeping through the fallen blossoms, afraid she would chase after him playfully. Shisui was no longer there. Yet his bright laughter and vivid appearance seemed etched in time, never fading with the years, still clearly residing in her heart. On this day, Shiyu went to the border to visit Tingyin. The 80-year-old girl had grown significantly, her timidness from the night of the extermination fading, replaced by a touch of youthful vivacity. She was sitting in the yard beside her adoptive mother, planting spring daisies. The moment she saw Shiyu, she threw the seedling in her hand and joyfully ran over her steps, light as a butterfly. "Sister Shiyu." Shiyu knelt down, gently embracing her, the faint scent of soil and flowers lingering at the tip of her nose. "How have you been lately, Xiaoyin?" I've been good. Tingyin nodded vigorously, her eyes crescent-shaped and her cheeks flushed. "My mother treats me like her own, and I've made many friends. We even went to the creek to catch fish." Shiyu raised her eyes, looking behind her. There stood the faint shadow of an elderly woman, still watching over Tingyin with a gentle gaze, unwavering and attentive. "Sister, listen." Tingyin suddenly perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "There's a sound." Shiyu focused intently, yet all she could hear was the gentle rustling of the wind through the leaves, as she heard nothing. What sound, Xiaoyin? It's the old lattice voice. Tingyin said brightly. She said, thank you for protecting me. Shiyu paused slightly, then turned to look at the shadow. She saw the outline of the old woman gently swaying in the sunlight, nodding slowly at her, her lips moving, as if truly expressing a long-awaited gratitude. The corners of Shiyu's mouth involuntarily curved into a faint yet incredibly warm smile. You're welcome, she replied softly, her voice as light as the wind, yet profoundly sincere. After leaving Tingyin's small yard, Shiyu went to Huameng. The 10-year-old boy had been learning to paint from the old painter for 2 years now. The spiritual energy in his brushstrokes had grown richer, no longer the child who quietly squatted on the ground painting. As Shiyu entered, he was bent over the desk, focused on sketching on a new canvas. On the canvas was an ancient tree radiating warm light, surrounded by many people. Dressed in ancient attire, their cheeks marked with the patterns of the Sharingan, their expressions no longer sorrowful, but peaceful and serene, as if they had finally found their home. Huameng, what is this? Shiyu asked softly. Huameng looked up and upon seeing her revealed the same quiet smile as before. Sister Shiyu, this is what I dreamed about last night. Those people said they have found peace. He paused, a serious light flashing in his eyes. Because someone remembered them. Who is that person? Shiyu asked softly. Huameng looked at her, his tone incredibly firm, each word clear as day. It's you, Sister Shiyu. You remembered them. Shiyu froze suddenly. At that moment, the transparent butterflies behind her suddenly multiplied, countless tiny lights swirling around her body, gently fluttering around the canvas, as if in response to the boy's words or silently celebrating. Shiyu looked at the butterflies, at the painting, at the quiet boy before her, and suddenly smiled. Her smile was faint, yet dispelled the long-standing gloom from her brow, warm as the sunlight of spring. Thank you, Huameng. Finally, Shiyu went to see Mianyan. The 3-year-old little one could already run and jump, able to say simple words, and his eyes still carried the quiet cleverness of the past. The widow who adopted him still ran the small tea house, having given him the name Xiao Mo, which truly suited his nature. When Shiyu arrived, Xiao Mo was sitting on the stone steps at the entrance of the tea house, resting his chin on his hand, watching the passers-by on the street. Upon seeing Shiyu, he blinked his dark eyes and softly called out, Sister. Shiyu walked over and sat down beside him, gently touching the soft top of his hair with her fingertips. What are you looking at, Xiao Mo? Looking at people. What kind of people? Looking at different people. Xiao Mo's voice was soft, yet carried an unusual clarity for his age. Some people have shadows behind them, and some do not. Shiyu's heart jolted. You can see those shadows. Xiao Mo nodded vigorously, curiosity shining in his eyes. What are those shadows doing there, watching us? Shiyu fell silent. She looked at Xiao Mo, at this child whose eyes were sealed and had yet to awaken the Sharingan, and suddenly understood something. Though his eyes were sealed and unable to awaken the power of the Sharingan, he possessed another ability: to see the phantoms, to see the traces left by time. It was a gift more rare and gentle than the Sharingan. Shiyu gently embraced him, resting her chin on his soft hair, her voice tender enough to draw tears. Xiao Mo, you must live well. In the future you will become very powerful. Xiao Mo blinked, somewhat understanding, gently grasping her clothes with his small hand, responding softly, okay. In the evening, Shiyu returned to Woodleaf alone. She climbed up to Hokage Rock, overlooking the entire village. As the sun set, the golden-red afterglow spilled over rooftops and streets, dyeing everything in soft, warm tones. Transparent butterflies fluttered around her, not many in number, but stable and peaceful, like a group of loyal guardians. They were still there. She was still there. Everything continued. Shiyu took out the leaf flute she always carried and gently placed it to her lips. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The melody was still unstructured, but more stable than before, less awkward and more gentle. She played the simple tune Shisui had taught her over and over again, softly echoing in the sunset. The sun gradually sank behind the mountains, and the moon silently rose. The cool moonlight fell upon her, on her coiled white hair, and on the wings of the transparent butterflies, coating them with a layer of delicate silver. As the song concluded, she slowly lowered the leaf flute and softly murmured to the moon, as if speaking to a distant old friend, Jishin. Can you hear me? I've gotten better at playing. Though it's still not in tune, it's getting closer. Someday I will play it for you. She lifted her head, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, her eyes calm as a deep pool, yet hiding a light of unwavering determination. All the events of the past year and more surged in her mind like a tide. Zishui's laughter, Itachi's tears, Fugaku's resolution, Mikoto's gentleness, the final gaze of Ino, and the innocent smiles of the 3 children, those who had passed away, those who survived, and those still struggling in darkness. She suddenly recalled the words her mother had once said, each word etched in her heart. Shiyu, you must remember. What is most precious in this world is never power nor a long life, but those fleeting ephemeral lights. That is hope. She looked down at the wood leaf beneath her at this village filled with sorrow and hope and softly said, I will remember. Remember every person. Remember every ray of light. Until forever. The transparent butterflies seemed to understand her words, suddenly gathering around her, multiplying and glowing brighter, converging into a gentle sea of light beneath the moon. They danced around her, as if responding, telling her, we are also here remembering you. Shiyu, the rain will always fall in the present. And she was that rain. It would never cease. Spring of the 58th year of Konoha to spring of the 61st year of Konoha. 5 years. Over 1,800 days and nights. Shiyu's hair has grown long again. Though she combs it every day, though she tries to maintain her composure, her hair continues to grow. Each time she witnesses sorrow, each time she protects someone, each time she endures a full moon night, her hair grows an inch. Now her hair has grown long enough that it needs to be styled into 3 large buns secured with a dozen hairpins. Each time she styles her hair, it takes an hour, and she must walk carefully to prevent her hairstyle from falling apart. But she has gotten used to it, just like she has gotten used to loneliness. Many things have happened in these 5 years. Sasuke graduated from the Ninja Academy and was assigned to Team 7, led by Kakashi. Shiyu hid in the shadows, watching his first meeting with Naruto, and Sakura observing the long-lost faint smile on his face. She saw the shadow behind him, the cold adult Sasuke, now as clear as a real person. He stood there coldly observing everything as if waiting for something. But she also saw something else. In the moment Sasuke's smile blossomed, a faint ripple passed through the eyes of that cold shadow. Was it hope? She was uncertain. But she remembered that moment. In these 5 years, Itachi would occasionally send messages. Through hidden channels, Shiyu learned that he had joined Akatsuki, was on various dangerous missions, and was always watching over Sasuke from the shadows. Once she received a note with only one sentence. Is he doing well? Shiyu replied with a note. He is smiling. There was no further response. But Shiyu knew that Itachi had seen it. He must have seen it. In these 5 years, those 3 children have grown up. Hearing sound is now 11 years old, grown into a graceful girl. Her abilities have strengthened. She can not only hear past voices, but also hear echoes of the future. But she rarely tells others, only whispering a few things when Shiyu comes to visit her. Sister, I heard a voice. He said his name is Shisui. He said thank you. When Shiyu heard this, her eyes turned red. But she did not cry. She has learned not to cry anymore. Dream Painter is now 13 years old and has learned painting from the old painter for 5 years, able to create stunning works. His paintings are referred to as the divine dream paintings by locals because each piece seems to have emerged directly from a dream. He painted a picture for Shiyu. In the painting, a white-haired girl sits beneath an old tree surrounded by countless transparent butterflies. Behind her stand many people, Shisui, Itachi, Fugaku, Mikoto, Ino, and many familiar faces to Shiyu. They are all smiling, all looking at her. Shiyu hung this painting on the wall of the old house and looks at it every day. Every day she remembers. Sleeping Eyes is now 8 years old, already a quiet young boy. He learned to make tea from the widow who adopted him and helps out at the tea house every day, speaking little but well liked by customers. His eyes still remain closed, but the things he can see are increasing. Sister, he once whispered to Shiyu, I can see the shadows behind you. There are many. They are all watching you. Shiyu was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. Who are they? I don't know. Little Emo shook his head, but they are all good, because the way they look at you is very gentle. Shiyu smiled. That smile was faint but warm. In these 5 years, Shiyu also discovered another thing. The other test subject that once reminded her she encountered a few more times. His name is Saku, a man in his 30s, also a failed experiment who survived from the era of the 6 paths. His ability is spatial perception. He can sense spatial fluctuations from anywhere. He told Shiyu that Danzo has never given up on tracing the Uchiha bloodline. Especially Sasuke, he has always been his target. He is waiting, Saku said. Waiting for Sasuke to grow up, waiting for the Sharingan to fully awaken, waiting for the right moment. Then he will take action. Shiyu fell silent. She knew that what Saku said was true, because she could also sense that Roots Umbu has been active around Sasuke. They are monitoring, waiting, plotting. Shiyu looked at Sasuke training in the distance and softly said, I won't let them succeed. Saku looked at her silent for a while and then said, You have changed. Shiyu looked at him. Saku said, 5 years ago you could only witness. The you now wants to protect. Shiyu thought for a moment and nodded. Maybe so. Saku smiled, and there was something indescribable in that smile, both relief and envy. Then go do it, he said. I will help you from the shadows. He turned and left. Shiyu watched his back and softly said, Thank you. Spring of the 61st year of Konoha. On this day, Shiyu came to the vicinity of the training grounds, as usual secretly observing the training of Team 7. She saw Naruto learn the Rasengan, saw Sakura master medical ninjutsu, and saw Sasuke's Chidori growing stronger. She also saw the changes in that cold shadow. It no longer stood coldly. It began to show expressions. Sometimes it was confusion, sometimes it was wavering, and sometimes it was longing. Longing for what? Longing for that warmth. Shiyu did not know, but she knew that the shadow was slowly changing. Perhaps Sasuke's fate might not be limited to just one possibility. That evening, Shiyu returned to the old house. She sat under the old tree and took out her leaf flute, beginning to play. Cree, cree, cree. 5 years have passed, and her flute playing is still out of tune. But she can already hear the melody. She played the piece Shisui taught her again and again. The transparent butterflies fluttered around her, a few less in number than 5 years ago, but still present. They are still here. She is still here. Everything continues. As the piece came to an end, Shiyu put down the flute and softly said, Shisui, it's been 5 years. Sasuke has grown up, Itachi is still holding on, and those 3 children are doing well. And you? Are you doing well over there? No one answered, but a breeze blew by, rustling the leaves of the old tree. Shiyu looked up at the leaves swaying in the wind. She seemed to see Shisui's smile. I will continue, she said softly, to witness, to protect, to continue. Living. Until that day comes. Under the moonlight, a white-haired girl sat beneath the old tree, surrounded by transparent butterflies. The 61st year of the leaf summer. The Chunin exams commenced. Shiyu was temporarily assigned to the venue as a special consultant from the police force to assist with security. She understood this was a deliberate arrangement by the 3rd Hokage to allow her to closely observe ninjas from various nations, especially those lurking in the shadows harboring danger. On the first day of the exam, Shiyu sensed something unusual. Among the audience sat a man cloaked in a trench coat, wearing a straw hat. His chakra was cold and sinister, exuding an aura that unsettled her deeply. It was Orochimaru. Shiyu remained motionless. She knew this was a predetermined part of the narrative, knew he would fixate on Sasuke, knew he would implant the cursed seal, knew all of this was within Itachi's plan. Yet she could not suppress the tension rising within her. Because behind that man's shadow, there was a colossal white serpent, its gaping maw as if devouring something. What was that? Shiyu did not know. Only an intense unease stirred deep within her heart. The next day of the exam, the forest of death. Shiyu stood in the monitoring room, watching Team 7 through a crystal orb. She saw Orochimaru appear, shedding his disguise, saw the fear and rage in Sasuke's eyes, saw the cursed seal being ruthlessly implanted. She saw Sasuke collapse, saw Naruto and Sakura desperately protecting him. She also saw the cold shadow reveal a smile for the first time. Cruel, yet full of anticipation. As if saying it has finally begun. Shiyu's fingertips tightened slightly. She knew that from this moment on, Sasuke's fate would accelerate. The 3rd day of the exam, the preliminary round. Shiyu sat in the stands watching Sasuke battle the Sound Ninja. The cursed seal spread across his body, pain contorting his expression, his eyes filled with struggle. Yet at the last moment, he forsook the power of the cursed seal, defeating his opponent through his own will. In that instant, the cold shadow showed confusion for the first time, as if asking, why? Why not use greater power? Why persist? Shiyu gazed into the stubborn determination in Sasuke's eyes, a complex warmth swelling within her heart. This child had not yet completely fallen into darkness. As long as someone cared for him, as long as someone did not give up on him, there was still hope. The night before the finals. While patrolling the village, Shiyu encountered an unexpected figure. Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, stood alone beneath a tree, gazing at the moon. Shiyu halted and looked at him. Behind him stood 2 shadows. One was Yashimaru, the only person who ever loved him, reaching out a hand. The other was Shikaku, the one-tail, roaring wildly. Shiyu stepped forward quietly. Gaara turned to her, his eyes cold and wary. Who are you? Shiyu replied calmly. Someone who can see you. Gaara was momentarily stunned. There is a person behind you. Shiyu continued, dressed in white with scars on his face. He is reaching out to you. Gaara's pupils suddenly constricted. What did you say? His name is Yashimaru, isn't it? Shiyu whispered. He has always been there. Always watching over you. Gaara's body began to tremble. No. Impossible. He's dead. I killed him. But he has not left, Shiyu said, because he loves you. Even though you killed him, his love remains. Tears suddenly streamed from Gaara's eyes. He crouched, covering his face, silently weeping in anguish. Shiyu did not disturb him, merely standing quietly by his side. After a long while, Gaara lifted his head and looked at Shiyu. Who exactly are you? Shiyu paused slightly, then answered softly. My name is Shiyu. I am a gatekeeper. A gatekeeper? Yes. A guardian of memories, Shiyu said. If you wish, I can help you remember him. Remember those things you never want to forget. Gaara gazed at her, his eyes mingling doubt, longing, and fear. Why would you help me? Shiyu smiled faintly. Because once someone helped me the same way. She turned to leave. After a few steps, she looked back at Gaara. Remember, you are not a monster. You are simply someone yearning for love. just like everyone else. Her figure vanished into the night, leaving Gaara alone beneath the moonlight, his hand gently pressed over his chest. Something was slowly melting away. In the year 61 of the Leaf Village, autumn has arrived. The warmth of the new year in the year of the horse has not yet dissipated, but the streets of Leaf Village have long lost their usual bustle. The invasion orchestrated by Orochimaru during the Chunin exams was like a nightmare, shattering the festive atmosphere of the celebration and plunging the entire village into a shadow of heightened vigilance. Sentinels stand guard and the chakra patrol teams weave through the treetops, filling the air with a suffocating sense of oppression. But for the keen Chiyu, the apparent calm of the village is merely a thin veneer. She can sense that beneath that tranquility, a more violent and lethal storm is quietly brewing within Sasuke. It is the curse mark left by Orochimaru, like a venomous creature lurking within flesh and blood, gradually eroding the will of the young boy. Every time Chiyu brushes past him in the training ground, she can catch glimpses of the deepening gloom within those purple eyes. He no longer teases Naruto during breaks as he once did, nor does he patiently correct Sakura's tactical moves. He has become increasingly reclusive, always hiding alone in the depths of the forest, allowing the power of the curse mark to wreak havoc within him, and the glances he casts at Naruto and Sakura resemble a distance frozen behind a thick layer of ice, alienated and cold. In Chiyu's sight, the cold shadow entwined around Sasuke appears to grow more substantial with each passing day. It is Orochimaru's will, the bait that lures him into darkness. It waits like a greedy hunter, quietly anticipating Sasuke's decision that could change his life forever. At the village entrance in the evening, the setting sun bleeds red, casting a deep orange hue over the Hokage rock. Here Chiyu encounters Sakura. The girl stands alone, her delicate figure trembling slightly in the cold wind. She gazes at the undulating mountains in the distance, her brows furrowed and her eyes filled with an unresolved sorrow. This is Sakura, the girl who once could only cry. Now, under Tsunade's guidance, she has begun to show her potential, yet in the face of her dear friend's transformation, she appears so powerless. Chiyu walks over and stands beside her, the sound of her footsteps echoing clearly in the silence. Sakura. Sakura abruptly turns her head, and upon recognizing the visitor, a flash of surprise and joy crosses her eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper worry. She slightly bows her tone, respectful, yet anxious. Shia-senpai, what are you doing here? Chiyu nods gently, her gaze falling on Sakura's face. At that moment, a clear shadow appears in her vision. It is the adult Sakura, dressed in a snow-white medical ninja uniform, her gaze sharp and resolute, standing beside Sasuke, reaching out to gently hold his cold hand, offering him a tender and trusting smile. That is a possible future filled with hope, provided that Sasuke can find his way back. Sakura follows Chiyu's gaze, but sees nothing, her fingers twisting in increasing anxiety. Senpai Sasuke. He really is strange. Recently, aside from training, he ignores us completely. When I try to talk to him, he only responds coldly. I'm so worried. He might become another person. As she speaks, her voice begins to choke, and her eyes instantly turn red. Chiyu looks at her, understanding in her heart. This is the weight of bonds, and also the price of youth's growth. Sakura. Chiyu's voice is calm, yet carries a penetrating strength. Do you know? Some things seem destined and unchangeable. But in reality, the outcome is never singular. It lies within the choices made in every moment. Sakura suddenly lifts her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looks at her. Senpai, do you mean? Chiyu does not elaborate further, knowing some truths must be realized on one's own. She simply looks into Sakura's eyes, saying each word with conviction. No matter what choice Sasuke makes, no matter where he goes, as long as you keep this trust and concern for him in your heart, he will never be completely lost in darkness. Sakura is stunned, her lips slightly parted as she seems to digest the depth of this statement. Chiyu turns and walks away, stepping into the fading light of the sunset. After walking a few steps, she pauses and looks back at the still standing figure, her voice carried away by the wind. Remember, do not give up on him. Never. This is her prophecy and also her hope. A few days later, on a cold morning, the morning mist over Konoha has yet to dissipate. Sasuke has left. Without farewells, without hesitation. In pursuit of the power necessary for revenge, he resolutely chose to follow Orochimaru, abandoning the village he once vowed to protect. Chiyu stands on the high ground at the village entrance, watching quietly. She sees Sasuke's figure vanish into the depths of the morning mist, and behind him, that cold shadow blends with him like a guiding will-o'-the-wisp. In the last moment before the shadow disappears, it slowly turns back, looking toward Konoha's direction and also toward Chiyu's position. Its gaze is icy and mocking, as if declaring, look, this is fate. Chiyu does not move, nor does she pursue. She knows better than anyone that this is not a coincidence. This is a part of Itachi's carefully crafted plan aimed at granting Sasuke the power to foster hatred toward himself, enabling him to survive in a cruel world. She cannot forcefully intervene in the trajectory of fate, but she can waiting for the moment when that shadow is truly washed by genuine emotions and begins to waver. As night falls, the streetlights of Konoha illuminate one by one. Shiyu crosses the silent streets, arriving at the training ground frequently visited by Naruto. The boy sits alone on the swing, head down, long bangs covering his eyes, his chakra faint and low. He is a far cry from the energetic and boisterous Naruto of the past. In Shiyu's view, two shadows stand behind him. One is the golden-haired fourth Hokage, his father Minato Namikaze, smiling gently at him, with eyes full of love and pride. The other is the monstrous fox cloaked in nine-tailed chakra, its face twisted with fury and resentment. These two forces intertwine within Naruto, tearing at his heart. Shiyu approaches and sits beside him. The swing gently sways, producing a soft sound. Naruto lifts his head, momentarily stunned upon recognizing her, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, then reveals a somewhat forced smile. "You're that big sister with white hair. I saw you last time in the hospital." Shiyu nods, saying little. Naruto remains silent for a long time before quietly speaking, his voice tinged with undeniable loss and guilt. "Sasuke is gone. I couldn't stop him. I wanted so badly to keep him here, but I couldn't do anything." Shiyu watches his tightly clenched fists, knuckles going pale, and softly replies, "Some things cannot be stopped. Like the flow of water towards the east, the great tide is hard to resist. But there are some things you can do." Naruto looks at her sharply, a glimmer of light reigniting in his eyes. "What things?" "Senpai, tell me." "Wait for him to come back." Shiyu's gaze is firm and profound. "No matter what he has become, no matter what he has done that you cannot understand, you must wait for him to return. Because in this world, only you, Naruto Uzumaki, can bring him back from the darkness." Naruto is completely stunned, his mouth opening as if to speak, but no sound comes out. These words strike like thunder, cleaving through the gloom in his heart. Shiyu stands up, preparing to leave. Her figure appears particularly tall and mysterious under the moonlight. After taking a few steps, she turns back once more, her voice carrying an undeniable strength as it reaches Naruto's ears. "Remember, you are Naruto Uzumaki. You are the child of prophecy. You are the only one who can change fate." As her words linger, her figure gradually blends into the night, disappearing from sight. In the year 61 of Konoha winter, the cold wind howled and a thin layer of snow covered Konoha, making it even more desolate. 3 months have passed since Sasuke's departure. During these 3 months, Shiyu's life seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. She continued to lurk deep in the forest every day, quietly observing Naruto and Sakura's growth. Occasionally, she would sneak back to Konoha, pausing outside Tsunade's office, watching the busy figures of the medical department, and every full moon night, she would engage in a kind of mysterious meditation before the mirror, facing her own reflection. But Shiyu knew in her heart that this was merely a brief calm before the storm. The shadow of the Akatsuki organization had already quietly enveloped the entire ninja world, and Konoha was no exception. A greater storm was approaching. On this day, Shiyu received a secret message from Sho. The writing on the communication talisman was cold and urgent. "Akatsuki members have arrived. Target the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Return swiftly." Shiyu's brow instantly furrowed. She knew this day would come eventually, but she didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Not daring to delay, she flickered and vanished from her spot, racing back to Konoha at an astonishing speed. By the time she arrived in Konoha, a fierce battle had already erupted. 2 figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds rampaged through the streets of Konoha like messengers from hell. Their presence was cold and sinister, members of the Akatsuki, Obito with an orange mask and a hunched frame, and Sasori bearing a massive scroll and an ominous aura. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Kakashi led Konoha's elite ninjas to face the enemy, while Sakura was ready at the medical team to provide support. Shiyu did not strike immediately. She chose to hide in the shadows, quietly observing. She wanted to see the strength of these rogue ninjas and how her 2 junior colleagues would confront this crisis. In the arena, Sasori's puppet technique unfolded like a tide, with countless sharp puppet arms bursting from the ground, bringing with them a deadly cold light aimed at Kakashi and Naruto. Obito, meanwhile, was cracking jokes while showcasing his bizarre agility. Naruto, caught in a whirlwind of fear and anger, unleashed an astonishing power, but nearly succumbed to the Nine Tails chakra. Shiyu's gaze fell upon Obito. In her line of sight, a clear silhouette stood behind Obito, a young boy wearing the Konoha headband, smiling brightly, his eyes filled with longing for the future. That was the former Obito, the boy who yearned to become Hokage and protect his companions. But he was already dead, having perished in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge many years ago. Now what stood here was merely a shell, completely consumed by hatred and obsession, a puppet willing to resort to any means to realize the so-called Eye of the Moon plan. Shiyu averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. She had witnessed too many such tragedies and did not wish to add another scar. The progression of the battle was heart-stopping. In the end, with everyone's combined efforts, Naruto was successfully rescued. However, Gaara, the Kazekage of Sunagakure, ceased to breathe forever after having the one-tail Shikaku extracted. At that moment, the heavens and the earth changed color. The ninja of Sunagakure were devastated, and Shio, looking at the breathless Gaara in her arms, was filled with despair and self-blame. Shio stood quietly on a distant rooftop watching this scene. She saw a silhouette materializing behind Shio, her deceased son and grandson gently smiling at Gaara, as if to tell him, "Child, go, well, find peace in another world." She also saw Gaara's body growing increasingly cold while the silhouette of Shikaku slowly emerged from him, but upon sensing Gaara's faint heartbeat, it quietly retreated. Just as everyone was immersed in sorrow, believing Gaara would never awaken again, Shio made a shocking decision. She used the forbidden technique of reincarnation, sacrificing her own life to transfer life to Gaara. A flash of light passed, and Gaara slowly opened his eyes. Shio, however, closed her eyes forever. Shio watched this scene, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She saw Kyo's silhouette revealing a final smile of reassurance toward Gaara. And Gaara, this child who had never been truly loved, finally shed tears at that moment. Not for his own survival, but for the elderly woman who sacrificed herself for him. His tears were of guilt, of gratitude, and also of rebirth. That night, Shio quietly arrived at the Kazekage's office in Sunagakure. Gaara stood alone by the window, the night view of Sunagakure outside, with scattered lights swaying in the cold wind. His silhouette looked particularly lonely. In Shio's view, the silhouette of Yashimaru stood quietly behind him, gently patting his shoulder. The Shikaku which once tormented him now lay quietly within him, no longer roaring. Shio did not disturb him. She simply stood outside the window, quietly watching his back. After a long time, she spoke softly, her voice especially clear in the silent night. "You have changed." Gaara suddenly turned around, seeing Shio outside the window. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. His voice remained deep, yet with a touch of warmth. "It's you, Senior Shio." Shio nodded slightly and leaped into the room from outside the window. Gaara fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking, his tone carrying a barely perceptible gratitude. "Thank you for what you said to me that day in the forest. If it weren't for you, I might have really lost my way forever." Shio shook her head, offering a faint smile. "No need to thank me. I merely spoke some truths. Your change is your own choice. I am just an observer." Gaara looked at her, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He hesitated before asking, "Senior, can you see the future?" Shio pondered for a moment before providing a precise answer. "I can see some possible futures which are illusions derived from the current trajectory. But the future has never been fixed." "Then can you see my future?" Gaara's gaze fixed intently on Shio, filled with anticipation and a hint of unease. Shio followed his gaze, looking at the silhouette behind him. Yashimaru was still gently guarding him, while Shikaku had completely fallen asleep, and a vague, yet clear shadow was slowly taking shape behind Gaara. It was a young man in Kazekage attire with a determined gaze and a gentle smile, standing in the plaza of Sunagakure, receiving the cheers and love of all the villagers. Spring of year 62, in Konoha. It had been half a year since Sasuke left. Tokiyame received a letter. The sender, Itachi. The letter contained only one sentence. "The time has come. I entrust this to you." Tokiyame held the letter in silence for a long while. She understood the weight of those words. Itachi was going to die. That boy who at 12 shouldered the world's burden. That boy who slaughtered his entire clan, yet spared his younger brother. That boy who walked alone through darkness for so many years. At last his journey was nearing its end. Tokiyame carefully folded the letter away and began to prepare. To bear witness. To protect. To fulfill the final vow. Before departing, Tokiyame visited the 3 children. Shinon, aged 12, stood already as a graceful young woman. She was planting flowers in the courtyard with her foster mother when she spotted Tokiyame, and instantly ran over, smiling. "Sister Tokiyame." Tokiyame gently embraced her. "Little Shinon, I'm leaving on a long journey. I may not return for quite some time." Shinon paused, faintly startled. "Where are you going?" "To a very distant place," Tokiyame replied. "To meet someone profoundly important." Shinon gazed at her, her eyes holding a clarity that transcended her years. "Is that person truly important?" Tokiyame nodded. "Yes, profoundly important." Shinon fell silent for a moment, then whispered softly. "Then please come back soon. I will miss you." Tokiyame smiled and stroked her hair. "I will." Leaving Shinon behind, Tokiyame went to see Kajimo. The boy, now 15, had become a true painter, his works renowned throughout neighboring villages. When Tokiyame arrived, he was completing a new piece. In the painting, a boy and a girl stood beneath an ancient luminous tree. Behind them, countless departed souls smiled gently, watching, blessing. "Kajimo, what is this?" Kajimo looked up, offering a quiet smile. "Sister Tokiyame, I dreamed it last night. They must undertake something profoundly important. Those who have passed on, they are all blessing them." Tokiyame gazed at the two indistinct figures in the painting. One was Itachi, the other was Sasuke. They stood facing each other, not with hatred but with quiet release. Tears welled, nearly spilling over. Kajumu, Tokiyame murmured, "May I have this painting?" Kajumu nodded and handed it to her with gentle care. "Of course." Tokiyame accepted it, folding it carefully. "Thank you, Kajumu." Lastly, Tokiyame went to see Namuri. The 10-year-old boy remained serene and reserved, skillfully brewing tea in the tea house. Upon seeing Tokiyame, he gave a slight nod. Only after serving his guests did he quietly approach her. "Sister." Tokiyame glanced behind him. The translucent figure of a faceless woman still stood there motionless, as if waiting for something. "Little Moku," Tokiyame said, "I'm leaving on a long journey." Moku nodded softly. "I know." Tokiyame blinked, surprised. "You know?" Moku lifted a finger toward his own eyes. "I saw it. Behind you, two figures. A boy in black robes. A boy in white robes. They are waiting for you." Tokiyame's heart trembled softly. The boy in black, Itachi. The boy in white, Shisui. They were waiting for her. To bear witness. To fulfill the final vow. Tokiyame knelt and gently embraced him. "Moku, take good care of yourself." Moku nodded and returned her embrace just as gently. "Sister, you must also take good care of yourself." Having settled everything, Tokiyame departed. Her destination, a secret Uchiha hideout. A cave on the border of the land of fire specified in Itachi's letter. She traveled for 3 days and nights. She arrived at dusk on the 4th day. Outside the cave leaned a solitary figure. Itachi. He wore his black robe adorned with crimson clouds, his face pale, his eyes gently closed. Behind him, the bloodstained adult Itachi smiled as Shisui, emerging from shadow, embraced him. The two phantoms had long since merged into one. Tokiyame approached quietly. Itachi opened his eyes, saw her, and the faintest curve touched his lips. "Senior, you've come." Tokiyame nodded and sat beside him. They sat in silence for a long while. Finally, Itachi spoke, voice soft. "He is almost here." Tokiyame knew he meant Sasuke. "What would you have me do?" Itachi paused, then whispered, "Before he arrives, stay with me. Talk with me." Tokiyame nodded. The sun sank. The moon rose. They sat at the cave's mouth, gazing at the silver light. Itachi spoke, long and deeply, of meeting Shisui for the first time, of opening his eyes for the first time, of joining the ANBU on that fateful day, of the night drenched in blood and crimson sky, of how fiercely he loved Sasuke, how he longed to watch him grow, how he yearned to tell him everything face to face, of how utterly exhausted he truly was, how deeply he wished to rest at last. Tokiyame listened in silence, saying nothing. When he finished, Itachi asked softly, "Senior, do you think Sasuke will ever forgive me?" Tokiyame looked at him and past him at the two waiting phantoms, seeking an answer, and replied, voice tender, "Yes, one day he will." Itachi smiled. It was the first time Tokiyame had ever seen such genuine ease upon his face. "That is enough." He closed his eyes and leaned against the stone wall. "Senior, would you play that melody for me once more?" Tokiyame nodded. She drew out her leaf flute, placed it to her lips, and began to play. Shii, 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 still unmelodic. Yet Itachi listened, his lips never leaving that quiet smile. When the tune ended, he murmured, "Thank you." After that, silence. Tokiyame watched him, his breath growing fainter, his heartbeat slowing, the two phantoms behind him fading gradually into stillness. His face retained that gentle smile, a smile of release, a smile of peace, the peace of finally resting. Tokiyame's tears fell soundless, yet she did not weep aloud. She simply sat, still present, keeping vigil, waiting for the one who would soon arrive. As the moon reached its zenith, Tokiyame sensed the familiar chakra. Sasuke had come. Tokiyame rose, cast one last glance at Itachi, and whispered, "Rest easy. Sasuke, I will take care of him. Your wish, I will fulfill it." She turned and vanished into the shadows, watching silently from the dark. Watching Sasuke draw near. Watching him discover Itachi's body. Watching shock give way to grief, and grief consumed by fury. Watching him stand alone beneath the moonlight for a long, long time. Tokiyame clenched her fists until her nails bit deep. Yet she did not step forward. This was Itachi's choice. Let Sasuke hate him. Let Sasuke grow stronger. Let Sasuke live. She could not interfere, but she could wait. Wait for the day truth would be revealed. Wait for the day the brothers would truly reconcile. Dawn broke. Sasuke departed. Tokiyame emerged from the shadows and stood before Itachi. She knelt and gently touched his cheek. Cold. Yet that smile remained, clear, unwavering. Tokiyame whispered, "Itachi, rest well. Sasuke, I will take care of him. Your wish, I will fulfill it." She rose, gazed upon him one final time, and turned away. Translucent butterflies swarmed from every direction, circling Itachi, coalescing into a shimmering sea of light. One last farewell, and one final witnessing. Witnessing this boy, finally set free. witnessing this profound, unbearable bond between brothers, ending with a heavy yet immaculate full stop. Tokiyame descended the hill, stepping into the morning light. Her hair had grown another inch. She did not care, because all of it was worth it. To remember this person, to remember this love, to remember this reign, the reign of time, that would never cease. Volume 7, The Shinobi World War. In the 63rd year of the Wood-Leaf Spring, a year has passed since Uchiha Itachi's death. This year the ninja world has undergone tremendous changes. Sasuke joined the Akatsuki, collaborating with Orochimaru, and personally eradicated him. He formed the Snake Team with only one goal in mind: destroying the Leaf Village. Naruto, in pursuit of Sasuke, embarked on a journey of training, mastering the power of the Nine Tails under the guidance of Killer Bee, growing stronger by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Shiyu remained hidden in the shadows, quietly observing everything. Her white hair had grown long enough that it needed 4 large hairpins to be styled, and every morning it took nearly 2 hours for her to groom herself. She sat beneath an old tree, combing her hair in front of an old mirror. The white strands slid through her fingers, cool to the touch, like moonlight condensed from countless nights. "Sister, your hair has grown long again." The speaker was Minion. He was 12 years old, and came to visit Shiyu every so often. Today he brought tea. He brewed himself, sitting on a stone bench, quietly watching her comb her hair. Shiyu lightly responded, "There have been too many events happening lately." "Is war coming?" Shiyu's hand paused slightly. She looked at Minion. His eyes remained pitch black, but she knew that beneath those eyes the seal was beginning to loosen. "You sensed it?" Minion nodded. "I see many people, many shadows. They are all heading in the same direction. It is bright there and very noisy." Then, many people just disappeared. Shiyu fell silent. That was a sign of war. Countless people rushing to the battlefield, countless would never return. "Little Mo," she said softly, "if one day sister has to go far away and won't come back for a long time, would you be afraid?" Minion thought for a moment and gently shook his head. "No, because I can see sister. No matter where sister is, I can see her." Shiyu smiled, reaching out to ruffle his hair. "That's good." Listening Sound and Painting Dream also arrived as promised. On full moon nights, the three would always come to the old house, accompanying Shiyu to drink tea, chat, and listen to her play the off-key leaf flute. Listening Sound was 14, already a graceful young girl, her long hair tied up with a light pink ribbon, her bright eyes seemingly able to see through people's hearts. "Sister, I heard a very loud sound," she said as soon as she entered the door. She raised her gaze. "What sound?" Listening Sound frowned, seemingly trying to discern. "It sounds like many people are crying and like the whole world is trembling. And there are voices." Infinite Tsukuyami Dream Piece. "I can't hear clearly." Shiyu's fingertips tightened slightly. Infinite Tsukuyami. Uchiha Madara's plan. War is indeed near. Painting Dream, 16 years old, with a calm demeanor, carried a large scroll containing his recent works. "Sister, I also dreamed of some things," he said as he unfurled the painting. The scroll slowly opened. On the battlefield, ninjas were engaged in relentless combat, with colossal objects hanging in the sky and corpses strewn across the ground. In the center of the painting, 2 young boys stood back to back, one with blonde hair and the other with black, radiating a brilliant light. It was Naruto and Sasuke. "This is," Shiyu murmured. Painting Dream pointed to a corner, and here. Shiyu looked over. At the edge of the painting, a figure with white hair stood atop a rock, surrounded by countless transparent butterflies dancing around. Behind her stood Shisui, Itachi, Fugaku, Mikoto Ino. Familiar faces. That was her own self. "Sister will live on," Painting Dream said earnestly. "I saw it in my dream. Sister will live to a very old age. Her hair will reach the ground, and she will still be here." Shiyu's eyes felt a bit warm. "Thank you, Painting Dream." They gathered until late into the night. After the 3 children left, Shiyu sat alone under the tree, gazing at the bright moon. There were more transparent butterflies than usual, as if foreseeing an impending storm, quietly waiting. She took out the leaf flute and placed it to her lips. Creak, creak, creak. Still out of tune, but she played with utmost seriousness. After the tune ended, a light laugh came from behind her. "You still play so badly." Shiyu turned around. It was Saku, the one who shared the title of test subject with her, leaned against the wall, a faint smile on his face. "You came," Shiyu said. Saku jumped over the wall and sat beside her. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "The 5 Kage Summit is about to convene. Danzo will be there, and Sasuke will be there too." Shiyu looked at him. "How do you know?" "I have planted spies in the roots." Saku said calmly. "Danzo has been waiting for this opportunity. He wants Sasuke's eyes. He wants the last bloodline of the Uchiha. This time he won't let go." Shiyu's fingers tightened slightly. "Sasuke will go after him for revenge." "That's right," Saku nodded. "But the current Sasuke is not Danzo's opponent. He has Shisui's Kodoame Tsukumi and Izanagi. He won't die easily." Shiyu fell silent. She knew that Saku spoke the truth, but she also understood that she could not stop Sasuke. That was his own path. She could only observe, only witness. Shiyu, Saku suddenly asked, have you ever thought about using your abilities to change all of this? Shiyu met his gaze. You possess the power of time. Though you cannot rewrite the past, you can influence the present. If you intervene, perhaps you could save many people. Shiyu was silent for a long time, gently shaking her head. I cannot. Why, oi? Because that is their choice. Shiyu said softly. Naruto chose to believe in Sasuke. Sasuke chose to seek revenge. Itachi chose to protect his brother in his own way. Shisui chose to exchange his life for peace. I cannot choose for them. I can only remember them. Saku looked at her for a long time and sighed lightly. You are truly a strange person. Shiyu smiled. Many people say the same thing. Saku got up, preparing to leave, took a few steps, and turned back to look at her. On the day of the 5 Kage summit, I will also be there. If you need help, find me. Shiyu nodded slightly. Saku disappeared into the night. Shiyu sat alone under the tree, gazing at the moon. She knew that the days ahead would no longer be peaceful. But she was ready. Ready to witness. Ready to protect. Ready to wait for that moment to arrive. A few days later, Shiyu set off for the land of iron. She firmly secured her hair, ensuring it would not come undone in battle, changed into dark clothing for easier concealment, and fastened the leaf flute to her waist. This was not a weapon, but a token to remember everything. When she arrived in the land of iron, the 5 Kage summit had already begun. She lurked in the shadows, watching as the 5 Kage entered in succession: the hot-tempered Reikage, the short but sharp Tsuchikage, Inoki the beautiful, yet sharp-witted Mizukage, Terumi, Mei, and Gaara, who had long transformed into the wind shadow, and the acting Hokage, Shimura Danzo. The moment he stepped into the venue, Shiyu's gaze locked onto him. Behind him, there was nothing. No one from the future. Shiyu shifted her gaze to the other side. Sasuke was lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Behind him, that cold adult Sasuke's phantom was now as clear as a real person, with a blade in hand full of hatred. Yet beside that phantom, there was another indistinct figure. It was Itachi. He quietly gazed at Sasuke, still protecting. Shiyu's heart surged with complex emotions as she whispered softly, Itachi, don't worry. I will watch over him. Shortly after the meeting began, Sasuke burst into the venue, directly targeting Danzo. The 5 Kage were shocked. Their guards stepped forward, only to be taken down one by Sasuke. Shiyu watched coldly, observing the madness in his eyes, watching him being severely injured by the Reikage, watching him fall and rise again. She saw the cold phantom behind him nodding in approval. That's right, keep going. But she also saw another figure. Itachi, standing behind Sasuke, reaching out a hand, wanting to touch. Yet the hand passed straight through his body. Inaccessible. Shiyu's eyes felt warm, but she forced herself to hold back. She could only watch. Just as Sasuke was about to be besieged by the 5 Kage, Obito appeared. He announced the start of the 4th Great Ninja War, declaring war on the 5 Kage. Then he vanished into the void with Sasuke. The meeting came to an end. Shiyu stepped out from the shadows, standing in the center of the empty venue. Transparent butterflies circled around her more and more. They were witnessing the turning point in history, witnessing the impending Great War, witnessing the fate of countless people. Shiyu raised her head, gazing at the moonlight falling through the skylight, softly saying, it has begun. Chapter 31 complete. In the year 63 of the Wood-Leaf Summer, the 4th Shinobi World War officially broke out. The ninja allied forces were established, with the 5 Kage unified in command, gathering 80,000 ninjas on standby. Naruto and Killer Bee were hidden on a solitary island, guarded by Guy and others. Shiyu also arrived at the battlefield. She stood on a small hill at the back of the allied forces, gazing at the densely packed ninjas in the distance, resembling an endless sea of people. Their faces bore expressions of tension, fear, and determination. Transparent butterflies filled the sky, nearly obscuring it. They were all waiting for those who had passed to return to the mortal realm. Shiyu closed her eyes and released her perception. She heard countless sounds: heartbeats, breaths, the clash of weapons, whispers, and prayers. Every sound represented a life. Every life could be extinguished in this war. She opened her eyes and looked at her own hands. These hands had witnessed too much death. These hands could grasp nothing. Yet she still came, for she was the gatekeeper. For she was the witness. Impure earth reincarnation. Yakushi Kabuto used this forbidden technique to awaken countless departed souls. The Hokage of past generations, members of Akatsuki, and famous figures from various villages. And also, the souls of the Uchiha clan. She saw them one by one. Fugaku, Mikoto, Ino the 8th. Familiar faces appeared. Their eyes were hollow, their bodies covered in black markings. Controlled, they raised their weapons against former comrades. Silent tears slid down Shiyu's cheeks, yet she remained motionless. She knew these were merely echoes. The true versions of them had long since found peace. But when her gaze fell upon Fugaku and Mikoto, her heart still ached fiercely. They stood in the ranks of the reincarnated, weapons in hand, their expressions vacant. In that moment, Mikoto turned her head slightly, looking in Shiyu's direction. Her lips moved silently. Yet Shiyu understood. She was saying, "Sasuke, please." Shiyu nodded gently. A faint smile seemed to lift the corners of Mikoto's lips. Then she turned her head back and continued forward. The battle began. The reincarnated souls clashed fiercely with the ninja allied forces. Shiyu stood high, quietly observing. She saw Haku and Zabuza, this pair of master and disciple from their previous lives, now side by side again, their synergy unchanged. Yet during the lulls in battle, Haku's gaze would often drift into the distance, as if searching for something. She saw the third Raikage, that man who could take on thousands alone, facing off against his grandson, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes. She saw the past Kage controlled, confronting the current 5 Kage. And then, Itachi. He stood among the ranks of the reincarnated, battling Naruto and Killer Bee. Yet in his eyes a subtle struggle was concealed. That flicker of struggle showed Shiyu hope. She knew that Itachi would find a way. He would never genuinely harm those he wished to protect. Indeed, Itachi found Naruto breaking free from control with Shisui's Kodoame Tsukumi. He revealed the truth to Naruto about that bloody night, the reasons for the massacre, and his deeply hidden love for Sasuke. Then he went to find Sasuke, to see him one last time. Shiyu followed from a distance. She saw Itachi reunite with Sasuke, witnessing the shock and pain in Sasuke's eyes, and saw Itachi smiling as he revealed his final secret. She saw Itachi's body begin to dissipate, saw him gently stroke Sasuke's head one last time, and softly say, "No matter what path you choose, I will always love you." Then he completely vanished. Sasuke fell to his knees, crying out in anguish. Shiyu's tears fell as well. Yet she smiled, for she knew Itachi had finally found relief. He had waited for this day, the day when Sasuke would know everything. Transparent butterflies surged from all directions, swirling where Itachi had vanished, forming a glowing sea. They were sending him off for the last time. They were also witnessing it all, witnessing this boy finally find peace. That night, Shiyu found Sasuke. He sat alone under a tree, gazing at the sky. Behind him, the cold adult shadow of Sasuke was slowly fading. In its place was a new shadow, white-clad Sasuke with gentle eyes and a slight smile. That was the possible future. If he was willing to let go of hatred. Shiyu approached and sat down beside him. Sasuke turned his head, saw her, and paused slightly. "Who are you?" "Shiyu," she softly replied, "a friend of your brother." Sasuke fell silent. After a long while, he quietly asked, "Do you know about him?" Shiyu nodded. "He always asked me to watch over you." Sasuke's fingers clenched slightly. "Did he say anything else?" Shiyu thought for a moment and softly replied, "He said that no matter what path you choose, he will always love you." Sasuke's tears flowed once more. There was no sound of crying, only silent tears. Shiyu sat with him for a very long time, until the moon set and the east began to turn pale. Elder Sasuke suddenly spoke, "Do you believe I can walk a different path?" Shiyu looked at him, at the gentle white shadow behind him, and replied earnestly, "I believe." Sasuke looked at her, his emotions complex and difficult to discern. "Why?" "Because your brother believes," Shiyu softly said. "Because Naruto believes. Because there are many others waiting for you to return." Sasuke fell silent. Then he stood up. "Elder, thank you." He turned and walked into the distance. Shiyu watched his back and softly said, "Take care." Chapter 32 End. In the year 63 of the Wood Leaf Autumn, the war has reached a fever pitch. Obito and Madara have finally resurrected the Ten Tails. This colossal being obscures the sun. The ninja allied forces are retreating steadily. Shiyu stands at the edge of the battlefield, quietly observing. Transparent butterflies flutter around her, their numbers reaching an unprecedented density, nearly coloring the sky into a luminous snow. They witness this calamity, and they wait for that decisive moment. Shiyu gazes at the Ten Tails, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surging in her heart. It resembles that withered tree, like that fissure, like those lingering echoes. The Ten Tails is, after all, the embodiment of the divine tree. It is Kagaya's vessel, the source of all tragedies. Shiyu raises her hand, gently pressing it against her chest. There still remains the mark left by her father all those years ago, the mark of the gatekeeper. A thought suddenly flashes by. What if this mark were to touch the Ten Tails? What would happen? She quickly suppresses this thought. Too dangerous. Moreover, she had promised those 6 selves to live well. Naruto arrives at the battlefield. Countless shadow clones spread out, distributing Nine Tails chakra to every ninja. Everyone feels that warmth. Shiyu is no exception. It is a power akin to sunlight, bright, gentle, filled with hope. She looks at Naruto, the once lonely child, now the pillar for everyone. Behind him, his father, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gazes at him with a smile. The Nine-Tails fox lies submissively at his feet. Shiyu smiles. She finally understands why Shisui called Naruto the child of prophecy. Because he can change hearts. He can make people believe in hope. He can help those in despair to rise again. Shiryu extends her hand, catching a strand of chakra emitted by Naruto. It gently pulses in her palm like a small heart. She softly says, "Thank you, Naruto." The battle continues. Obito becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, nearly invincible. Naruto and Sasuke join forces, but still cannot prevail. At this moment, the past Hokages are summoned back through the impure world reincarnation. The first, second, third, and fourth Hokages step onto the battlefield fighting alongside Naruto. Shiryu looks at the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and behind him Kushina's ethereal figure smiles gently, as if saying, "Go protect our child." She looks at the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, and behind him Izuna Uchiha's ethereal figure watches calmly devoid of hatred or anger, only peaceful acceptance. She gazes at the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and behind him the past Hokage's comrades and villagers, countless ethereal figures surround. She looks at the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, and behind him the ethereal figure of Madara Uchiha reaches out a hand, as if to say, "Finally we meet again." Shiryu's heart is deeply moved. Those who have passed have never truly left. They are all watching. All are protecting. Transparent butterflies flutter beside them, increasing in number and brightness. They witness the reunion of heroes. Witness this battle that transcends life and death. In the end, Naruto, Sasuke, and the past Hokages join forces to defeat Obito. But a greater threat quickly follows. Madara Uchiha, using the rebirth of the Samsara technique, is completely revived. He becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, activating the Rinnegan, declaring the commencement of the infinite Tsukuyomi, dragging the entire world into a dream. Shiryu looks at Madara, gazing at the ethereal figure behind him. The young Madara standing shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama by the banks of the Southie River. That ethereal figure shakes its head gently, as if to say, "This is not what I wanted." Shiryu whispers, "I know, but you can no longer hear me." She turns her head, looking towards another direction. Black Zetsu lurks in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Behind him, the ethereal figure of Kagaya Otsutsuki appears. The woman sealed for 1,000 years smiles at Black Zetsu, as if to say, "Well done, my child." Shiryu tightens her fingertips. She knows that the real battle has only just begun. Chapter 33 complete. Year 63 of Konoha. Winter. Madara had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The infinite Tsukuyomi was imminent. Naruto and Sasuke, standing on the precipice of life and death, encountered the Sage of Six Paths. They received the power of the Sage, their strength surging exponentially. The final battle loomed, imminent, inevitable. Shiryu stood at the edge of the battlefield, fully aware of what was about to unfold. Naruto and Sasuke would join forces to seal Madara. Yet Black Zetsu would betray them and resurrect Kagaya. Then would come a far more devastating confrontation. She had to make a choice. Would she continue as a silent witness, or step forward and intervene directly? At that very moment, she sensed a familiar resonance. A rift was opening. Beyond the gate, something called to her. Shiryu closed her eyes and saw 6 versions of herself. An infant swaddled in silk, a girl of 5 or 6, a maiden of 8 or 9, her 13 or 14-year-old self, her 17 or 18-year-old form, and the echo of herself at 20. All 6 gazed upon her in unison. "Shiryu," the echo spoke, "the time has come." She understood its meaning instantly. Beyond that gate lay power. Power sufficient to rewrite fate itself. If she stepped across and became the 7th, she would claim that power. She would truly rewrite reality. She could save those fated to perish. She could. What is the cost? Shiryu asked. The echo paused, then whispered softly, "You will become us, and you will lose your present." Shiryu fell silent. She remembered Itachi, remembered Shisui, remembered Fugaku and Mikoto, remembered the 3 children, remembered Naruto and Sasuke. Every soul she had ever witnessed. She recalled her mother's words. "Shiryu, remember this. The most precious thing in this world is not power nor longevity, but those faint, fleeting lights. That is hope." She opened her eyes. "I will not enter." All 6 versions of herself froze in unison. "Why?" Shiryu smiled. "Because others still need me," she murmured. "Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, the 3 children. They are still fighting. I cannot abandon them." The echo watched her for a long while, then sighed gently. "You are still so foolish." Her tone held no reproach, only quiet, profound warmth. "Then go," she said. "We will wait for you here, until the moment you truly need us." Shiryu nodded faintly. She turned toward the battlefield. "Shiryu," the echo called out. She looked back. Tears shimmered in the echo's eyes. "Thank you for not making us wait too long." Shiryu smiled. "And thank you for always staying with me." She turned again and walked into the battlefield. Behind her, the 6 figures slowly faded into silence. Yet their smiles remained eternally imprinted upon Shiryu's heart. When she returned to the battlefield, Naruto and Sasuke were locked in fierce combat with Madara. Empowered by the sage's chakra, they fought with unstoppable might. Yet Madara grew stronger still. At that instant, Black Zetsu struck, piercing Madara's body from behind. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the legendary woman, returned to the mortal world. The mythic sovereign finally re-emerged upon Earth. Shiryu gazed upon Kaguya, the being sealed away for 1,000 years. Behind her, two spectral figures stood motionless. One the sage of six paths, her son. The other the man she had once loved deeply. They watched her in silence, their eyes filled with sorrow and resignation. Shiryu murmured softly, "You are pitiful too." Yet she knew well pity and condemnation often dwell side by side. Kaguya intended to destroy this world. She had to be stopped. The final battle commenced. Naruto and Sasuke fought Kaguya to the death. Sakura and Kakashi lent full support. Everyone gave everything they had. Shiryu stood at the battlefield's edge, her silver hair billowing in the wind. Translucent butterflies circled her, coalescing into a luminous, swirling tempest. She waited for that one decisive moment. At last, it arrived. Naruto and Sasuke seized their chance, unleashing the six paths Chibaku Tensei to seal Kaguya utterly. Victory. The war had ended. From afar, Shiryu watched Naruto and Sasuke lying spent upon the field, watched the jubilant crowd, watched the rising sun bloom over the eastern horizon. The translucent butterflies danced, growing ever brighter. They too celebrated. They too bore witness. Tears traced Shiryu's cheeks, but her smile was tender, serene. She whispered softly, "It is over." In the 64th year of my spring, 3 months have passed since the war ended. The ninja world finally welcomes a long-awaited peace. Naruto has become a hero revered by thousands. Sasuke embarks on a journey of redemption, guarding peace in his own way. Sakura works at the Konoha hospital, becoming the most outstanding medical ninja. Kakashi assumes the position of the 6th Hokage, leading the village towards a new dawn. The 3 children have all grown into adults. Listening Sound at 17 becomes a historian, traveling across the ninja world to document forgotten stories, penning a book titled Those Who Are Remembered. Hua Ming at 19 becomes a renowned artist in the ninja world, with his works treasured by various villages. He paints a massive mural on the Hokage Rock, eternally etching the smiles of all who sacrificed for peace into Konoha. Mion Yen at 15 inherits Shiyu's, while becoming the new generation's gatekeeper. His eyes have fully awakened golden pupils that can see the flow of time, guarding the temporal rift. And Shiyu, her white hair has finally stopped growing. She cuts off the long ends, leaving it at her waist. The hint of cherry blossom pink at the tips still remains. It represents her last bond with 6 selves. On this day, Shiyu arrives at the Valley of the End. She stands beneath that withered tree, gazing at the scattered transparent butterflies dancing in the air. Their numbers have decreased significantly, yet they still exist. Shiyu speaks softly, "Father, Mother, and 6 of me. The war has ended. Peace has come. You can rest now." The wind rustles, and the withered tree sways gently. The butterflies rise and swirl around her, like a farewell, yet also a blessing. Shiyu watches them, tears falling, yet a smile graces her face. "Thank you all." Leaving the Valley of the End, Shiyu returns to Konoha. She stands on the Hokage Rock, overlooking the entire village. In the sunlight, people come and go, their faces filled with smiles. Children chase and play, ninjas carry out their daily tasks, vendors call out along the streets. Ordinary, yet remarkably beautiful. Shiyu remembers Shisui. She recalls his last words, "If one day peace comes, help me take a look." Shiyu speaks softly, "Shisui, peace has come. Can you see it?" The wind gently blows as if in response. Shiyu smiles. In the evening, she returns to the old house. The old tree still stands, though it is older now. The old house remains, though it is more dilapidated. But everything is still there. She sits beneath the tree, takes out the old leaf flute, and places it to her lips. Squeak, 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 still out of tune. Yet she plays with great seriousness. A few transparent butterflies flutter nearby, quietly listening. As the tune ends, a familiar voice comes from behind. "Sister, you still play so poorly." Shiyu turns around. Mion Yin stands at the door holding a cup of hot tea. Shiyu smiles, "Then you come and play." Mion Yin shakes his head. "I can't." "Then learn." "Okay." The two sit side by side under the tree, drinking tea and gazing at the moon. Moonlight spills over them, over the old tree, and over the shimmering butterflies. Quiet, warm, stable. "Sister Mion," Yin suddenly asks, "what do you plan to do in the future?" Shiyu thinks for a moment and softly replies, "To continue living. To continue remembering. To continue waiting." "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for those who need to be remembered," Shiyu says. "Waiting for those who need to be protected. Waiting for the next dawn." Mion Yin looks at her seriously. "Then I will always be with you, sister." Shiyu smiles and gently ruffles his hair. "Okay." Late at night, Mion Yin leans against the tree, falling into a deep sleep. Shiyu drapes a coat over him, stands up, and walks to the center of the yard, looking up at the moon. The moon is large and round, its silver light illuminating the earth. Transparent butterflies dance around her like glowing spirits. Shiyu softly says, "Shisui, listen, I'm getting better at playing. Though I'm still out of tune. But getting there. One day I will play for you." Under the moonlight, the white-haired girl stands quietly, her lips curving slightly upwards. Behind her, countless phantoms stand still. Shisui, Itachi, Fugaku, Mikoto, Ino's 6 selves, and all those she has witnessed, they are all there. All watching her. All protecting her. Shiyu of time still falls. Forever falling in the present. This reign will never cease. Because she is Uchiha Shigure. She is the gatekeeper. She is the witness. She is the memory of all the forgotten. She is the very reign of time itself. Chapter 35, The End. In the 64th year of Konoha autumn, the 4th Great Ninja War has come to an end, marking the 3rd spring and autumn since. Peace has fallen upon the ninja world like a long overdue rain, gently drenching the entire realm. As the smoke of battle dissipated and wounds began to heal, Konoha village regained its former vitality, even more bustling and stable than before. Morning sunlight streamed through the treetops, spilling onto the stone-paved path, where the laughter of children, the calls of vendors, and the light footsteps of ninjas intertwined, creating a tapestry of the most ordinary yet precious daily life. On the east side of the village, near the old walls, there stood a nearly forgotten old house. In the yard stood a sturdy ancient tree, its thick trunk and lush branches bearing witness to countless storms. Since the establishment of Konoha, it has stood here, witnessing laughter and tears, war and peace, the births and departures of generations. Under the tree sat a young girl. She wore a plain white kimono with pale cherry blossom patterns embroidered on the cuffs, and her long hair was intricately styled into a complex bun secured with several smooth jade hairpins. Her hair was pure white, with only a faint blush of cherry blossom pink at the tips shimmering softly in the sunlight. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with fair skin and delicate features, yet her silver-gray eyes held a depth of tranquility and sorrow that spanned many long years. Uchiha Shigure, a girl bound by time, forever stuck at the age of 13. The guardian of the Uchiha clan's rise and fall, the keeper of the temporal rifts. She was also the very embodiment of this unceasing reign of time. At this moment, she quietly combed her long hair. This was her daily morning ritual. Removing the jade hairpins one by one and loosening her carefully styled bun, her ankle-length white hair cascaded down like a waterfall of moonlight. Holding an ancient wooden comb, she slowly brushed from the roots to the tips of her hair, her movements gentle and patient, unhurried, as if she were untangling memories long sealed away. The entire process took a full hour. She had long since grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to solitude, accustomed to waiting, accustomed to coexisting with time in this quiet manner. Suddenly, the courtyard door was gently knocked on. Knock, 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 knock. The crisp and hurried sound carried the unique energy of youth. Shiyu did not look up, her voice calm and undisturbed. The door is not locked. The door was pushed open and a golden figure eagerly peeked inside. Shia-senpai, are you there? Uzumaki Naruto, the future 7th Hokage, now recognized as a hero in the ninja world. He wore a dazzling smile that seemed to shine, his eyes crescent-shaped, and his bright orange outfit stood out vividly in the sunlight. Shiyu slowly raised her gaze, her eyes lightly resting on him. What do you want? Naruto hurriedly walked into the courtyard, squatting beside her, looking at the mountain of soft white hair, unable to contain his awe. Senpai, your hair has grown. How long does it take to comb it every day? An hour, Shiyu replied calmly. An hour? Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. So you spend the entire day just combing your hair? Shiyu glanced at him, her tone steady. Which is why I rarely go outside. Naruto scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, but soon his expression turned serious. Senpai, I really have something important to ask you today. Shiyu remained silent, continuing her actions, the wooden comb gliding through her hair, producing a soft rustling sound. Naruto took a deep breath, his tone sincere. The ninja school is currently in need of a history teacher. The textbook content is too dry, the children can't understand it, and can't grasp how brutal war is and how hard One Piece can be. I thought for a long time, and the most suitable person in the entire ninja world is only you. Shiyu paused slightly, her actions momentarily halting. Me? Yes, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shining. You've lived for so long. No, you have such profound experiences, having seen so many things and lived through so many years. The history you tell must be the most real and moving. The children will definitely listen. Shiyu quietly gazed at him, a faint ripple passing through her eyes. The images buried deep in her heart suddenly surged forth. Smoke of the warring states, the Uchiha's lanterns, Shisui's smile, Itachi's silhouette, Fugaku and Mikoto's instructions, and the war that swept through the entire ninja world. She gently set down the wooden comb. All right. Naruto was taken aback, hardly believing his ears. Really? I said I'll go. Naruto's eyes sparkled brighter than the sun, and he nearly jumped in excitement. That's great. I'll tell Iruka Sensei right now. Senpai, tomorrow morning at 9 at the ninja school, please don't be late. He rushed out the door, then turned back to wave vigorously. Senpai, see you tomorrow. Before his voice faded, his figure had already disappeared around the corner. Shiyu looked in the direction. He left a faint and gentle arc unconsciously forming at the corners of her lips. What a child who never grows up. She picked up the comb again, continuing to braid her snow-like long hair. An hour later, her hair was neatly styled again, with the jade hairpins placed back in their original positions. She stood up and walked into the house, standing in front of a somewhat worn copper mirror. In the mirror was the 13 or 14-year-old girl with silver eyes, white hair, and cherry-pink tips, just as she was decades ago, seemingly frozen in time. Shiyu gazed at her reflection, her voice as light as a breeze. "Shisui, can you hear me? I'm going to teach the children now. You must be laughing at me, a person forever 13 going to teach a group of teenagers." She chuckled softly. That smile was faint but warm enough to illuminate the long years. The next morning at 9, Shiyu appeared punctually at the entrance of the ninja school. She wore a simple dark kimono, her hair neatly styled, and at her waist hung the old leaf flute that had accompanied her for many years. Her expression was serene, neither tense nor expectant, as if she were simply attending an ordinary appointment. Irika had long been waiting at the door, wearing a gentle smile. "Shia-senpai, you're here. Naruto said you were willing to come, and I'm really so happy. The children will definitely love your class." Shiyu nodded slightly. "I'll do my best." Irika led her toward the classroom while softly introducing, "It's a 6th grade class with a total of 35 children, and they are graduating this year. I hope you can help them understand the weight of history and the preciousness of peace. No need to be too heavy-handed, just touch upon it." Shiyu listened quietly, occasionally nodding. Arriving at the classroom door, Irika opened the door and called out, "Class, quiet down." The previously noisy classroom immediately fell silent, and 35 pairs of curious eyes turned to the door. "Today we have a very special teacher with us." Irika stepped aside, revealing Shiyu. "This is Uchiha Shigure-senpai, who has personally experienced many significant moments in the ninja world and will tell you the most authentic historical stories today. You all must listen attentively. Understand?" "Understood." The children chorused back, their gazes fixed on Shiyu. Shiyu stepped into the classroom, standing in front of the podium. A little boy immediately raised his hand, his face full of curiosity. "Teacher, you look so young. How old are you this year?" The classroom erupted in light laughter. Shiyu remained expressionless, replying softly, 13. The little boy was taken aback. "Huh? How can you be a teacher? You're only a few years older than us." Shiyu maintained her calm tone. "When I was 13, your father hadn't been born yet." The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. The little boy's cheeks flushed red as he muttered, "You're lying." Shiyu did not explain. She gently raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Time suddenly froze at that moment. 35 children were instantly frozen in place, some with their mouths agape, some with hands raised, some tilting their heads, each expression varied, yet motionless. Shiyu calmly walked down from the podium, lightly tapping the head of each child from the front row to the back. Then she returned to the podium and snapped her fingers again. Time resumed its flow. "What just happened? I think I couldn't move. Teacher, what did you do?" The classroom erupted in chaos. Shiyu's expression remained calm. "Just now I paused time for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, I tapped each of your heads. Did anyone feel it?" The children exchanged glances before excitedly calling out, "I felt it. I felt it too. You're amazing, teacher." Shiyu gently raised her hand, quieting the crowd. "In this class, I won't talk about time in ninjutsu, I will talk about time in history." Her gaze slowly swept over each young face. "Do you know why we can live in such a peaceful era?" The classroom fell completely silent. 35 pairs of eyes, 35 focused gazes, all fixed on this seemingly youthful girl who held countless stories within. Shiyu began to narrate. She spoke of the conflicts of the warring states, the grudges between the Uchiha and Senju, the founding of Konoha, and the pain inflicted by repeated wars in the ninja world. Her tone was calm, without extravagant embellishments or deliberate emotionality, yet every word fell like raindrops upon the heart, heavy and clear. Because the children could all feel that what this teacher spoke of was not the cold words from textbooks, but the burning years she had truly lived through. When the school bell rang, the children simultaneously let out disappointed sighs. "Teacher, please tell us a little longer. What happened next? Will you come tomorrow, teacher?" Shiyu looked at this group of bright-eyed children, her lips gently curving. "We'll talk about it tomorrow." She turned and walked out of the classroom. Behind her were the children's chattering debates. "Teacher Shiyu is so amazing. Has she really lived for a very long time? She looks even younger than us. It must be some incredible ninjutsu." Shiyu did not stop, but the smile on her face lingered. In the evening, Shiyu returned to the old house. As she pushed open the courtyard door, she saw a small figure sitting under the tree. Uchiha Sarada, the daughter of Sasuke and Sakura, 8 years old, wearing round glasses with her black hair tied into twin ponytails, holding a book and reading it with utmost seriousness. Hearing the footsteps, Sarada suddenly looked up, her eyes instantly brightening. "Shayani." She immediately jumped up and rushed into Shiyu's embrace, tightly hugging her waist. Shiyu was slightly taken aback, then gently stroked her head. What brings you here? Sarada looked up excitedly, saying, I heard Uncle Naruto say you became a teacher at the ninja school. I want to listen to your lectures too, but I'm still too young to attend 6th grade. So I came to your house to wait for you. Shiyu looked at her gaze unconsciously falling behind Sarada. There a small, clear phantom appeared. The adult Sarada wearing a Hokage robe stood atop Hokage rock, her gaze resolute as she looked down at the entire Konoha village. That was her bright and brilliant future. What do you want to hear? Shiyu asked softly. Sarada tilted her head and thought, her eyes shining brightly. I want to hear stories about my dad. Shiyu led her to sit under the tree, her voice softening. Your dad was a very proud child when he was young. When he first participated in the shuriken exam, he missed the target 3 times and was so angry that he wouldn't speak for the entire day. Sarada covered her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. He never cried when his brother scolded him. But once he secretly hid in a corner and cried, and I caught him. Sarada's smile gradually faded, her gaze taking on a maturity beyond her years. His brother. Is Uncle Itachi right? Shiyu gently nodded. Sarada fell silent for a moment, then quietly asked, Shayuni, what kind of person is Uncle Itachi? Shiyu gazed into the distance, transparent butterflies fluttering gently in the air, her voice as light as the wind. He is a very gentle person. Gentle enough to bear all the darkness of the world. Gentle enough to be misunderstood by those closest to him, while guarding the most important people. Sarada listened with rapt attention, her small face serious. Then Dad. Is he also like that? Shiyu looked at the clear Hokage phantom behind her, her tone incredibly firm. Yes. He is too. Sarada smiled. That smile resembled the youthful figure of Sasuke, clear and stubborn. As night gradually fell, Sakura came to pick up Sarada. Sarada turned back multiple times as she walked, waving vigorously. Shayuni, I'll come again tomorrow. Shiyu nodded slightly. Sakura watched her daughter's excited figure, then looked at Shiyu, her tone carrying a hint of helpless amusement. Senpai, Sarada talks about you all the time. I, as her mother, am almost losing my place. Shiyu looked at her softly, saying, then spend more time with her. Sakura was slightly taken aback. She comes to me because I am willing to listen to her and share stories with her. If you can also spare some time, she will cling to you just as much. Sakura fell silent. As the core of Konoha Hospital, she was always busy, scarcely having time to truly accompany her daughter. Shiyu looked at the faintly weary phantom behind her, gently saying, you don't need to be there every day, once a week is enough. On that day you are just a mother, not a doctor. Sakura's eyes slightly reddened. Senpai. Shiyu gently waved her hand. Go on, Sarada is waiting for you. Sakura deeply bowed and turned to leave. Shiyu stood under the old tree, watching their figures disappear into the night. Transparent butterflies fluttered gently around her, glimmering softly. She whispered softly, Shisui, look, peace is truly wonderful. The children can grow up carefree, can ask about their father's past, can smile, and say they will come again tomorrow. This is what you wanted, isn't it? The wind rustled through the leaves, producing a soft sound, as if responding in the gentlest way. Shiyu smiled. She took out the old leaf flute and placed it to her lips. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It still lacked harmony, but she played with utmost seriousness. When the tune ended, she softly said, tomorrow I have to go teach again. Those children are still waiting to hear stories. Under the moonlight, the white-haired girl stood quietly, surrounded by transparent butterflies. Behind her stood countless familiar phantoms. They were watching, guarding, waiting. And she continued to play that unfinished tune. The rain of time continued to fall. In the autumn of Konoha year 64, Tokiyame officially began her second week as a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Almost overnight, she became the most beloved instructor across the entire school. Every history class overflowed with students. Not only did all 6th graders attend without exception, but children from 4th and 5th grades would slip in during breaks, peering through windows or squeezing into the back rows to listen. Rather than discouraging them, faculty members often stood quietly by the doorway, joining the students in listening to this extraordinary teacher recount the past. Conversations about Tokiyame could be heard everywhere on campus. Did you hear? Today, teacher Tokiyame will lecture on the history of the Uchiha. Really? Then I must arrive early to secure a seat. She looks even younger than us, but knows so much. She's an Uchiha herself. Of course, she's extraordinary. Awe and admiration shimmered in the children's voices. The bell rang. Tokiyame entered the classroom precisely on time. Surveying the packed room, she remained perfectly composed and simply said, there are many of you today. A soft ripple of laughter rose from the audience. Her gaze swept slowly across the classroom, and in the very last row she spotted a small figure, Sarada, clutching a thick notebook, sitting ramrod straight and waving vigorously. Once again, the girl had quietly skipped her lower grade classes, unfailingly attending 6th grade lessons instead. Tokiyame did not call her out, she merely offered a gentle nod. Today we speak of Madara Uchiha. Silence fell instantly over the entire classroom. Madara Uchiha. A legendary shinobi, the founder of the Uchiha clan, one of the co-founders of Konoha, and the man who nearly dragged the entire shinobi world into annihilation. His name bore an eternal weight and mystery in every history textbook. Tokieme's voice flowed like still water, calm and unhurried. I first met Madara shortly after Konoha's founding. A hushed gasp rippled through the room. Eyes widened in disbelief. At that time he was still young, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama Senju beside the Nank River. Behind them lay the recently concluded Warring States era, its smoke still lingering in the air. Before them stood the newly born village of Konoha, brimming with hope. Before Tokieme's eyes, that distant scene surfaced once more. Two brilliant youths standing side by side. One with hair like cascading ink, the other with locks like winter snow. One carried within him both fierce devotion to his clan and a yearning for peace. The other's eyes held visions of the future and an unshakable belief in bonds. Madara was an extraordinarily complex man. She continued softly. He longed for peace, yet chose the most extreme path to attain it. He loved his clan deeply, yet in despair led them toward ruin. He cherished his younger brother above all, yet could only watch helplessly as he slipped away. Her tone held no judgment, no condemnation, only the quiet sigh of time well worn. Yet at heart he was simply human. He laughed, wept, suffered, and despaired. He was never a monster by nature, merely a man ensnared by fate and sorrow. The classroom fell utterly silent. 30-odd children, 30-odd pairs of rapt, unwavering eyes, were fixed upon the girl on the podium, forever frozen at 13 years old. They couldn't help but wonder, what impossibly long and solitary journey had this teacher, who seemed younger than themselves, truly walked? How could she speak so calmly of legends decades gone? How could her gaze hold such ancient sorrow, as she looked upon a past they could never touch? Time drifted by in hushed reverence. When the dismissal bell finally rang, the children remained immersed in the story, slow to stir from their trance. Only when Tokieme murmured gently, "That concludes today's lesson," did they awaken as if from a dream, surging forward with eager, overlapping questions. "Teacher, did you truly meet Madara? Teacher, what did Madara look like? Was he truly that powerful? Teacher, were Hashirama Senju and Madara truly the closest of friends?" Tokieme answered each question softly, her expression always serene and kind. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Sarada pushed her way to the front, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Sister Tokieme." She lifted her notebook, its pages densely filled with neat, careful script. "I wrote down everything. Madara's story, Hashirama's story, the founding of Konoha. When father returns, I'll tell him all about it." Gazing into those luminous eyes, Tokieme felt a warm tenderness bloom deep within her chest. This child inherited the Uchiha bloodline, and with it that same unwavering devotion to family and to memory. "Your father will return." "Yes." Sarada nodded fiercely, her small face resolute. "Uncle Naruto says father is doing something vitally important elsewhere, and when he finishes he'll come home. And," she paused, her voice growing earnest, "I've carefully written down everything you told me about father as a boy, and about Uncle Itachi. When he comes home, I'll tell him that someone remembered everything for him while he was away." Tokieme's fingertips tightened ever so slightly. An 80-year-old child had just voiced the solemn purpose that had defined her entire existence. To remember on behalf of those who were gone. Every laugh and tear, every vow kept, and sacrifice made. "Sarada," Tokieme called her softly. "Moi." Sarada tilted her face up, puzzled. "You are a truly remarkable child." Tokieme's voice was gentler than ever before. Sarada blinked, then flushed crimson, bashfully lowering her head. "It's strange. Sister Tokieme suddenly praising me like that." A faint, genuine smile lifted the corners of Tokieme's lips, rare, unguarded, and effortlessly light. At dusk, as was her daily habit, Sarada followed Tokieme back to the old Uchiha residence. An unspoken understanding had formed between them. Each afternoon after school, Sarada would spend some time there, listening to stories quietly, completing her homework, or simply sitting beneath the trees, watching translucent butterflies drift by. Tokieme never found her presence disruptive. They coexisted peacefully, and time passed tenderly, unhurried. Sakura, though long resigned, had gradually let go of her worries. She knew that in moments when her own duties kept her from her daughter, there existed someone gentle and steadfast, guiding Sarada's growth with quiet constancy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled gold upon the ground. Translucent butterflies fluttered near them, sometimes alighting upon Sarada's notebook, resting briefly before lifting off again like tiny ethereal spirits. "Sister Tokieme." Sarada paused mid-sentence, looking up. "What is it?" Tokieme set aside the wooden comb she'd been holding. "Where is father now?" A subtle wistfulness flickered in Sarada's eyes. Tokieme's hand stilled for a heartbeat before she replied softly, "Very far away." "What is he doing?" "Atoning." Sarada tilted her head, puzzled. "What does atoning mean?" Tokiyame met her clear, searching gaze, her voice warm and deliberate. Atonement means spending one's entire life making amends, protecting those you once harmed after having done wrong. Sarada nodded slowly as if grasping only part of it, then fell silent for a moment before whispering, "What did father do wrong?" Tokiyame did not answer. Some truths weighed too heavily, too cruel, to place upon shoulders so young. In time, when she grew stronger, wiser, she would understand piece by piece. Sarada did not press further. She lowered her head and resumed her homework. After a while, she looked up again, her eyes bright with renewed hope. "Sister Tokiyame, if father returns, will he love me?" Tokiyame gazed at the distinct, shimmering silhouette behind Sarada, the unmistakable outline of a future Hokage, and spoke with absolute certainty, "He will love you more than words can express." Sarada burst into radiant laughter, the kind that glowed like afternoon sun. The sky deepened toward twilight as Sakura arrived to bring her daughter home. "Sarada, it's time to go home for dinner. Just 5 more minutes. Have you finished your homework?" "All done." "Then it's time to practice shuriken. Tomorrow." Sakura sighed with affectionate exasperation, gently tugging her reluctant daughter away. At the gate, Sarada turned back again and again, waving with all her might, "Sister Tokiyame, see you tomorrow." Tokiyame gave a slight, graceful nod. Watching Tokiyame, Sakura murmured with a soft sigh, "Senior, what enchantment have you cast? This child clings to you like ivy." "I merely speak with her," Tokiyame replied simply. Sakura fell silent. She understood better than anyone how, as a medical ninja, her days were consumed by hospital duties. How seldom she had time to truly listen to her daughter or tell her even a single bedtime story. Whereas Tokiyame possessed something infinitely rare, abundant, boundless, and profoundly gentle time. "Senior," Sakura said suddenly, earnestly, "I have 1 day off next week. May I bring Sarada here? We could spend the day together, with her." Tokiyame looked at the faint, weary aura shimmering behind Sakura and nodded quietly yes. Relief and gratitude softened Sakura's smile. That night, Tokiyame sat alone beneath the ancient tree, gazing up at the full moon. Translucent butterflies swirled around her, more numerous than usual. She thought of Sarada, of the pure, unwavering light in those 80-year-old eyes, of her solemn promise, "When he returns, I'll tell him someone remembered everything for him while he was gone." This child carried Sasuke's blood, and Itachi's compassion and resolve. She would become someone extraordinary. Tokiyame believed it without doubt. She drew forth the old leaf flute, placed it gently against her lips, and began to play. Shu shu shu. Still, unmelodic, but played with singular devotion. When the final note faded, she whispered softly, "Shisui, did you know? Sasuke's daughter bears his likeness. Not in his cold exterior, but in his youth, the boy who wept secretly in hidden corners, yet refused to break. She will live a beautiful life." Wind stirred the leaves, a soft rustling hush like the gentlest reply. Tokiyame smiled. In the autumn of the 64th year of my, a peaceful afternoon that felt almost languid. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches of ancient trees, casting patches of golden light on the stone floor of the old house, warm and gentle. Shiyu sat beneath the tree, as always, combing her long snow-white hair. It was her daily habit and a way to connect with the long passage of time. In this quiet moment, she needed to think of nothing, do nothing, only focus on her strands of hair, feeling the tranquility and stability that time had settled upon. Zorana sat beside her on a stone bench, head lowered, quietly doing her homework. The little girl wore round glasses, her expression serious, and her writing was particularly neat. Occasionally, when she encountered a problem she couldn't solve, she would frown slightly, ponder for a moment, and then quietly ask Shiyu for help. Shiyu would always stop her actions and patiently explain, her voice calm and gentle. This had become their most ordinary routine. Every afternoon, Zorana would definitely come to the old house, whether to listen to stories, do homework, or simply to quietly accompany Shiyu. Shiyu never disturbed her or drove her away, just quietly accompanied her, allowing time to flow gently. Transparent butterflies fluttered gently around them, occasionally landing on Zorana's notebook, lingering for a moment before silently flying away, as if curiously examining the words on the paper. "Sister Shiyu." Zorana suddenly stopped writing and looked up at her. Shiyu's movements paused slightly, responding softly, "Where is Dad now?" Zorana's eyes held a hint of longing and loss. Shiyu gazed into the distance and answered softly, "In a very far place." "What is he doing?" "Atone for his sins." Zorana tilted her little head, confusion filling her eyes. "What does atone mean?" Shiyu put down her comb, turned to face her, and said seriously, "To atone means that after a person does something they believe is wrong, they spend their whole life to make up for it, to protect, to repay." Zorana nodded, as if somewhat understanding, her little brows slightly furrowed, as if trying to grasp this complex word. "Then what did Dad do wrong?" she quietly pressed. Shiyu fell silent. Some truths are too heavy, too cruel, and not suitable for a young child to bear too early. The path that Sasuke had once walked, the hatred he had borne, the mistakes he had made were his own struggles and redemption, not a burden an 80-year-old should carry. She gently stroked Zorana's head, her voice tender. When you grow a bit more, you will understand. Zorana, though curious, obediently nodded and did not press further, lowering her head to continue her homework. After a while, she raised her head again, her eyes sparkling with bright light, as if she had thought of something happy. Sister Shiyu, if Dad comes back, will he like me? Shiyu looked at the clear shadow behind her. An adult Zorana clad in a Hokage robe, standing on Hokage rock, her gaze resolute, her expression calm, shouldering the future of the entire Mai. That was her bright and brilliant future. Shiyu's tone was incredibly firm. He will like you very, very much. Zorana immediately smiled, her smile bright as the warmest sunlight of the afternoon, all her anxieties and losses vanishing in that moment. The setting sun gradually slanted to the west, dyeing the sky a warm orange. Sakura arrived on time to take Zorana home. Zorana, it's time to go home for dinner. Zorana reluctantly closed her empty notebook, ran to Shiyu's side, and hugged her tightly. Sister Shiyu, he'll come see you again tomorrow. All right, Shiyu gently nodded. Watching the mother and daughter leave, Shiyu stood up again, walked to the edge of the yard, and gazed at the sunset, slowly sinking behind the distant mountains. The clouds at the horizon were dyed, brilliantly, breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, her senses stirred slightly. A familiar yet long-lost chakra gradually approached from the direction of the village entrance. Not strong, but exceptionally clear, carrying a sense of calm and relief after enduring hardships. Uchiha Sasuke. Shiyu raised her eyebrows slightly and walked slowly toward the direction of the village entrance. The gate of Mai, illuminated by the sunset, was coated with a layer of warm red. Sasuke stood not far from the gate under a tree, draped in a gray cloak that concealed most of his figure. His face bore the weariness of a long journey, yet his eyes were much softer than they had been years ago, devoid of the cold and piercing hatred of the past, leaving only calm and determination. He saw Shiyu approaching, slightly lowered his head in respect. Senior. Shiyu stopped in front of him, pausing her steps, and spoke softly, just passing by. Sasuke replied in a deep and gentle voice. I came back to see them. Shiyu's gaze gently fell behind him. The black shadow that had once represented hatred and destruction had long since dissipated. In its place was a gentle and determined white figure, standing tall with clear eyes, embodying the path he had ultimately chosen and the person he truly wished to become. You've changed, Shiyu said softly. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, his voice carrying a hint of relief. Because I finally understand what my brother wanted. Shiyu gently nodded, choosing not to say more. Some things need not be spoken, they are understood by both. At that moment, a crisp and surprised voice came from behind. Dad. Zorana, having unknowingly slipped from Sakura's hand, ran over and threw herself into Sasuke's arms. Sasuke's body stiffened slightly, clearly unprepared to encounter his daughter here. He slowly crouched down, reached out his hands, and gently embraced Zorana, his actions somewhat awkward, yet exceedingly gentle. Why are you here? He asked softly. I come to play with Sister Shiyu at this time, every day. Zorana looked up, her eyes sparkling with joy. I saw Sister Shiyu walking this way, so I followed. Dad, are you coming back? Sasuke looked into his daughter's hopeful eyes, paused for a moment in silence, and with a hint of apology in his tone replied. I'm just passing by. Zorana's smile dimmed for a moment, but it quickly brightened again as she shook her head vigorously. It's okay. When will you come back next? Sasuke fell silent again. His path of atonement was not yet complete, and he could not even determine when he would return next. Shiyu spoke gently from the side, her voice calm and firm. Soon. Sasuke looked at her, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Shiyu did not explain further, simply stating, the peace has come, the roads are easier to traverse. Sasuke was slightly taken aback, then quickly understood her meaning. The war had ended, the ninja world had returned to tranquility, and the once thorny paths had now become smooth. He no longer needed to hide in the shadows, wandering aimlessly as before. He looked at his daughter's expectant face, nodded gently, and spoke seriously. Soon. Zorana immediately smiled and hugged his neck tightly. Then I will wait. Sasuke stayed just outside the village for a mere half hour. He did not enter the village, not wanting to disrupt the peaceful daily life of the village with his presence, nor did he want Zorana to face a long wait after a brief reunion. He merely glanced at the outline of Mai, looked at his daughter, and that was enough. Before he left, he pulled Shiyu aside, away from Zorana and Sakura. Senior, Sasuke said with utmost sincerity, that person named Saku has been secretly helping me all these years. He said it was entrusted to him by you. Shiyu was slightly taken aback, then gently nodded. Saku, the one who, like her, had once been treated as an experiment. All these years he had lived in the shadows, clearing obstacles for Sasuke and managing hidden dangers for Naruto, silently guarding this hard-won peace. Is he? Doing well. Shiyu asked softly. Sasuke nodded. He said he finally found a meaning to living. Shiyu's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. That is good. Sasuke looked at her, suddenly bowing deeply, his tone incredibly sincere. Thank you, senior. Shiyu gently shook her head. No need to thank me. You must thank me. Sasuke's tone was firm and insistent. Thank you for watching me grow up. Thank you for watching my brother leave. Thank you for still being willing to watch over me after that. Shiyu remained silent for a long while, finally whispering, It was entrusted to me by your brother. Sasuke smiled. That smile was faint yet warm, reminiscent of his youth before he was consumed by hatred. I know. He turned and slowly walked into the distance. After taking a few steps, he paused, turned back to look at Zorana, and spoke gently, Listen to Sister Shiyu well. Zorana nodded vigorously, her little face serious. Sasuke's figure gradually faded into the dusk. Zorana stood in place, watching her father leave, not moving for a long time. Shiyu stepped forward gently, taking her little hand, her voice tender. Let's go home now. Zorana looked up, her eyes slightly red, but holding back tears. Sister Shiyu, will Dad really come back soon? Shiyu looked at her, her gaze firm, her tone incredibly assured. He will. Zorana fell silent for a moment, gently nodding, and softly said, Then I will wait. As dusk deepened, their silhouettes stretched long. Transparent butterflies fluttered gently around them, their faint glow flickering as if silently accompanying them. The end of Chapter 3. The third chapter ends here. The fourth chapter begins here. 3 days after Sasuke's departure, I remained immersed in the tranquil autumn. The sun was gentle, the wind light, the ancient trees in the old house rustled, and transparent butterflies flew leisurely in the courtyard, as if even time had become lazy. Shiyu sat under the tree as usual, combing her hair from the roots to the tips, her actions gentle yet solemn, as if she were untangling memories sealed by time. Today she wore a simple kimono without any extraneous patterns, just a small pale cherry blossom embroidered on the belt. Her white hair was styled into a half bun, with the rest hanging down her back, accentuating her fair complexion and tranquil eyes. She did not like noise, nor was she accustomed to being too close to others, but since she started teaching at the ninja school, her life had quietly gained a touch of liveliness. The children's clamor, Zorana's clinginess, and Naruto's occasional clumsiness were like strands of light slowly seeping into her long and lonely years. She did not dislike this feeling. On the contrary, a place deep within her heart that had been frozen for so long seemed to slowly thaw. Just after noon, a faint yet exceptionally familiar chakra came from outside the school gate. Shiyu's hand paused in combing her hair. It was Saku. She did not immediately rise, maintaining her original posture, slowly combing her long hair until it was smooth before finally standing up and brushing off the fallen leaves from her clothes. She knew Saku had been walking in the shadows for years, following Sasuke, dealing with those hidden dangers that nobody knew about, living like a shadow. Like her, he was an experimental subject, someone abandoned by the times, homeless and rootless. The only difference was that Saku was better at hiding. Shiyu slowly walked to the school gate, just turning the corner when she saw a figure in an umbu mask leaning against a tree. The figure was tall, and their aura restrained. Without careful perception, one might think it was merely a silent wooden stump. Saku, Shiyu gently spoke. The masked person's body stiffened slightly, and then he slowly removed his mask. His face was more mature and tired than a few years ago, but his eyes lacked the previous confusion and harshness, replaced by a hint of stability and gentleness. That was the gaze someone acquires only after finding the direction of living. Shiyu, he said, his voice slightly hoarse, long time no see. What brings you here? Shiyu asked calmly. Saku gave a wry smile, glancing around. What else? Caught by that guy Naruto to serve as a laborer. He said him experienced and suitable to manage the umbu and maintain order. But what else can I do in my life besides hide and flee? Shiyu raised an eyebrow. You agreed to it. What else could I do? Saku shrugged. He's the future Hokage. Oh, I can't keep hiding in the shadows like a ghost who can't be seen. Now that there is peace, it's time to try standing in the sunlight. Shiyu looked at him and suddenly nodded gently. That's nice. Saku was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting her to say that. In his memory, Shiyu had always been cold, rarely evaluating others' lives, and never easily expressing agreement. The two walked back to the old house. As soon as Saku entered the courtyard, he was captivated by the fluttering, transparent butterflies. He reached out to touch them, but the butterflies gracefully evaded him, flying around him before returning to Shiyu's side. They are still here after all these years, Saku commented softly. They will always be here, Shiyu replied indifferently, as long as I remember. Saku sat down on a stone bench, his gaze heavy as he looked at the faint light. Shiyu, to be honest, I've always envied you. What do you envy me for? I envy you for being able to remember so many people, Saku said quietly. I've lived for so long, but can't remember anything. I only remember the pain, the fleeing, and how to avoid being captured. I have no past, no thoughts, not even one person that I desperately want to remember. Shiyu fell silent for a moment and poured him a cup of hot tea. It's not too late to start remembering from now on. Remember what? Remember the warmth of this cup of tea, remember the shadow of this tree, remember the feeling of a butterfly landing on your fingertips. Shiyu's tone was light but exceptionally clear. Remember that you are not alone, you still have friends. Saku picked up the teacup and his fingertips felt slightly hot. He took a sip, his brow slightly furrowed. It's a bit bitter. That's because your heart is bitter, Shiyu stated bluntly. Saku was taken aback, then chuckled softly, his laughter carrying a sense of relief and a touch of bitterness. For all these years no one had ever spoken to him like that. Everyone only saw his skills, his secrets, and his coldness, while only Shiyu saw through his inner desolation and unease. Shiyu, thank you, he said earnestly. Shiyu gently shook her head. We are kindred spirits, there's no need for thanks. That afternoon they sat under the old tree chatting casually. Saku shared his experiences from the years spent following Sasuke, the landscapes he had seen, and how he was no longer afraid of being abandoned. Shiyu mostly listened, occasionally responding, but always with utmost sincerity. It had been a long time since she had talked so quietly with someone for such a long while. Saku was neither Shisui nor Itachi nor Naruto nor Zorana. He was Saku. Someone who, like her, crawled out of darkness, yet chose to walk towards the light. By evening Saku stood up to take his leave. He had to report back to the Umbu, and could not stay long. I will come often in the future, Saku said at the door. All right, Shiyu nodded. Saku took a few steps then turned back. You must take good care of yourself too. Shiyu looked at him gently, responding with a soft until Saku's figure disappeared at the street corner. She slowly withdrew her gaze. The courtyard returned to silence, the butterflies continued to flutter, and the setting sun elongated the shadows of the leaves. She softly said to herself, you too, Saku. From now on you are no longer a shadow. You can also stand in the light and live well. The end of chapter 4. The 4th chapter ends here. That night the moonlight was exceptionally bright, casting a layer of frost over the entire courtyard. The shadows of the ancient trees lay on the ground, quiet and gentle. Shiryu did not light a lamp, sitting under the tree, with only the moonlight, holding the old leaf flute in her hands. She did not play, merely tracing the shallow marks on the flute. These were the imprints left by time, proof of her journey. The courtyard door was gently pushed open, and a figure quietly entered. It was Shuo. He was not wearing the dark department uniform, but a simple outfit of black lacking the sharpness, and carrying more of an ordinary person's aura. He held a small pot of wine in his hand, looking as if he had bought it on the way. May I come in? Shuo asked at the doorstep. Come in. Shuo walked to the tree, sitting down opposite her, placing the wine pot on the stone table, and took out 2 small porcelain cups. It's a bit chilly tonight, have some wine to warm yourself up, he said, pouring a cup for both of them. The fragrance of the wine spread gently in the quiet courtyard. Shiryu did not refuse, lifting her cup to take a gentle sip. The wine was not strong, carrying a faint rice aroma, very peaceful. Why are you here again? I can't sleep, Shuo said candidly. As soon as I close my eyes I think of the past, the darkness, the flight, the helplessness. Shiryu fell silent. She understood that feeling. Throughout the long years she too had been entangled by the past, submerged in helplessness and suffocated by the pain of merely watching. Have you ever hated? Shuo suddenly asked. Shiryu set down her wine cup, her gaze drifting toward the distant moonlight. I have hated. Hated what? I hated living too long, hated that I could change nothing, hated that I could only watch important people leave. I have hated Danzo's selfishness, Obito's obsession, Madara's despair, and I have also hated the injustice of fate. Shuo listened quietly, not interrupting. But later I stopped hating, Shiryu continued. Hate does not solve any problem. Hate does not bring the dead back, nor rewrite the past. It only slowly turns you into the very person you despise the most. Then what do you live for now, eh? Shuo asked earnestly. To remember, Shiryu answered without hesitation. To remember the warmth, to remember the perseverance, to remember those who sacrificed for peace. As long as I still remember, they have not truly left. Shuo remained silent for a long time, then suddenly said softly, Shiryu, I want to remember too. Then remember. But I don't know what to remember, he replied, a hint of confusion in his eyes. My past is a dark void with nothing worth remembering. Then start creating from now on, Shiryu looked at him. Remember the moonlight tonight, remember the taste of this wine, remember this courtyard, remember these butterflies, remember. You are not alone. Shuo's heart trembled, his eyes slightly moist. For the first time in his life someone told him you are not alone. Shiryu, may I ask you a question? Shuo's voice was somewhat tense. Go ahead. If one day I die, will you remember me, eh? Shiryu looked at him, without a trace of hesitation, softly replied, I will. One word, as light as the wind, yet heavy as a promise. Shuo smiled a smile like a child, finally letting go of all burdens, with light and tears in his eyes. That's enough, he said softly. That night they did not say much more. They sat quietly drinking, gazing at the moon, listening to the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Butterflies fluttered gently around them, their faint light resembling stars that had fallen to earth. Occasionally Shiryu picked up the leaf flute, playing a few off-key notes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was not pleasant to hear, yet remarkably reassuring. Shuo made no comment, simply listened earnestly. He suddenly felt that living in such tranquility was truly wonderful. No need to hide, no need to escape, no need to fear that the next moment might be the end. As dawn approached, Shuo finally stood up to leave. I'm leaving. Be careful on the way, Shiryu said. Shuo walked to the door, looked back at the silver-haired girl under the tree, and gently waved. I'll come again tomorrow. Okay. Shuo's figure disappeared into the night before dawn. Shiryu remained in her place, gazing at the pale light slowly rising in the sky. She softly said, Good night, Shuo. From now on you also have a place to return to, a reason to be remembered. Chapter 5 End. The winter of the 64th year of Konoha arrived gently, without biting winds, only a cool breeze and soft sunlight. Shiryu had been teaching at the ninja school for a full 3 months. In these 3 months, she had become the most unique teacher in all of Konoha. She appeared to be only 13 years old, yet possessed the most ancient of souls. She spoke little, but each word struck a chord in the hearts of the children. She was never harsh, yet could make even the most mischievous students quiet down. On this day, Shiryu walked into the classroom and found it more lively than usual. The children were already seated, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they looked at her. Recently, after listening to history lessons for a long time, the natural restlessness of youth began to surface, and many privately hoped, would teacher Shiryu, being so powerful, teach them ninjutsu? Shiryu stood at the podium, her gaze calmly sweeping across the class. Today we won't discuss history. The classroom fell silent for a moment, then erupted in suppressed excitement. We will have a practical session. Wow! The children nearly cheered out loud. Shiryu gently raised her hand, signaling for silence, to the training ground. Everyone immediately stood up in unison, lining up behind her. Along the way, students from other classes cast envious glances, for everyone knew that teacher Shiyu's class would never disappoint. Upon arriving at the training ground, Shiryu stood in the center and said softly, All 35 of you come at once. The children were all taken aback. Teacher, are we all coming at once? A boy asked incredulously. Just you alone? Yes, Shiryu nodded. What if we hurt you? Someone asked worriedly. You won't, Shiryu replied with certainty. The children looked at each other, excitement and eagerness reflected in their eyes. Although they knew Shiryu was strong, she still seemed quite young, and deep down they couldn't help but feel a bit of youthful competitiveness. Then we won't hold back. The 35 of them immediately scattered, charging from all directions. Shuriken, kunai, taijutsu strikes, and basic ninjutsu created an intense barrage, nearly sealing off all angles. To the children, such an assault would require even a jonin to take seriously. Shiryu stood still, unmoving. Just as the first shuriken was about to graze the edge of her clothing, she gently snapped her fingers. Time came to a complete standstill at that moment. All the children froze, maintaining poses of rushing, throwing, and hand signs, their expressions a mix of tension, excitement, and seriousness, utterly motionless like a still frame. Shiyu's expression remained calm as she walked among them. She moved from the front row to the back, gently tapping each child's head. Her movements were soft, devoid of any force, yet felt as if she were lightly touching upon each child's bright future. She returned to her original position and snapped her fingers again. Time resumed its flow. Why can't I move? What just happened? The training ground erupted into chaos. Shiryu spoke softly. Just now I paused time for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, I tapped each of your heads. Did anyone feel it? The children looked at each other, then began to exclaim one after another. I felt it. I felt it too. Teacher, you're amazing. Shiryu gently nodded. Remember, true strength isn't about how fast you are or how strong you are, but whether you can control your own rhythm and maintain your heart. She paused for a moment, her tone softening slightly. You may not be able to do it yet, but that's okay. Take your time. One day you will find your own path. The children listened intently, their eyes filled with admiration. After class, Naruto rushed over looking anxious. Senior, are you okay? Dealing with 35 kids at once, won't that be too exhausting? Shiryu glanced at him. Do I look like someone in trouble? Not at all, Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. I just worried you might crush their spirits too harshly. They need to know that there are always stronger people out there, Shiryu replied calmly. Naruto nodded immediately. That's true. Your lesson is more valuable than me saying 100 sentences. Shiryu didn't respond further and turned to walk towards the old residence. Sunlight fell upon her white hair, shimmering softly. She suddenly felt that teaching these children wasn't so bad after all. Having witnessed too much darkness, she wanted to protect this purity for the children living in the light. Chapter 6 The End. At the end of winter in the 64th year of the Mai era, a delegation from Sunagakure visited for peace talks. After the official business concluded, Kazekage Gaara did not leave immediately. Instead, he let his attendants go ahead and slowly made his way toward the old house on the eastern side of the village, following the direction in his memory. He had changed a lot over the years. The Jinchuriki of the One-Tails, once wrapped in loneliness and hatred, had now become the calm and reliable Kazekage. He understood protection, understood responsibility, understood gentleness, and finally realized that he had never been a monster. A part of this transformation stemmed from the words spoken to him by Shiyu back then. He had always kept those words in his heart. The courtyard gate of the old house was ajar, and it was very quiet inside, only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. Gaara gently pushed the door open and immediately saw the silver-haired girl beneath the tree. Shiyu was combing her hair. The sunlight fell upon her, warm and gentle as transparent butterflies fluttered around her, creating a scene as tranquil as a painting. Shiyu sensed his chakra paused slightly and slowly turned to look back. "You're here," she said calmly without any surprise. "I heard you were here," Gaara replied as he stepped into the courtyard. "With the matters concluded, I came to see you." Shiyu gestured for him to sit down, turned to enter the house, and brought out a teacup, pouring him a cup of warm water. "Your hair has grown longer," Gaara remarked softly, observing her white hair. "During the war it grew quickly." Shiyu responded indifferently. "I've always wanted to say thank you to you," Gaara said with great seriousness. "If it weren't for you awakening me back, then I might still be living in pain today." Shiyu shook her head gently. "You chose to change on your own. I only said one sentence. But that sentence saved me." Gaara insisted. He would never forget that Shiyu had once told him that Yashimaru had never hated him and had always been watching over him. That sentence was like a beam of light piercing through the darkness that had accumulated in his heart for years. Shiyu looked slightly behind him and smiled gently. There the ethereal figure of Yashimaru gazed at her, softly nodding in acknowledgement. "He has always been there," Shiyu said softly. Although Gaara could not see him, he felt that warmth, and his gaze softened significantly. "I know." The two sat beneath the old tree, not saying much, but feeling no awkwardness. They were both individuals once mistreated by fate and entangled in loneliness, sharing an unspoken understanding between them. "What are these butterflies?" Gaara suddenly asked. "They are the people I remember," Shiyu replied. Gaara looked at the glimmering lights, paused in silence, and softly asked then, "Do you remember me too?" Shiyu looked at him and nodded gently. "I remember." Gaara's lips curled up slightly, forming a rare and genuine smile. "That's good," he said softly. As evening approached, Gaara stood up to take his leave. "I should return to Sunagakure." "Be careful on the road," Shiyu said. Gaara walked to the door, turned back earnestly, and invited, "If there's a chance, I welcome you to Sunagakure. I'll show you the starry sky over the desert." Shiyu nodded slightly. "All right." Gaara's figure gradually faded away. Shiyu stood beneath the tree and softly spoke to the butterflies around her. "He is a good person. That child who once could not even accept himself has now become the Kazekage who protects his land. This is the most beautiful aspect of peace." Chapter 7 complete. In the early spring of the 65th year of the Leaf Village, a gentle breeze carried a slight chill, yet it had already coaxed open the first cherry blossom of the season. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, concluded her long journey and stepped back onto the soil of Konoha. The entire village buzzed with excitement at her return. Many ninjas, upon catching sight of her figure from afar, would respectfully bow and greet her, their tones filled with reverence. This legendary Sannin, possessing immense strength and unparalleled medical ninjutsu, had experienced wars, farewells, losses, and guardianship, becoming an indelible mark in the history of Konoha. With a bold personality, a love for gambling, and a free-spirited nature, she was at critical moments more reliable than anyone else. A true pillar who had once held up the sky of Konoha. Upon returning to the village, Tsunade heard from Shizune about a particularly unique history teacher at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Shigure. With an appearance of eternally 13, she had lived through long ages, mastered time ninjutsu, and encountered countless legendary figures such as Madara, Hashirama Shisui, and Itachi. Even Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi held her in high esteem. Tsunade immediately became intrigued. Throughout her life, she had seen countless powerful figures, but had never encountered a teacher who lived in history and appeared only 13 years old. Driven by curiosity, she tossed aside the documents in her hands, declined Shizune's companionship, and headed alone towards the old house on the east side of the village. The gate of the old house was slightly ajar, and within it was quiet enough to only hear the wind rustling through the leaves. Tsunade, known for her straightforwardness, pushed the door open without hesitation, her voice ringing out cheerfully, "Hey, are you Uchiha Shigure?" Shigure was sitting under an old tree, leisurely brewing tea. The white porcelain teacup in her hand appeared particularly delicate, while transparent butterflies flitted around her, creating a serene and gentle scene. Upon hearing the voice, she slowly raised her gaze, her silver-gray eyes calm and unruffled. She glanced at Tsunade without standing, simply gesturing to the stone bench across from her sit. Tsunade arched an eyebrow. She had encountered countless individuals who treated her with respect, yet it was the first time someone faced her with such calmness without a hint of restraint. She sat down boldly, casually picking up the freshly brewed tea from the table. After taking a sip, her eyes instantly brightened. This tastes good. Where did you get this tea? I grew it myself, Shiyu replied flatly. Not bad, little girl, Tsunade remarked, sizing her up, finding her increasingly interesting. People outside are saying you're quite powerful, that your time ninjutsu is extraordinary, and that you've lived for a very long time, while maintaining the appearance of a 13-year-old. That's somewhat true, Shiyu admitted without denying or elaborating further. Do you dare to bet against me? Tsunade's interest piqued instantly, as she leaned slightly forward, her tone provocative, yet devoid of malice. It's been a long time since I've met someone who could make me take things seriously. What are we betting on? Shiyu asked calmly. Whether you can withstand a full-force punch from me. Tsunade clenched her fist, the knuckles making a faint cracking sound, and a fierce chakra unique to her immense strength shimmered around her. I won't hold back. If it comes to a real fight, even a jonin would have to retreat. Shiyu fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating. Tsunade thought she would refuse given her notorious strength. However, to her surprise, Shiyu merely nodded gently. All right. Tsunade froze momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, refreshing. I like your character. Let's go to the training ground. Soon the news quietly spread. The 5th Hokage Tsunade was going to compete against Uchiha Shigure. The area around the training ground quickly filled with ninjas, watching quietly, everyone both nervous and excited, eager to witness this unusual duel, a legendary Sannin versus the Guardian of Time. Tsunade stood at the center of the arena, her aura suddenly becoming sharp. No longer was she the joking Hokage, she had transformed into a true powerhouse ready for battle. Here I come. As her voice fell, Tsunade took a step forward, causing the ground to crack with fine lines. Her figure moved as swiftly as lightning, and in the blink of an eye she was before Shiyu, her right fist striking forward with the sound of air being shattered, aiming directly at Shiyu's forehead. This punch was delivered without holding back. The ninjas watching all held their breath, their hearts racing. Just as Tsunade's fist was about to brush against Shiyu's hair, Shiyu gently raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Time stood still. Tsunade's fist froze in midair, her body maintaining a forward charge, completely motionless. Even her hair remained suspended in place. Shiyu remained composed, walking past Tsunade, circling around to her back, gently patting her shoulder before returning to her original position and snapping her fingers again. Time resumed its flow. Tsunade's punch fell completely empty, her center of gravity unstable, and she stumbled forward several steps before regaining her stance. She turned abruptly, staring at Shiyu in shock. The entire training ground fell into silence. In the next moment, everyone gasped in disbelief. What just happened? Time stopped. Shia Sensei is terrifying. Tsunade was stunned for a full 3 seconds before bursting into a hearty laugh, her voice ringing clear. Haha. Amazing. So amazing. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. She strode up to Shiyu, unreservedly patting her shoulder with such force it nearly knocked her over. Little girl, you are just my type. Let's go to the casino next time. I'll treat. You can pick whatever you want to eat or play. Shiyu stepped back calmly and replied flatly, I don't gamble. Tsunade laughed, even more joyfully. No worries, I'll teach you. I promise you'll learn it right away. Shiyu remained silent, clearly uninterested in participating in this gambling affair. Once Tsunade had laughed enough, she finally reined in her playful demeanor, her gaze becoming serious and solemn. Looking at Shiyu, she spoke in a low yet sincere tone. Little girl, after living for so long, are you tired? Shiyu paused slightly, raising her head to meet Tsunade's eyes. I have witnessed too many farewells, so I know how tormenting the long years can be. Tsunade softly continued. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others. They left one by one, and I could only carry on living. Sometimes I even think living for too long, is it a blessing or a curse? Shiyu fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, neither. Then what is it? Tsunade asked. It is responsibility. Remembering them, preserving the peace they fought for with their lives, ensuring that future generations do not have to endure the pain we experienced. Tsunade regarded her, then gently nodded, her eyes filled with a mix of compassion and agreement. Indeed, it is responsibility. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Little girl, with you in Konoha, I feel at ease. If you ever need anything, whether it's fighting or gambling, no matter what it is, I will help you bear it. Shiyu lightly nodded. Thank you. Thank you for what? Tsunade waved her hand, reverting to her usual carefree demeanor. I'm off. I still have a pile of paperwork to deal with. After saying that, she turned and strode away, her back appearing graceful and decisive. Shiyu stood in the center of the training ground, watching her departing figure, and let out a soft sigh. This Hokage was still the same as ever, lively, straightforward, emotional, tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of cherry blossoms. Shiyu walked slowly away from the training ground, heading towards the old house. The sunlight fell on her white hair, casting a soft glow. She suddenly felt that these days of companionship, understanding, and standing side by side were quite nice. The long years no longer held only solitude and memories. There was warmth, there was the bustle of life, and there were people. Chapter 8 complete. In the spring of the 65th year of my Hatake, Kakashi officially relinquished his position as Hokage, bringing an end to his years of busy political life, and embarked on the leisurely retirement he had longed for. No longer faced with mountains of paperwork, endless high-level meetings, or the exhausting concerns of village affairs, Kakashi could finally hold that dog-eared copy of Paradise of Affection and wander freely under the sun of Konoha. The place he frequented the most was undoubtedly Shiyu's old residence. It was quiet, serene, undisturbed, with ancient trees providing shade, and the scent of tea was refreshing. Even the air felt softer here than elsewhere. More importantly, Shiyu never pried into his thoughts, nor did she offer any forced comfort, as she simply accompanied him quietly, and this perfect distance made Kakashi feel immensely relaxed. On this day, Kakashi arrived as usual, expertly pushing open the courtyard door, finding the most comfortable spot to sit, and skillfully pouring himself a cup of hot tea. "I'm back. Am I disturbing you?" "Not at all," Shiyu replied, her fingers never pausing as she combed her hair, the wooden comb gliding gracefully through her snowy locks, her demeanor calm and elegant. Kakashi opened his book, yet his gaze would inevitably drift towards the transparent butterflies fluttering in the courtyard. They were light, quiet, shimmering with a faint glow like souls unwilling to depart, quietly accompanying Shiyu. He observed them for a long time before finally, unable to restrain himself. "What are these butterflies?" "They are the ones I remember," Shiyu said, her tone plain, yet carrying a weight that transcended time. Kakashi's fingertips tightened slightly, unconsciously gripping the page harder. He fell silent for a long time, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the wind might carry it away. "Then you must remember many people." Indeed, a single simple word, yet it made Kakashi's heart tremble violently. He hesitated for a long time, his throat constricting several times before finally mustering the courage to ask in as calm a tone as possible, "Is Obito also among them?" Shiyu slowly raised her gaze, looking towards behind him. The youthful Obito stood there, clearly, his smile bright as sunlight, his eyes gentle and luminous, quietly watching Kakashi, just as they had countless times, fighting side by side in the past, filled with pure trust and bond. "He is here." Shiyu's voice was soft yet incredibly certain. "He has always been here." Kakashi's body stiffened suddenly, and his silver-gray eyes momentarily reddened. He quickly lowered his head, pretending to continue reading, but Shiyu could clearly see that the tips of his ears were slightly flushed, and his fingertips trembled gently. For so many years, he had never truly let go. The deaths of Obito, Rin, the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage and his wife, and those comrades lost in war, all weighed heavily in his heart, never truly dissipating. "That's good." Kakashi's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. That afternoon, Kakashi sat for a long time. He did not mention Obito again, nor did he speak of Rin, nor of those heavy pasts that were hard to breathe under. He simply read, quietly drank tea, basked in the sun, and occasionally exchanged a few words with Shiyu, the atmosphere calm and stable. Shiyu also never pried, simply accompanying him in silence. Some people's pain does not require grand consolation nor deliberate guidance. All that is needed is a silent companionship, which is enough to heal. As the sun set in the west, golden rays filled the entire courtyard, stretching the shadows of the two long and thin. Kakashi slowly closed his book, stood up, and brushed off the fallen leaves from his clothes. "I'm heading back now." Shiyu nodded gently. Kakashi walked to the door, hesitated slightly without turning back, and softly said, "I'll come again tomorrow." "Okay." A simple word, yet like a silent promise. Kakashi's figure gradually faded from view at the alley's entrance. Shiyu gazed in the direction he had left, lightly sighing. Everyone has a past they cannot let go of, and everyone harbors their own tenderness and regrets deep within. What she could do was to remember for them those precious moments they dared not touch, yet cherished deeply. Those transparent butterflies were not just her memories, but also the last tenderness left in the world by all those who had passed. They would continue to fly, continue to accompany, continue to guard, until the end of time. Chapter 9: The End. After Naruto Uzumaki finally became the 7th Hokage, he truly realized that this position was far from the easy and glamorous life he had imagined. In the past, he always thought that the Hokage was the most powerful, most respected hero recognized by everyone in the village. But once he truly sat in that position, he understood that there were endless documents to process, countless meetings to attend, and conflicts to resolve, along with numerous helpless situations beyond his control. The Elder Council was stubborn and conservative, obstructing every reform he proposed. The complicated and trivial affairs often left him feeling overwhelmed. He wanted to make the village more relaxed, warmer, and more human, but in the face of rules and traditions, his passionate efforts often found it difficult to advance. That evening, Naruto felt suffocated by various pressures and decided to sneak out of the Hokage residence, heading straight to Shiyu's old house. He sat in front of Shiyu with a face full of deep grievances, sighing heavily and tugging at his hair in frustration. Senior, I'm almost driven mad. The elders disagree with this and oppose that. I want to reform and make the village easier, but they keep saying I'm too young and impulsive. Shiyu poured him a cup of hot tea and pushed it toward him, speaking in a calm tone. Get used to it slowly. But I can't get used to it. Naruto lay on the stone table, his voice filled with grievance and exhaustion. I want to protect everyone. I want everyone to be happy, but why is it so difficult? Shiyu looked at his gloomy expression and gently asked, do you know how your father handled things back in the day? Naruto suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brightening, but they quickly dimmed again as he shook his head. I don't know. I've never truly understood what he was like as Hokage. He chose to believe. Shiyu said, his tone calm, yet filled with strength. He believed in his companions, in his subordinates, in the future, and in himself. He wouldn't force everyone to immediately accept him. He would prove, through his actions, that his choices were not wrong. You are now the Hokage, not that child who used to shout about wanting to become Hokage. Shiyu continued, his voice steady and clear. You don't need to rush to prove anything, nor do you need to hurry for everyone to acknowledge you. As long as you hold on to your original intention and maintain peace, time will speak for you. Naruto looked into Shiyu's silver-gray eyes filled with the weight of long years, and suddenly smiled widely, his eyes slightly moist. Senior, the way you speak reminds me of my mother. Shiyu calmly picked up a comb and continued to tidy his hair, clearly not wanting to respond to this remark. Naruto chuckled, and the frustrations and gloom that had been building up in his heart dissipated significantly. I understand now. Naruto suddenly stood up, energized and filled with strength. I will work hard and definitely become a Hokage that everyone is proud of. Shiyu responded with a soft Naruto rushed out, but then abruptly turned back at the door, waving vigorously with a bright smile, like the sun. Senior, thank you. They'll come to see you again tomorrow. Take it easy, Shiyu reminded softly. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto had already dashed away, leaving only a series of light footsteps behind. The courtyard returned to silence. Shiyu looked at the moonlight and gently shook his head. Still so impulsive, but it is precisely such a person who can lead Konoha towards a brighter and warmer future. He had experienced the deepest loneliness, yet possessed the most fervent heart. He bore the heaviest destiny, yet always chose to believe in the light. Such a person is destined to be a leader. The moonlight gently illuminated the roof of the old house, and transparent butterflies danced lightly in the night, sparkling like fallen stars. Shiyu gently picked up the old leaf flute, placed it to his lips, and blew a note that was slightly out of tune. Squeak! It was soft and gentle. The wind rustled through the leaves, making a whispering sound, as if the entire Konoha was responding. Peace is wonderful. Living is truly wonderful. Having someone to protect is truly great. In the autumn of the 65th year of Konoha, the sky was exceptionally clear, with warm and gentle sunlight bathing the land, and a subtle fragrance of fruit wafting through the air. When Sarada burst into the old house, crying, Shiyu was busy replacing the fresh nectar for the transparent butterflies. The little girl had red eyes, her glasses slightly askew, and her hair was a mess. As soon as she entered, she threw herself into Shiyu's embrace, her small body trembling incessantly, her voice choked with sobs. Shayuni. Woo. Shiyu gently held her, patting her back with tender patience. What happened? Speak slowly. Sarada lifted her head, revealing her red and clearly visible Sharingan eyes. Shiyu paused slightly in surprise. At just 8 years old, it was not too early for Sarada to awaken her Sharingan, but what surprised her was the absence of excitement or pride on her face, only overwhelming sadness and fear. Why are you crying? Shiyu asked softly, her tone exceptionally gentle. Woo. They said that to awaken the Sharingan, one must lose the most important person. Sarada's shoulders shook as she cried, tears streaming down like beads from a broken string. But I haven't lost anyone. Dad is not here, but he is still alive. I haven't lost anyone. Why have I awakened? Shiyu instantly understood. Sarada's loss was not in the present, but within her bloodline. She inherited not only the power of the Uchiha, but also the accumulated sorrow, separation, regrets, and pain of the Uchiha clan over the millennia. Those memories etched deep within her blood surged towards her like a tide at the moment of awakening. It was not a curse, it was a legacy. Sarada, don't cry. Shiyu gently wiped her tears, her fingertips carrying a warm touch. You haven't lost anyone. But Sarada looked at her with tearful eyes, her face full of grievance. What you inherit are the memories of our ancestors. Shiyu's tone was gentle yet firm, imbued with a reassuring strength. They have lost, suffered, and struggled, and thus they left their power and memories for you. This is not a curse, it is a protection. Sarada seemed to understand, yet not fully, but gradually stopped crying, her small body no longer trembling. Uncle Itachi, your father, and many Uchiha people are all protecting you in their own ways. Shiyu continued, her voice gentle, yet powerful. You awaken not out of sorrow, but because you are strong enough to carry their will. Sarada gazed into Shiyu's calm and gentle eyes, the fear in her heart gradually dissipating. She hugged Shiyu tightly, her small face filled with seriousness. Shayuni, I want to become stronger. Then work hard. Shiyu ruffled her hair, her tone incredibly affirmative. You will certainly become a ninja who is kinder and stronger than anyone else. That afternoon, Sarada stayed in the old house. Shiyu told her stories of the Uchiha, of Itachi's gentleness and sacrifice, of Sasuke's growth and redemption, and of those who chose to walk towards the light after suffering. Sarada listened intently, her small face serious. She gradually understood that her eyes were not meant for shedding tears. They were meant for protection. Protecting family, protecting friends, protecting the village, and safeguarding this hard-won peace. In the evening, Sakura hurried to pick up Sarada. Seeing her daughter's face return to its usual liveliness, Sakura finally felt relieved. Mom, I will train hard. Sarada exclaimed loudly, her eyes bright and determined. I want to become a powerful ninja and protect everyone. Sakura felt both proud and pained, gently embracing her daughter, her voice soft. All right, Mom will be with you. Watching the mother and daughter leave, Shiyu smiled softly. The Uchiha bloodline had finally stepped out of a millennium of darkness. From now on there would be only light, only legacy, only protection. The transparent butterflies fluttered gently around her, as if celebrating this newfound hope. Shiyu looked up at the sky, the sunlight warm, the breeze gentle, and the clouds light. Everything was slowly getting better. End of chapter 11. On a Konoha afternoon, sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the bluestone ground of the Uchiha ancestral residence. A few translucent butterflies fluttered gracefully around the ancient tree in the courtyard, their wingtips shimmering faintly. The air was imbued with a subtle blend of tea and floral fragrances, serene and warm. Yet this tranquility was abruptly broken by the sound of hurried footsteps. Haruno Sakura stood at the gate of the old residence, inhaling deeply as she smoothed the creases on her medical ninja uniform. Beneath her eyes lay an unspoken blend of grievance and restlessness. Lately, Sakura had increasingly realized that her daughter Sarada seemed to harbor another presence in her heart, a presence that belonged to Senior Shigure, who lived at the Uchiha old residence. The little girl who once clung to her side, calling out Mama in a tender voice and cuddling her arm for affection, now constantly spoke of Senior Shigure said, or Senior Shigure taught me. Even her favorite ninja tools and toys were chosen in Shigure's company. Sometimes after a long day's work, Sakura would return home exhausted, hoping to embrace Sarada, only for her daughter to blink wide eyes and say she wanted to visit Senior Shigure at the old residence. She would even prefer to stay overnight there rather than come home with her. At such moments, Sakura felt as if something gently tugged at her heart, a sour swelling ache filled with helplessness and an indescribable sense of grievance. As a core medical ninja of Konoha Hospital, Sakura bore a heavy responsibility. Her daily schedule was packed with surgeries, emergencies, and consultations. Often before dawn, she would venture out through the morning mist, returning home late under the starlight, with scarcely any moments to catch her breath. Not to mention accompanying Sarada for bedtime stories, or helping with homework. Even sitting down together as a family for a warm meal had become an unattainable luxury. It wasn't that she didn't wish to accompany her daughter. But as a ninja, as a medical ninja sworn to protect Konoha, there were too many uncontrollable duties, too many responsibilities to shoulder, forcing her to bury her guilt deep within. That day, having just completed a grueling 6-hour emergency surgery and removed her bloodstained scrubs, without even a moment to drink, she heard from a neighbor that Sarada had spent the entire day again at the old residence, even having lunch there. The long-suppressed emotions surged instantly, grievance, unease, and an unrecognized trace of jealousy, propelling her hurried steps toward the Uchiha ancestral home. Stopping beneath the tree, she steadied her emotions, placed her hands on her hips, and deliberately adopted a stern expression. Her cheeks puffed out like a sulking kitten reluctant to truly get angry, her voice carrying a feigned forcefulness. Senior Shigure, what exactly did you do to Sarada? Now she only has eyes for you. I, her mother, am nearly forgotten by her. Senior Shigure sat on the stone bench beside the ancient tree, gently brewing tea. Her pale fingers held a ceramic teapot, pouring boiling water slowly into a teacup as the fresh aroma instantly filled the air. She glanced calmly and kindly at the flustered Sakura, showing no sign of panic. Setting down the teapot gently, her tone was serene yet tender. I have done nothing. Then why is Sarada so attached to you? She constantly wants to be near you and barely pays attention to me when I come home. Sakura puffed out her cheeks in stubborn disbelief, her eyes brimming with unspoken grievance, her voice tinged with childish obstinacy, as if venting all her bottled-up emotions. Because I talk with her, listen to her stories from school, teach her to identify herbs, and accompany her in doing what she desires, Shigure replied calmly, her gaze resting on Sakura's weary face, her tone still gentle. And you? How long has it been since you truly sat down and listened to Sarada's heartfelt words? Sakura was instantly choked, the words on her tongue swallowed back. The stern facade she had put on vanished without a trace, leaving only profound guilt and helplessness. She opened her mouth, but could say nothing. Indeed, she had been too busy to notice her daughter's subtle moods, too busy to witness the tiny moments of her growth, too busy even to share meaningful conversations. She looked at her roughened hands marked by years of wielding surgical knives and bandaging wounds, medals of honor for a medical ninja, but also proof of failing her maternal duties. Her eyes grew slightly moist. Shigure softened her tone upon seeing Sakura's remorse, speaking gently. I have not taken your daughter from you, never have. I am merely here to accompany her and care for her little moods, to guard her small thoughts when you are too busy to do so yourself. You must understand, blood ties cannot be severed. When you find time and calm your heart to be with her, she will still rely on and love you the most, her mother. That will never change. Lowering her head, Sakura clenched the hem of her clothes tightly, her voice dropping with heavy self-reproach and sorrow. I know all of this, but I simply feel I am not a good mother. I have not given her enough companionship, forcing her to depend on others to fill that void. You are a good mother, Shigure affirmed without hesitation, her eyes filled with sincere recognition. You are just too busy. You protect the sick of Konoha and save countless lives. That is a noble endeavor. Sarada is proud of you in her heart, but she is still young and does not know how to express her longing, which is why she clings to me, who is always by her side. I suggest you take one day each week. Just one day. Do nothing, no surgeries, no meetings, no overtime. Set aside all work. On that day, you are not Konoha's medical ninja, not the burdened Haruno Sakura. You are simply Sarada's mother, wholeheartedly accompanying her and doing what she wishes. That will be enough. Sakura fell silent for a long while, her mind flashing with images of Sarada's adorable face and the hopeful gaze of her daughter each time she returned late. The guilt within her heart gradually transformed into resolve. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes rekindled with light, tinged with hope and apprehension shimmering brightly. I understand, senior. Next week I will take a day off. I have already arranged leave with the hospital. I will bring Sarada here, and the three of us will drink tea and chat together. How does that sound? Shigure smiled gently at the unmistakable hope and softness in her eyes. The smile was faint yet exceptionally tender, like the warm sun of spring, instantly dissolving all Sakura's unease and jealousy. Very well. Sakura immediately smiled, her brows arching, all the jealousy, grievance, and self-blame vanishing like smoke. Like a child who had just received her cherished candy, she skipped away from the old residence with a light and joyful step, her silhouette radiating ease and delight. Shigure watched her retreating figure, gently shaking her head with a look of relief. Everyone in this world strives desperately in their own place, juggling countless responsibilities. As a mother, one wishes to offer the most intimate companionship, presenting all the world's beauty to her child. As a ninja, one longs to protect those cherished and safeguard this peaceful land. These two roles have never been opposing forces. They simply require a bit of balance, a touch of understanding and gentle empathy to dissolve all barriers and grievances. A breeze softly rustled the ancient tree's branches, carrying a faint floral scent. Translucent butterflies danced lightly in the courtyard, their gentle glow warm and peaceful. Shigure lifted the teacup from the stone table, once more sipping lightly. The fresh fragrance of tea slid down her throat and settled deep within her heart, smoothing away all restlessness, leaving only tranquility and peace. She suddenly felt that such an ordinary yet warm daily life, free from war and farewell, accompanied only by the mundane fires of human existence and tender kindness, was the most precious happiness in this world. As dusk descended, the setting sun painted the wooden rooftops a warm shade of orange, while the evening breeze, carrying a hint of coolness, brushed against the walls of the Uchiha Manor, rustling the ancient tree's leaves and creating a gentle sound. The figure of Suwa appeared at the entrance of the alley, his steps slow as he walked towards the old manor. This scene had been ongoing for quite some time. Ever since he shed the identity of an experimental subject and joined the Umbu, gaining stable work and responsibilities as well as friends he could confide in and a warm home to return to, Saw had changed. He was no longer the experimental subject living in shadow, fleeing everywhere and harboring no hope for the future. The coldness and numbness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a semblance of warmth, tenderness, and firmness. And in the process of daily interactions, his heart gradually fell uncontrollably for the white-haired girl Shiyu, who always sat under the old tree, quietly brewing tea, playing the flute, and combing her hair. He came almost every evening after work, sometimes bringing a flask of fine sake, sometimes a freshly baked snack, or even coming empty-handed, simply finding a corner of the courtyard to sit quietly and watch Shiyu's figure, leaving with a heart full of contentment after a short while. He never disturbed her, merely providing silent companionship, observing her gentle brows and eyes, her delicate fingers manipulating the tea set, and her figure bathed in sunlight, which brought him immense peace, as if a ship long adrift had finally found a harbor to dock. He knew in his heart that this quietly blossoming affection was something he had never dared to hope for. In the past, he had been an abandoned experimental subject covered in scars, living in endless darkness and pain. He felt that someone like him did not deserve feelings, did not deserve warmth, let alone happiness. Merely living steadily was already the greatest luxury. But after meeting Shiyu, everything changed. Her tenderness, her acceptance, her tranquility was like a beam of light piercing through his pitch-black world, making him start to look forward to tomorrow, to their evening encounters, to coming to this courtyard, and to seeing her figure. That night the moonlight was particularly bright, like a thin layer of white frost covering the entire courtyard, casting a gentle silver glow on the bluestone ground. Suo brought a flask of wine and sat on the stone bench opposite Shiyu, sipping slowly. Though it wasn't much wine, it was enough to muster the courage he had built up over time to say the words he had hidden deep in his heart for so long, rehearsed countless times, yet had never dared to utter. The courtyard was quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind and occasional insect chirps, as if time itself had slowed. Shiyu sat under the tree holding the old leaf flute that had accompanied her for many years, not playing it, but quietly gripping it, her fingertips gently tracing the flute's surface, as if holding onto a long and profound moment. In time, her gaze calm as she looked into the distance, lost in thought. Suo watched her profile, the moonlight cascading over her snowy white hair, casting a soft sheen. Her brows and eyes remained calm and gentle, showing no signs of disturbance. His heart raced faster, almost leaping from his chest, his palms slightly sweating with tension, causing his fingertips to tremble. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety and unease within, and finally spoke, his voice a bit strained, yet filled with unprecedented seriousness. Shiyu. Shiyu slowly turned her head, her gaze gentle, responding softly, I have lived for so long without ever liking anyone. Suo's voice remained somewhat tight, each word heartfelt and heavy with emotion. In the past, I was an experimental subject without even an identity, living in constant flight and suffering, uncertain of where I would be tomorrow, not knowing if I could survive. I felt that someone like me did not deserve feelings, nor happiness. Emotions were an unattainable luxury for me. Shiyu listened quietly, not interrupting, simply gazing at him with no disdain or distance, only ample patience and warmth, gradually easing his tense heart. But after meeting you, I changed. I truly changed. Suo looked into her eyes, filled with tension, unease, and undeniable fervent feelings, his gaze utterly sincere. I began to look forward to each day, to the evenings, to coming to this warm courtyard, to seeing you sitting under the tree, even if you were just quietly sitting there without speaking. It made me feel at ease and happy. He took another deep breath, as if using all his strength, finally voicing the words he had kept hidden for so long, his voice clear and firm, sounding particularly beautiful in the quiet courtyard. Shiyu, I like you. In that instant, the air fell silent, as if the wind had ceased, leaving only the moonlight flowing quietly. Shiyu showed no surprise or panic, still looking at him calmly, her gaze warm and without a hint of disturbance, as if she had already anticipated everything. Suo observed her expression, forcing a bitter smile to break the silence, not wanting to fall into awkwardness or make Shiyu uncomfortable. I know you have many people and things in your heart. Shisui, Itachi, Fugaku, Lady Mikoto, and those 6 selves who perished during the experiments. Your heart carries the entire history of the Uchiha, filled with too many ties and memories. I know I have no place and should not ask for anything. He lowered his head, his voice softening, significantly tinged with a sense of relief and a hint of barely perceptible loneliness. I just don't want to hide this feeling in my heart for a lifetime. By saying it, I will feel much lighter. Even if there is no outcome, I will have no regrets. Shiyu remained silent for a long time, the moonlight falling on her face soft and serene. She spoke softly, her tone calm and composed. I cannot give you an answer. I know. Suo nodded immediately, showing no surprise, his face still adorned with a warm smile. My years have been too long, filled with countless farewells and hardships. My attachments are too many, too deep to let go of any past, making it impossible for me to love wholeheartedly, like an ordinary person, to accompany someone day and night, to stay together for a lifetime. Shiyu spoke with a calm demeanor, carrying a sense of detachment that seemed to transcend time. I cannot offer you the happiness of an ordinary person, nor can I afford to delay your life. I understand. Suo smiled, his eyes devoid of disappointment, filled only with relief and determination. You don't have to feel troubled, nor do you need to respond to me deliberately. I merely wanted to express my feelings to you, that is all. I will not disturb your life or add any burden to you. In the future, I will still come by occasionally to sit with you quietly. He stood up, gently adjusting his umbu uniform, speaking casually. It's getting late. I'll take my leave now. Suo. Shiyu suddenly called out to him. Suo paused, slowly turning back with a hint of confusion in his eyes. You are a good person, Shiyu said softly, her tone sincere and gentle, devoid of any insincerity. You have escaped the darkness of the past, found your direction, and worked hard to live. You deserve to be liked well by others, and to have your own happiness. Sua's heart warmed, and his eyes slightly reddened. A wave of warmth surged within him, dispelling all anxiety and sorrow. He nodded gently, his voice thick with emotion. He turned and walked out of the courtyard, his steps firm, not looking back. When he reached the alley, he paused, looking up at the bright moon in the sky, a gentle smile emerging on his face, revealing a sense of relief and warmth. Saying it aloud felt wonderful, expressing the love hidden in his heart, no longer having to suffer alone or hide in silence. Even if there was no outcome or they could not be together, he bore no regrets. From this day on, he would no longer be a shadow living in darkness. He had work responsibilities, friends, a warm home, and someone to care about, with tomorrow to look forward to and light to protect. That was enough. The weather gradually grew cooler. Autumn winds carrying a faint chill swept through the streets of Konoha, across the rooftops of the Uchiha ancestral compound, and through the branches of the ancient tree in the courtyard. Yellowed leaves spiraling down to settle softly upon the bluestone pavement, evoking an air of quiet serenity and gentle melancholy. That day Shigure remained unusually indoors, neither teaching at the ninja academy, nor playing with Sarada, nor sitting beneath the tree to brew tea and play her flute. She simply sat still within the old compound, her long white hair left unbound, cascading loosely over her shoulders, her gaze tinged with a rare wistfulness, as if quietly gathering resolve. She rose slowly and walked to a corner of the room, where several wooden chests lay stacked, sealed for decades, thick with dust, holding memories she had long refused to touch and fragments of the past she had buried deep within her heart. She had never dared open these chests, especially not the lowest one, her mother's keepsake box, fearing that once unlatched she would be overwhelmed by a torrent of recollection, the faces of lost loved ones, the anguish of bygone days, and the fragile calm she had painstakingly nurtured would shatter once more. Yet today, watching the autumn leaves drift silently beyond the window and feeling the wind's delicate coolness, she found herself yearning to glimpse the hazy contours of her childhood, to see her parents' faces again, to rediscover the warmth sealed away by time. She fetched a clean cloth and gently wiped the dust from the chest's surface, her movements slow, reverent, as though tending to a priceless relic. Once cleansed, she carefully pulled out the lowest chest. It was heavy, its aged wood worn smooth at the edges by time, yet still whole and solemn. She drew a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in her chest and the sting behind her eyes, then slowly lifted the lid. Inside lay no treasures, no gold, no jewels. Only a few garments hand-sewn by her mother, their fabric faded, yet meticulously folded, bearing silent witness to her mother's care. A yellow journal, its cover inscribed in her mother's elegant script, chronicling fragments of everyday life, and a thick photo album, its cover dulled with age, its corners softened by years of tender handling. Shigure's gaze settled gently upon the album. Her fingers brushed its cover, trembling ever so slightly. After a pause weighted with hesitation, she finally opened it. The first page held a photograph, her mother cradling her as an infant wrapped in swaddling cloth, the very same ancient tree standing behind them in the courtyard. Her mother smiled tenderly, eyes crinkling at the corners, brimming with the soft, radiant love of new motherhood. Her gaze fixed wholly upon the tiny being in her arms, overflowing with devotion. The infant slept peacefully, eyes closed, utterly unaware of the trials awaiting her, of loss, of solitude, of the long solitary road stretching ahead. The second page showed her parents together. Her father stood tall and serene, his snow-white hair identical to hers, his eyes calm and kind, radiating unwavering steadiness and quiet strength. Her mother leaned gently against him, her expression tranquil, her features soft and luminous. This perhaps was the very essence of peaceful time, still tender and complete. Gazing upon their smiling faces, Shigure's eyes instantly welled with tears. Long-faded memories surged forward. Her father's gentle admonitions, her mother's warm embrace, those simple, sunlit moments, now vivid and achingly real. The third page revealed her as a child. Back then her hair was pure black, her eyes clear and dark, her laughter unrestrained. She flashed tiny fangs in her grin, chasing butterflies across the courtyard, bounding, skipping just like any ordinary child, immersed in uncomplicated, radiant joy, untouched by experimentation, unburdened by parting or sorrow, unacquainted with the long, hollow ache of solitude. Page by page, Shigure turned the album slowly, fingertips tracing each image, tears falling unbidden, dampening the yellowed paper, blooming into soft, blurred stains. She had believed she'd forgotten all this, convinced herself she'd grown accustomed to solitude, certain those warm memories had long since dissolved beneath the weight of endless years. Yet they had never vanished, not truly. They lived on, etched indelibly upon the softest chamber of her heart. Each page chronicled her growth, her parents' steadfast presence, and those irreplaceable moments of beauty, forever lost to time, yet preserved in silvered light. When she reached the final page, her hands froze. Her breath caught, shock and sorrow flooding her gaze. There affixed to the last page was a photograph she had never seen before: 7 young women with snow-white hair standing side by side, ranging from an infant in swaddling cloth to a wide-eyed toddler of 5 or 6, a bright-eyed girl of 8 or 9, her 13-year-old self just beginning to grasp the world, her 17 or 18-year-old self shy and searching, her 20-year-old self gentle and reflective, and finally a woman in her early 30s, serene, poised, and deeply compassionate. 7 versions of herself, each a survivor of brutal experiments, yet only one truly living in this world. They were her past, her essence, the invisible threads binding her across decades of solitude. Tears spilled freely now, great silent drops striking the photograph, spreading in concentric rings of dampness. They had always been there, never gone, never forgotten, remaining with her in this quiet, sacred way, walking beside her through loneliness, enduring storms, with her safeguarding this fragile piece. Her fingers traced each face in the photograph, her voice breaking with remorse and tenderness. "I'm sorry. I came too late. I let you wait for me all this time." The room was dim, lit only by a small oil lamp, whose flame flickered softly, casting gentle light upon her pale, vulnerable profile and illuminating the boundless longing and compassion shimmering in her eyes. She sat there for hours, through afternoon into dusk, until the lamp sputtered and died and darkness enfolded the entire room. She did not weep aloud, only sat in quiet sorrow, letting memory and love wrap around her like a shawl, neither painful nor bitter, but profoundly warm and deeply peaceful. At last she understood she had never been alone. Those who had vanished, those who had passed, those sealed away by time, they all remained in another form beside her, guarding her, warming her, loving her always. After several autumn rains, the air in Konoha grew fresher, imbued with a faint scent of earth and foliage. On a morning a few days later, as the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, sunlight filtered through the thin fog, gentle and hazy. As usual, Shiyu opened the gate of the old house, preparing to clear the fallen leaves in front of the door, only to discover a special letter on the stone steps. The envelope was simple, made of ordinary plain paper that felt somewhat worn with slightly yellowed edges. There was no signature, no postmark, no information about the sender, as if it had appeared out of thin air, carrying a hint of mystery and a familiar warmth. Shiyu's heart inexplicably trembled, a long-lost sense of familiarity surging within her. She slowly crouched down, gently picked up the letter, her fingertips trembling slightly. With just one glance, she recognized the handwriting, elegant and gentle, etched in her heart for a lifetime, a reminder of countless years of longing. It was Uchiha Shigure. Clutching the letter, her fingertips turned pale as she stood at the gate for a long time. The morning mist dampened her white hair, yet she remained oblivious, her mind filled with Shisui's image, the gentle, smiling boy who always held a sense of righteousness, the one who willingly sacrificed himself for the peace of Konoha, the person she had always cared for and missed. The letter was thin, containing only a single sheet of paper with just a short line of text, the handwriting still warm and familiar: "Tonight at Nange River." Those 5 short words felt like a stone thrown into the calm lake of her heart, instantly creating ripples. For so many years, ever since Shisui's departure, she had never ceased her longing. Countless days and nights, she would remember his smile, recall his reminders, and think back to the times they spent together in the Uchiha clan's territory. She thought they would be forever separated, never to meet again, yet unexpectedly, she received such a letter from the Pure Land. All day long, Shiyu felt restless. Sitting beneath the old tree, she had no desire to brew tea or play the flute. She simply held that letter, repeatedly gazing at the handwriting, her eyes filled with anticipation, trepidation, and deep longing. She longed for nightfall, for the moonlight to rise, for a reunion with the one she had missed for countless years. Finally, the moonlight gradually ascended, bright and clear, illuminating the earth. Shiyu tidied her clothes, and with the old leaf flute in hand, arrived at Nange River on time. The river flowed quietly, with shimmering waves reflecting the moonlight, casting a silvery glow. The reeds along the riverbank swayed gently in the breeze, tranquil and beautiful. By the riverbank stood the figure she had missed for so many years. White hair, black eyes, and a smile, still gentle, his features unchanged from those days. Uchiha Shigure stood there quietly, gazing in her direction, his eyes warm, filled with longing. Shiyu froze in place, unable to move her feet. Tears fell unexpectedly, sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the ground, creating small damp marks. Countless words were blocked in her chest, yet she could not utter a single complete sentence. Only endless longing and grievance erupted at that moment. Shigure slowly turned around, looking at her just as he had countless times before, his gaze gentle, his tone warm, filled with longing. "Shi, it's been a long time. You are not already." Shiyu's voice choked, stuttering and unable to form complete words. She had always believed Shisui had already returned to the Pure Land, never to be seen again, yet unexpectedly, she could see him once more on such a night. I am dead, having long returned to the Pure Land. Shisui smiled gently, his eyes free of any regret or loneliness, filled with relief. But today a crack opened in the gate of the Pure Land, and I took this opportunity to come back to see you, to see this Konoha that you have always protected. He walked closer, his step slow and gentle, extending his hand, his fingertips carrying a faint warmth so real that he didn't seem like a phantom. He gently wiped away her tears, his actions tender, just like before, filled with affection and heartache. Don't cry, Shayuni. Seeing you well is enough to ease my mind. Thank you, Shayuni. Shisui's tone was gentle, filled with sincere gratitude. Thank you for always remembering us, remembering the past of the Uchiha clan, remembering me and Itachi. Thank you for protecting Sasuke, protecting Sarada, guarding the last hope of the Uchiha. Thank you for living well, enduring all hardships, and never giving up on yourself. I promised you to live well, to protect Konoha, to protect Sasuke, to guard our home. Shiyu finally spoke, her voice still choked, her eyes filled with determination. This was her promise to Shisui, as well as her long-held obsession. I know, I have always known. Shisui nodded, his gaze gentle like the moonlight, filled with appreciation and recognition. You did it, you did very well. I, Itachi, and everyone in the clan have seen it and are proud of you. He looked at her, a faint glow gradually appearing in his eyes, his figure starting to become somewhat transparent. He knew time was short, and he had to leave. His eyes filled with reluctance, yet still bearing a gentle smile. I have to go now, or there is little time left for me. Shisui, don't go. Shiyu reached out, trying to grasp his hand, her voice filled with reluctance and sadness. Live well, carry our part with you, enjoy this peace, and truly feel the warmth of the world. Shisui whispered, his tone gentle yet serious. We are always here, watching over you from the Pure Land, protecting you. You are never alone. His figure gradually became transparent, slowly dissipating in the moonlight, transforming into tiny specks of light, drifting away. Just before he completely vanished, he smiled and softly bid farewell, Shiny, goodbye. Shisui. Shiyu reached out, wanting to grasp him, but only grasped a piece of cold moonlight, holding on to emptiness. She stood by the riverbank, looking in the direction he had vanished, tears streaming down her face, yet smiling warmly. Thank you for crossing life and death to see me once. Thank you for letting me know that I have never been forgotten, that I have always been cared for by you. The figure of Shisui completely dissipated in the moonlight, transforming into specks of light that merged into the night of Nanha River. Shiyu stood by the riverbank, lingering for a long time. She gazed at the quietly flowing river, her eyes filled with longing and warmth, her heart a mix of bitterness from parting and warmth from reunion. The evening breeze gently blew by, carrying the coolness of the river water brushing against her snow-like white hair. Shiyu slowly withdrew her gaze, preparing to turn and leave, her heart still immersed in the joy and reluctance of reuniting with Shisui. Just then a faint glow appeared on the river's surface, and a familiar figure slowly emerged from the light and shadow. With black hair and black clothing, he stood tall, his gaze as gentle as the moonlight by the river, his eyebrows and eyes carrying a faint softness and relief. Itachi Uchiha? Shiyu was slightly taken aback, then gently nodded. There was no surprise in her eyes, only abundant warmth and longing. She softly spoke, you came too. Shisui said he wanted to see you, so I came along hoping to take this opportunity to meet you. Itachi smiled, gently standing in the glow on the river's surface, his figure gradually becoming clearer, his eyes full of relief and concern. After all these years, you've worked hard, senior. It's not hard, it's what I should do. Shiyu gently shook her head, her tone calm and gentle. There's one thing I've kept in my heart, and I wanted to ask you out today. I finally have the chance to say it. Itachi spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with concern and tenderness for the younger generation. He looked towards the direction of Konoha, as if seeing the little girl growing up, and his tone became softer. I really like that child, Sarada. She resembles Sasuke, possessing the stubbornness and resilience of the Uchiha in her bones, and she's also like me, thoughtful and loyal. Sasuke has walked a winding path, once lost his direction and made mistakes. Sarada has always had some misunderstandings and barriers with her father. Please tell her for me that her father is doing well. He later found his path, made amends for his mistakes, protected Konoha, and safeguarded his family. He chose the right path, and is a father to be proud of. I will definitely tell Sarada, so she understands her father's hardships and love. Shiyu nodded seriously, firmly, keeping this entrustment in her heart. And thank you, senior. Itachi said earnestly, his tone filled with sincerity and genuine gratitude. Thank you for always watching over Sasuke, accompanying him through his lost years. Thank you for safeguarding the last light of the Uchiha, protecting Sarada, and guarding this hard-won peace. If it weren't for you, Sasuke might still be lost, and the last glimmer of hope for the Uchiha would fade into darkness. Shiyu's eyes slightly warmed, her heart filled with warmth. The perseverance of these years, the loneliness she endured, all found meaning in this moment. She softly said, I promised you all, promised Shisui, promised clan leader Fugaku and Lady Mikoto that I would protect the Uchiha, protect each person. I am merely fulfilling my promise. I know we all know. Itachi smiled, his eyes filled with comfort and recognition. That smile was gentle and pure. The leaf flute piece you played was beautiful. Shisui and I have always been listening. She was slightly taken aback. She had always thought that her leaf flute playing was out of tune and chaotic, merely a means to express her longing, but unexpectedly they had all heard it. The moonlight grew increasingly bright, and Itachi's figure began to fade. The glow became fainter, and his form became more transparent. He knew it was time for him to leave. Before completely disappearing, he looked at Shiyu, his gaze gentle, his tone warm, filled with concern. Take care, senior. As his voice fell, his figure completely dissipated in the moonlight, transforming into specks of light that merged with Jishu's brilliance and drifted away. Under the moonlight, the river flowed quietly. The reeds by the riverbank gently swayed, and the night regained its tranquility, as if the previous reunion was just a gentle dream. Shiyu stood in place, slowly taking out the old leaf flute she carried with her, placing it to her lips, and gently blowing a note. Squeak. Very soft, very gentle, out of tune, yet filled with longing and tenderness. She knew he heard it. Shisui heard it, Itachi heard it, and all the departed members of the Uchiha clan heard it. This longing, this concern transcended life and death, transcended time, and would never fade. She would carry their wishes, live well, protect those around her, safeguard this peace, and convey their heartfelt thoughts to those who are alive. Shiyu gazed at the direction where Itachi had disappeared, standing quietly, the leaf flute held in her palm, emanating a faint warmth. She thought that tonight's reunion across life and death was already complete, the greatest blessing from the heavens. Her heart filled with warmth and reluctance as she slowly turned to leave Nanha River and return to the old residence. Yet at that moment of turning, her steps halted again, her gaze directed towards the other side of the riverbank, her eyes filled with shock and emotion, tears slipping down unexpectedly. Under the moonlight, two figures stood side by side, quietly watching her, their expressions warm and kind, as if gazing at a beloved child. It was Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, the clan leader, and his wife of the Uchiha clan, the parents of Sasuke and Itachi, elders she had always respected. Clan leader Fugaku stood with a steady posture, his gaze still bearing the authority of a clan leader, yet filled with warmth and kindness, devoid of the usual gravity, only relief and concern remaining. Lady Mikoto smiled gently, her tone as soft as a spring breeze, her eyes filled with tenderness, looking at Shiyu with compassion and gratitude. They stood quietly in the moonlight side by side, their warm smiles directed at Shiyu, filled with affection. Lady Shiyu. Lady Mikoto spoke first in a soft voice, her words gentle enough to drip water as she walked towards her with gratitude and concern in her eyes. All these years you have truly worked hard. Thank you for always taking care of Sasuke, for looking after Selena, for protecting the last bloodline of the Uchiha. Clan leader Fugaku also walked forward, slowly nodding slightly, his tone steady and solemn, devoid of any authority, only overflowing with recognition and gratitude. Thank you for fulfilling my entrusted task, for safeguarding the Uchiha, for maintaining this peace. You have done better than any of us. Shiyu looked at their gentle smiles, listening to their soft words. Tears fell once more, her throat choking with words unspoken. The longing and grievances in her heart erupted at that moment. For these years, she had borne all the past alone, guarding the hope of the Uchiha, never uttering a complaint, but at the moment of seeing the two elders, all her strength melted into softness. We have always been here, always watching you from the pure land, watching you steadfast, watching you protect, watching you live well. Lady Mikoto approached, slowly reaching out her hand to gently grasp hers, the warmth and strength in her palm, feeling real, unlike a phantom child. All these years you have borne so much alone, been so lonely for so long, it has been hard for you. You are our child, the child of Uchiha. We have always regarded you as family. It's not hard at all, not at all. Shiyu shook her head, choking on her tears, her voice thick with nasal sounds. As long as I can protect Sasuke, protect Selena, protect the Uchiha, protect this peace, everything I have done is worth it. You have done very well, extremely well. Clan leader Fugaku's tone was steady, filled with genuine recognition and comfort. Itachi and Shisui did not misjudge you, neither did we. You are the pride of the Uchiha, the pride of all of us. Lady Mikoto gently stepped forward, tightly embracing her, the embrace warm and reassuring like the embrace of a mother in childhood, giving her endless strength and warmth. Good child, remember, you are never alone. We have always been here, always with you, protecting you. Shiyu leaned against Lady Mikoto's embrace, feeling this long-lost warmth and reassurance, her tears flowing even more freely, but filled with happiness and relief. The moonlight gradually shifted, the halo slowly fading, the figures of Fugaku and Mikoto also becoming transparent, beginning to dissipate bit by bit. They looked at Shiyu, their smiles still warm, filled with reluctance and concern, yet devoid of any regret. In the end, the two figures transformed into specks of light, merging with the previous radiance of Shisui and Itachi, drifting towards the night sky, disappearing into the moonlight. Shiyu stood by the riverbank, tears streaming down her face, yet smiling warmly, her eyes filled with light. She finally understood that she had never been alone, never. Though she had devoted her life to protect those she missed deeply, had also been guarding her, caring for her, accompanying her in their own way. This protection and longing that transcended life and death was enough to withstand all the loneliness and suffering in the world, enough for her to carry warmth and continue on. The moonlight rose to its zenith, bathing the Konoha River in a silvery glow. The river's surface shimmered, the evening breeze was gentle, and the night was eerily tranquil. She thought the miracle of this night had reached its conclusion, that this reunion across life and death had come to an end. Being able to see Shisui, the patriarch of the Fujiwara clan, and Madame Meichin was already the greatest fortune of her life, with no regrets left. Yet when she slowly raised her head and gazed at the river's surface, she was once again stunned, frozen in place. Her breath momentarily halted, her eyes filled with shock, emotion, and endless tenderness. Above the river, a soft halo emerged, within which 7 figures slowly materialized, gentle and clear. A baby peacefully asleep in a swaddle, a carefree little girl of 5 or 6, a lively girl of 8 or 9, her 13-year-old self, just beginning to understand the world, her 17 or 18-year-old self, tender and innocent, her 20-year-old self, gentle and understanding, and at the very center, her mother, smiling with warmth and kindness. The 7 figures stood quietly in the halo, all gazing at her, their eyes filled with love, concern, and longing, with no hint of strangeness, only a profound sense of familiarity and warmth. Shiyu, her mother softly spoke, her voice gentle enough to draw tears, just like in her memories, filled with love and concern. We have come to see you, my child. Shiyu stood frozen, unable to utter a word, her lips trembling slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling into the earth by the riverbank. She looked at the 7 figures before her, seeing her own likeness throughout the years, gazing at her gentle mother. Emotions surged within her, a mix of longing, pain, guilt, and immense happiness. The echo stepped forward gently, her figure warm. She opened her arms wide, embracing Shiyu tightly. The embrace was warm and familiar, filled with care and relief. Thank you for not walking through that door, for not giving up on yourself. Thank you for living well, for all of us, for traversing the long years, experiencing this peace and warmth. We have always been here, always by your side, only you couldn't see us, her 13-year-old self said softly, her gaze innocent yet resolute. We watched you hold on, watched you miss us, saw you slowly let go of the past, becoming gentle and calm. The little girl of 5 or 6 added with a smile, her eyes sparkling with childhood innocence. Her mother stepped forward, gently stroking her white hair, her motions tender and loving, embracing her tightly, the warmth and reassurance flooding in. You are the pride of us all, the bravest and gentlest child. No matter how much suffering you have endured in the past, you have persevered. Living well is the best way to repay us. The 7 figures surrounded her, warmth enveloping her completely, with no barrier, no strangeness. This was warmth that belonged to her, a warmth that connected their blood, a companionship that transcended time. In that moment, Shiyu felt a complete, unprecedented sense of peace and security. All her loneliness, regrets, and pain were thoroughly soothed in this instant. She finally felt whole. Those lost memories, those missing parts of herself returned to her, in this way merging into one. I will live well, carrying your spirits with me, living well together. Shiyu choked out, her tone firm, yet gentle. For myself, for you, for everyone who loves me and cares for me, I will cherish this peace, truly feel the warmth of the world, and never again allow myself to fall into loneliness and pain. The halo gradually faded, and the 7 figures slowly became transparent, beginning to dissipate bit by bit. Her mother looked at her, smiling gently, her tone warm and solemn, leaving her with one last reminder. Shiyu, always remember, you are never alone. As her voice fell, all the figures transformed into glimmers of light, merging into the moonlight, drifting away, and the night reclaimed its initial tranquility. Shiyu stood by the Konoha River, gazing at the night sky, gently drying her tears, her eyes filled with tenderness and determination. She knew they were always there, hidden in her heart, nestled within her soul, forever accompanying her, never leaving. From now on, she would no longer be lonely, nor would she be bound by the past, but would carry everyone's love and expectations, living well and walking gently forward. After returning from the south, River Shiyu became gentler and more composed. The faint melancholy and loneliness in her eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a warmth, a sense of release and ease. She was no longer bound by the pain of the past, nor entangled by long loneliness, and no longer suffered from merely watching her loved ones leave, silently protecting them. This reunion that transcended life and death allowed her to let go completely and understand that remembering was never a burden, but a blessing, a testament to being cared for and loved. Companionship was never a forced obligation, but happiness, sharing warm moments with those around her. Living itself was the best answer, the finest tribute to all those who had passed. Life continued to flow peacefully, just as before, quietly drifting along, without waves, yet filled with warmth. She still went to the ninja school to teach, sharing stories of the ninja world with the children, guiding them to cherish peace. She still spent time playing with Sarada, teaching her to identify herbs and listening to her tales from school. She still listened to Naruto complain about daily trivialities, chatting with him. She still occasionally met with Shua, quietly sipping tea and chatting about life. She still sat under the old tree at the ancestral home, slowly combing her long white hair, gently playing the leaf flute, gazing at the bright moon and conveying her longing. But this time there was a deeper sense of true ease in her eyes, a warmth that came from the heart. The notes from the leaf flute, although still out of tune, carried less sadness and more warmth. Even the transparent butterflies dancing around the ancient tree seemed to be more joyful. On another full moon night, the moonlight was bright, spilling into every corner of the Uchiha ancestral home. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree swayed gently, and the fragrance of tea wafted in the tranquil and beautiful atmosphere. Shiyu sat beneath the old tree, gently playing the leaf flute. The soft notes were filled with warmth, devoid of any sadness, only the steadiness of serene time. A light footstep sounded behind her, slow and steady, breaking the peace of the courtyard. "Sister, your playing has become more beautiful." It's Minyan. Now he had grown taller, shedding the youthful innocence. His gaze was steadier, his posture more upright, fully inheriting the will of the gatekeeper, steadfast in his responsibilities, yet still held deep respect and closeness for Shiyu. Shiyu turned around and saw Minyan standing behind her, holding a cup of hot tea. She smiled gently, her smile serene and soft, her eyes filled with moonlight, overflowing with release. "Is that so? I think it still sounds out of tune." "It truly sounds beautiful." Minyan nodded, earnestly walked to her side and handed her the hot tea. His gaze was sincere. "Although it is still out of tune, I can hear the warmth within it, the release, and no longer any of the past sadness." Shiyu accepted the hot tea, her fingertips touching the warm cup, warmth spreading along her fingers. She slowly took a sip, the warmth radiating from her heart, flowing throughout her body, comforting and reassuring. "The moon tonight is very round, very beautiful." Minyan looked up at the full moon, his tone calm and gentle. "Yes, it is beautiful." Shiyu also looked up at the bright moon, her eyes filled with warmth and brilliance. The evening breeze brushed through her white hair, gentle and soothing. After a moment of silence, Shiyu softly spoke, her tone calm and relieved, carrying a sense of lightness, as if a burden had been lifted from today on. "The rain has stopped." Minyan was taken aback, turning his head and looking at her in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. "Sister." "Shiyu-ji." Shiyu turned to look at Minyan, smiling gently and radiantly, her eyes filled with moonlight and warmth. Each word she spoke was clear and firm. "The rain has stopped, the dawn has come, all suffering has passed, all regrets have been soothed, everything is well." The long reign of Shiyu had drenched countless years, soaking her past, her loneliness, and her pain. Now this prolonged rain had finally ceased. The dark clouds dispersed, the sun was shining perfectly, the breeze was gentle, the world was peaceful, and time was serene. Minyan gazed at her gentle smile, seeing the release and brilliance in her eyes, instantly understanding her meaning, and he too gently smiled, his eyes filled with appreciation. "Yes, everything is well, and from now on it will only get better." The long reign of Shiyu had finally ceased. The hardships of the past were now behind her. The days ahead were filled with warmth and hope. Peace was solid, the world was stable, with companions by her side and loved ones in her heart. A soul having a place to belong. This was the best of times. Transparent butterflies danced gently around the ancient tree, the light twinkling, the moonlight soft, the fragrance of tea sharp and clear. Everything was just right. In the 70th year of Konoha spring, the gentle breeze caressed the warm sunlight as cherry blossoms bloomed and danced in the sky. Konoha village became increasingly prosperous and bustling, with a continuous flow of traffic on the streets, children laughing and playing and ninjas fulfilling their duties. A peaceful atmosphere enveloped the entire village, calm and beautiful. 9 years had passed since the fourth great ninja war. The pain of the past gradually faded. The children of yesteryear had grown up, and the confusion of the past had found its direction. Everything was developing towards a better future. Shiyu continued to reside in the Uchiha ancestral home. Time had not left many marks on her face, only her white hair had grown longer, cascading like a waterfall. It required 7 jade hairpins to secure it, and each hairpin concealed a memory, a longing. Yet she patiently combed her hair every day, strand by strand, from root to tip, her movements gentle and solemn, as if treating the most precious of treasures, sorting through her lengthy years and the warmth and longing in her heart. The old house remained, the ancient tree stood tall, and the transparent butterflies continued to flit about the courtyard. Day after day, year after year, they accompanied her through the long passage of time, guarding this tranquility and peace. On this day, the spring sunlight was especially warm, casting a cozy glow on the blue stone floor of the old house. Shiyu sat beneath the old tree having just brewed tea when she received a letter from afar. The envelope was simple, the handwriting steady and powerful, clean and concise, leaving no room for doubt that it belonged to Uchiha Sasuke. Sender Uchiha Sasuke. The letter was thin, containing only a single sheet of paper with a brief, yet heartfelt expression of gratitude and longing. Thank you, Senior. I have returned. These 7 simple words stirred waves of warmth in Shiyu's heart. Looking at the familiar handwriting, she smiled gently, her expression soft and relieved, filled with comfort. After years of steadfastness and protection, she had finally awaited his return. All the waiting and all the sacrifices had culminated in the best outcome. She carefully tucked the letter away in her clothes pocket, as if cherishing the most precious treasure, then slowly stood up and walked into the courtyard. The ancient tree was still lush with leaves, the old house remained quiet and rustic, and the transparent butterflies continued to dance around the courtyard. The sunlight was warm, the breeze gentle, and the scent of flowers subtle. Oh, everything was just right, filled with the tenderness of peaceful years. She took out the old leaf flute that had accompanied her throughout her life and placed it to her lips, gently beginning to play. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The flute sound remained out of tune, lacking glamorous melodies and beautiful notes, yet it was filled with tenderness, longing, resolution, and a cherished appreciation for peace, as well as a deep attachment to those who had passed. But this time she played with extraordinary peace, exceptional gentleness, and remarkable determination. As the song concluded, she slowly lowered the leaf flute and gazed up at the azure sky, whispering softly, her voice gentle, yet clear, as if conversing with someone far away. Shizuku, do you hear? I'm getting better at this. Though it's still out of tune, it's getting there. One day, I will finish playing this song that belongs to us for all of you to hear. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound much like the tender responses from everyone, as if they were far away, quietly echoing her words. Time's rain falls eternally in the present, unconfined by the past, untroubled by the future, cherishing the warmth of the moment, safeguarding the peace of now, and remembering the longing deep within. And at this moment, everything was incredibly beautiful, supremely stable, and immensely happy. She would always be here, guarding this old house, this ancient tree, the peace of Konoha, and the loved ones and friends beside her. She would remember all the warmth and longing, accompany all those worth accompanying, and protect this hard-won peace until the end of time, until the years grow old. The sunlight of Konoha shone upon her snow-white hair, casting a soft glow, while transparent butterflies danced around her, their tips glimmering like an eternal and warm painting frozen in this beautiful spring day. All partings in this world will ultimately reunite in another way. All regrets will be gently smoothed over by time. All steadfastness and protection will bloom into the warmest and most moving flowers. Eternal times reign forever. Uchiha Shigure. She is the witness of the history of the ninja world, the guardian of long time, the protector of peaceful days, and in the hearts of all who miss and care for her, she remains the gentlest and most radiant light.